The purple-haired girl quickly covers her face, seemingly startled. The girl expresses shock, questioning if she truly became Arusha Savlon. A close-up highlights Arusha's beautiful, aurora-like purple eyes. Her distinct, mysterious, violet hair is showcased. Arusha strikes a playful pose, winking and sticking out her tongue, surrounded by cute ornaments. Arusha, in a chibi form, curls up in despair as she recalls that the original Arusha was a neglected extra who died young. Arusha ponders that while her character had no lines, her father held a significant early role. With dazzling white skin and golden sun-like eyes, she was the spitting image of the male lead's family heir. A beautiful woman with long white hair is described as having a body sculpted for seduction. A silver-haired man sits calmly reading, completely oblivious to the several admiring women around him. The silver-haired man gazes tenderly at a purple-haired woman adorned with a flower crown amidst a garden. A distressed white-haired man watches as a purple-haired baby, Arusha, cries, then rests wrapped in blankets. Marquis Leo, the white-haired man, sheds a single tear as he completely transforms into someone else. Wine spills dramatically from a glass, illustrating Marquis Leo's descent into a wild, reckless state. Wine bottles overflow, symbolizing Marquis Leo's life drowned in alcohol after becoming a fool. Marquis Leo drinks directly from a bottle, wine dripping down his chin, consumed by his addiction. Marquis Leo lay dead, his body crushed and lifeless in the wreckage of his carriage, a mangled heap of shattered wood and twisted metal. Blood, a stark contrast to the luxurious velvet, seeped into the crushed silk cushions, a grim testament to the violence of his end. Arusha pragmatically accepts her reincarnation, reasoning that her previous life was already as good as dead. Arusha laments her fate, questioning why she isn't the daughter of a powerful emperor or villainess, but instead, a disgraced fool whose name is erased. Arusha pauses in thought, touching her cheek with a surprised expression. Arusha beams with delight, admiring her own overwhelming cuteness. A maid, enchanted by Arusha's cuteness, enters, causing Arusha to exclaim in surprise. The maid compliments Arusha's charming appearance, suggesting she must enjoy looking in the mirror, to which Arusha internally agrees about her cuteness. Arusha suddenly clutches her head, tearfully remembering her impending death in 3 months. A distressed Arusha listens as the maid cheerfully proposes they go for another walk. The maid, with sparkling eyes, enthusiastically suggests making walks a routine, perhaps even 3 times a week. Arusha realizes the maid's true motive, to pocket backdoor money, recalling that in the original story, the maid was expelled with her father for this very reason. Arusha nervously giggles, recalling how the maid's deceit led to a confrontation where a man with red eyes angrily struck Marquis Leo. Arusha resolves to survive first, regardless of the novel's plot, then sharply questions who is approaching her. Arusha confronts the maid, revealing her knowledge of the backdoor money and meetings, leaving the maid utterly shocked. Arusha explains she knew about the maid's schemes because every lady they met gossiped about her father. Arusha angrily warns the maid that her capture would lead to huge problems and potentially her own demise. The maid worries if her life holds any value to the Marquis, feeling like a nobody in the family. The maid desperately clasps Arusha's hands, tearfully apologizing and begging for one more chance, leaving Arusha surprised. Arusha admits she doesn't want to be separated either, while the maid wonders if she's just a kind but easily swayed friend. Arusha asks for confirmation of the maid's honesty, and the maid eagerly promises to stop taking money and arranging meetings. Arusha offers the maid a deal. She'll keep the maid's secret if she helps her, and Arusha thinks she can get the maid the money she needs. The maid, surprised, questions when Arusha became so articulate. As Arusha internally notes, the original Arusha was uneducated and neglected. Arusha, blushing slightly, assures the maid her earlier statement isn't true, but urges her to help, not wanting her to be kicked out. The maid enthusiastically agrees to help with anything, breathing a sigh of relief that she got through the tense moment. The maid reacts with alarm, exclaiming that they cannot know how the Marquis will react to their plan. Arusha cries, fearing she will be thrown out if her father is, while the maid watches with a small smile. The maid, first appearing tired, then brightly praises Arusha's excellent speaking skills. Arusha makes a squashed, annoyed face, realizing she will need time to adjust to truly living as Arusha. Arusha looks deeply distressed, her eyes welling with tears as she clenches her hands. The maid expresses concern over Arusha's bleak future, abandoned by both the Duke and the Marquis. Arusha defiantly looks upward, declaring her determination to change her unfortunate circumstances. Arusha states her need for a teacher, observing a man teaching a boy and resolving to earn recognition by contributing to the family, since her grandfather favors only his smart grandsons. The maid beams, wholeheartedly agreeing with Arusha and promising to persuade Marquis Leo to support her. Arusha and the maid joyfully agree, celebrating their shared resolve to proceed with the plan. Irusha's pink-shoed foot taps impatiently as two maids stand in the background of a grand hall. Irusha, in chibi form, looks determined and slightly annoyed, surrounded by glowing flowers. Irusha stands in the lavish hall, asking a surprised maid where her father is, as she has something important to tell him. The maid, with a subtle smirk, offers to deliver the message as Marquise Leo's booming voice from inside demands more alcohol. Irusha cries out for her dad, attempting to run past the maid who struggles to hold her back. Marquise Leo, shirtless in a red robe, lies amidst flowers, casually drinking wine from a bottle. Irusha's small, pink-clad feet take cautious, light steps towards her father. Marquise Leo's golden eye opens slightly, appearing distant and hazy. Irusha stands before Marquis Leo, who is still lying amidst the flowers, looking up at him with a slight frown. Irusha continues to stare at Marquise Leo, who remains still, with a worried expression. Irusha's large purple eye intensely stares forward, reflecting her deep thoughts. Marquise Leo looks up with a confused expression as he props himself up amongst the scattered flowers. Marquise Leo, with a warm smile, pats his head, asking, "Roro," clearly mistaking Irusha for his pet. A hand gently pulls Irusha's arm. Irusha cries out in shock as Marquise Leo lifts her, looking startled and confused. Marquise Leo looks down at Irusha with a puzzled and slightly annoyed expression. Marquise Leo holds Irusha, who emanates a blue aura, and wonders about the woof-woof sound. The maid presents Roro, the fluffy white dog, to Marquise Leo, explaining that Roro is here, then clarifies that Irusha is his daughter. Marquise Leo reacts with confusion. Irusha is held by Marquise Leo, expressing internal shock and disbelief that he is mistaking her for a dog while the maid tries to correct him. Marquise Leo holds Irusha, looking apologetic with an oops thought, acknowledging his mistake. Marquise Leo gently sets Irusha down, admitting he made a small mistake due to confusion, while Irusha remains silent. Marquise Leo dismissively tells the maid to take Irusha and put her to bed, while Irusha lies on the ground looking stunned. Marquise Leo stumbles as he walks away, calling lovingly for his Roro Tilda, leaving the maid and Irusha behind. Marquise Leo tenderly embraces and kisses Roro, the white dog, surrounded by blooming flowers. Irusha tugs on Marquise Leo's robe, asking him to wait, as he looks confused while holding Roro. Irusha, standing near Marquise Leo and Roro, internally plans to hire a tutor to secure her place in the family, as Marquise Leo demands more alcohol. Marquise Leo, holding a wine bottle, sternly warns Irusha about the ruthless studies imposed by the Duke's family tutors. Irusha listens as Marquise Leo describes the Duke's tutors as shameless, teaching young children advanced lessons meant for teenagers. Marquise Leo warns Irusha against being tormented by homework and looking exhausted like her cousin, while Irusha internally questions if the studies are just basic arithmetic. Marquise Leo brazenly drinks directly from the wine bottle. "What?" Irusha, looking up with determination, declares, "I want it, teacher," asserting her desire for a tutor. Marquise Leo stands with Irusha, holding his wine bottle, against a light, patterned background. Irusha flinches in alarm as an angry voice, addressing Marquise Leo as Leonardo, calls him an idiot. A stern old man with white hair and a beard angrily accuses Marquise Leo of breaking Count Coulson's son's teeth while heavily intoxicated. Marquise Leo casually brushes his hair back, claiming the victim brought the incident upon himself. The old man angrily questions if Marquise Leo believes he was right to hit him, to which Marquise Leo smugly replies he did nothing wrong. The old man, distressed, holds his head, questioning if Marquise Leo can bear the losses if the Coulson Count family withdraws from their partnership, and reminds him not to harm the family. Irusha observes as the old man points accusingly at Marquise Leo, who is holding a wine bottle, mentioning, quote, "the Coulson Count family." A scroll and an image of a man with a bandaged eye reveal that the Coulson Count family was crucial for the grandfather's business. The old man, amidst scattered papers, furiously tells Marquise Leo that the partnership with the Coulson Count family was canceled due to his actions, causing the grandfather to fall ill. Irusha watches from behind as the old man sternly lectures Marquise Leo. Marquise Leo, with a defiant smirk, questions whether the incident was the other person's own fault. The old man screams, "Shut up, you," in fury, grabbing his neck, while a black-haired servant looks on in concern. The old man, looking distressed, commands the black-haired servant to bring a stretcher. While Irusha observes, the old man dismissively waves away the black-haired servant, who seems to be trying to speak. The old man, supported by the black-haired servant and leaning on a cane, is led away, leaving Marquise Leo standing alone with Irusha. Marquise Leo dismissively orders for a bottle of whiskey, clearly annoyed by the old man's dramatic exit. Irusha looks up at Abbott with a sad expression, while Abbott remains thoughtful. Irusha, wide-eyed and surprised, questions if Marquise Leo has accepted her request for a teacher. Marquise Leo strides away with a whoosh, with Irusha following closely behind him. Marquise Leo instructs the man in a suit to let Irusha go by herself, to which the man confirms he understands. A bottle shatters dramatically into many pieces with a loud crash. Marquise Leo, enraged, shouts at his attendants for letting Irusha into his quarters, while one of them asks if he is all right. Marquise Leo scolds his staff for forgetting his rules about Irusha, and Abbott apologizes, explaining Arusha's visit was unexpected and her behavior unusual. Marquise Leo, wearing a golden necklace, relaxes shirtless in a flower-filled bath. Irusha, now in a blue dress, looks distraught, wondering what could have suddenly changed. The scene transitions under a sparkling, cloudy blue sky. Marquise Leo converses with the man in a suit in a lavish room. Marquise Leo, seen from behind, orders a low-ranking, unskilled family tutor be assigned to Irusha, ensuring she learns nothing. Marquise Leo slyly details his desire for a slacking tutor who avoids teaching Irusha, to which an unseen voice confirms understanding. Marquise Leo emphasizes that the tutor should simply be bribed to completely slack off, receiving a yes in response. Marquise Leo sits with a plop on his lavish bed, a thought coming to him about a suitable tutor. Marquise Leo, smirking, believes children should just play and expects Irusha won't bother him again now that he's granted her wish for a tutor. Irusha appears shocked and surprised in two separate panels. The scene is filled with glowing flowers, as an unseen voice reflects on the nature of children. Abbott bursts through the door, urgently exclaiming that something terrible has happened. Irusha, sleepily rubbing her eye amidst flowers, asks what has happened. Irusha, horrified, cries out as she's being kicked out, but Abbott quickly denies it. Abbott explains that the Coulson Count family, with whom Marquise Leo had a deal, is withdrawing their business contract, leaving Irusha utterly shocked. Irusha hides under her blanket, distressed, thinking the dinging bells sound like the death knell of her life. Irusha asks if her grandfather is okay, and Abbott reassures her that the doctor said he just needed some rest. Abbott explains that Count Coulson, enraged, not only canceled the contract, but also demanded an enormous sum for medical expenses, threatening court action if the Duke doesn't pay. Abbott sternly points at a surprised Irusha. Abbott smiles brightly, starting to speak but trailing off. Abbott ponders Marquise Leo's tendency to hit people, lamenting the vast sums the Duke pays to smooth things over, while Irusha agrees it's a waste, and Abbott wonders about the current medical expenses. Irusha worries about the canceled contract, realizing that despite winning Abbott over, this unresolved issue could lead to the original story's tragic outcome. Irusha, determined, runs off with quick steps, surprising Abbott, who calls out to her. Irusha's large, focused eyes reflect her resolute determination. Abbott looks resigned, thinking that Marquise Leo is still sleeping. Irusha stands looking up at Abbott, ready to speak. Irusha grumbles, trembling, about her envy for Marquise Leo's luxury of sleeping in, a luxury she never had in her past life. Irusha looks up at a serious Abbott, asking, why? Abbott maintains a serious and determined expression. Irusha looks dejected, wondering if Marquise Leo will ever listen to her. Irusha looks hopeful and determined, sparkling amidst glowing flowers. Irusha's sparkling eyes reflect her thoughts, wondering why her father hit someone yesterday. Abbott clutches her chest worriedly, thinking they are all doomed if they get kicked out. Irusha, surprised, realizes her past attempt didn't work and compares Marquise Leo to the Northern Grand Duke. Abbott smiles broadly from behind a slightly dejected Irusha. Irusha, looking delighted and grateful, happily thinks that Abbott is finally being helpful. Abbott explains the unpredictable nature of Marquise Leo's schedule, making it impossible to promise anything, leading Irusha to decide to drop the matter. A grand dining room table and chairs are partially obscured by an overlay of leaves. Marquise Leo, in a white shirt and gold cape, enters the grand dining hall, followed by a man in a suit. Marquise Leo, looking surprised, questions, "What's this?" as he stands in the dining hall with other staff. Irusha appears overjoyed, surrounded by blooming flowers. Abbott urges Irusha to move now, while Irusha cautiously tiptoes forward. Irusha smiles cunningly, believing she can find Marquise Leo despite his orders against it, as a chef works in the background. Marquise Leo turns away, looking annoyed, as Irusha determinedly runs towards him. Irusha looks surprised, mouth agape, surrounded by glowing flowers. Marquise Leo stands at the dining table, while Irusha exclaims that she is there, then internally grumbles about him being lazy and missing breakfast. Irusha reaches out, demanding a fork from an alarmed maid, who responds with a hesitant, "Yeah, yes?" Marquise Leo wearily rubs his face, telling Irusha to go back to her room immediately. Irusha looks tearful and surprised, clutching her collar amidst sparkling light. Marquise Leo gestures dismissively, stating that he will not discuss the tutor again. Arusha joyfully declares her intention to study hard and impress Duke Shermang. Arusha thanks her father with excitement and offers a high five, while Marquise Leo looks at her. Marquise Leo looks contemplatively at Arusha's outstretched hand for a high five, as a maid and a man in a suit observe. Marquise Leo orders a fork, adding that there probably isn't one for children, and Arusha should use a dessert fork and teaspoon instead, while Arusha watches the table. Hands carefully place various delicious-looking dishes onto the elaborately set dining table. Arusha's eyes sparkle with hunger as she eagerly prepares to eat, exclaiming how delicious the food looks. A fork is shown piercing a piece of steak on a plate, ready to be eaten. Marquise Leo and Arusha sit across from each other at the elegant dining table, quietly eating. Arusha happily takes a drink from her glass after finishing her meal. Arusha smiles broadly and laughs with satisfaction while holding her glass. Marquise Leo looks at Arusha, who is seen from behind, as she pauses in thought. Arusha looks up, wide-eyed and surrounded by flowers, questioning why the bastard was hit. Marquise Leo sips his wine, reflecting that his grandfather never listens to him completely. Marquise Leo looks at Arusha and tells her she wouldn't understand. Marquise Leo takes a sip of wine, dismissing the matter with a HMPH. Marquise Leo calmly cuts his food on the plate with a knife and fork. Arusha, her face shadowed and upset, calls out to Marquise Leo. Arusha looks resolute and determined, surrounded by glowing white roses. Marquise Leo looks frustrated and annoyed, while two staff members appear concerned in the background. Arusha, distraught, proclaims that if they are kicked out of the family, both she and her father will perish. An open book titled Who is the Heir reveals the original novel's tragic fate, where Leo and Arusha were expelled and died in a carriage accident. A page from the book suggests that their tragic deaths were the result of a plot against them. The narrative continues, explaining that after Leo disappears, the Duke designates the young protagonist Oscar as heir, leading to the Savlon family's downfall through infighting. Arusha looks on with distress, reflecting on the futility of power and her impending fate. Arusha angrily reflects that the tragedy began with her damn fool of a father, as Marquise Leo looks irritated while eating. A hand dismissively pushes a fork on the table with a HMPH sound. Marquise Leo looks at Arusha, telling her she simply doesn't understand. Marquise Leo asserts that his family is suffocating him and his grandfather is causing their demise, while a chibi Arusha appears alarmed but acknowledges her father is the heir. Marquise Leo closes his eyes, thinking he desires happiness as a human rather than the family's wealth or glory, his reflection visible in a window. Marquise Leo, with a sly grin, raises his wine glass, declaring that his day of true self-realization and liberation will arrive. Arusha, distraught, acknowledges his words, but internally screams that she will die before his liberation occurs. Arusha, with a worried yet determined expression, wonders if her plan is truly possible as Marquise Leo demands more alcohol. Arusha reflects that her father is neither a charismatic tyrant nor a supportive dad, but a human mind difficult to rehabilitate as he drinks directly from a bottle amidst playing cards. Thump. Arusha slams her hand on the table and declares she wants milk, surprising the surrounding staff. Arusha shouts with fierce determination, her fist clenched, declaring she will survive and demanding more milk. Arusha resolves to make Marquise Leo behave like a human so she won't be kicked out, while he sips wine, oblivious. A powerful purple aura crackles around Marquise Leo as he sips his wine, with Arusha observing him intently. Bang! The door bursts open, revealing the man in a suit and several maids, as the sound of approaching footsteps echoes. Marquise Leo looks surprised, questioning secretary as the footsteps continue. A close-up shows the secretary's foot stepping forward. The secretary stands before Marquise Leo, who is seated at the table, flanked by two other men in suits. Duke Shermang's right-hand man, Nocturne, is formally introduced as he stands in a refined suit with a monocle. Marquise Leo, with a wah-ack sound, apologizes as he reads a message, stating he was instructed to convey it exactly as given, while Nocturne listens. The message continues, sternly ordering the recipient to immediately vacate the mansion. The message further instructs the recipient to move to the oldest house in the Duke's family for reflection. Arusha appears shocked, asking if her mansion is being taken away, to which Marquise Leo confirms it, saying she finally understands. Marquise Leo, in a Beeldiok moment, curses the old man as crazy, while Arusha internally laments that her path to the afterlife is now clear. Marquise Leo, with a Geobiok sound, commands someone to look around the mansion, asserting that it suits no one but him. A tack sound is heard as Nocturne, looking concerned, questions who else could possibly handle the situation. Marquise Leo defiantly raises his arm with a hwaak sound, indicating his refusal. With a Dion Seok sound, Marquise Leo tells Nocturne to go back and inform the Duke that he will never leave this mansion, while Achibi Arusha recalls his recent wish to be kicked out. Arusha, looking around the grand room, compares the place she lives in to a shack. Arusha's eyes widen in surprise, uttering a small gasp. Arusha, tearfully rubbing her eye, imagines the old, small mansion and realizes with distress that it is her house to which she must move. Nocturne ponders the situation with a deep breath. Nocturne, with a JJ Awok sound, explains that the Duke will only recover if Marquise Leo follows instructions and relocates. Marquise Leo, pouring wine with a JJ-O re sound, dismisses Nocturne and threatens consequences if he remains stubborn. The message reveals that if Marquise Leo is stubborn, the budget for his residence will be cut, leading Achibi Arusha to cry out that she knew this would happen. Marquise Leo, with a biting sound, reluctantly agrees to comply if moving helps his father recover. Nocturne looks from a pleasant expression to a determined one with a cheok sound, prefacing his next words with, however, Marquise Leo declares this move his last duty to his father, ordering Nocturne to clearly convey that his pity ends today. Marquise Leo, with a TCH sound, turns and walks away as Nocturne acknowledges understanding with a JJ Awok sound while adjusting his clothes. A door slams shut with a Deal Kiok sound. Arusha looks surprised, then internally critiques Marquise Leo, thinking he should have had his allowance cut sooner. Arusha imagines the family's heirlooms being sold, reflecting on the original story's tragic events, with a ha-ah sound. Arusha, with wide, determined eyes, suddenly exclaims, "Wait." The scene shifts to an exterior view of the oldest mansion in the Duke's family. Marquise Leo complains about the wretched new living space, while Arusha, in a different outfit, calls out to her father. Marquise Leo continues to find the mansion wretched, gesturing around and asking about other potential locations. Arusha expresses her frustration that Marquise Leo is driving her crazy. Arusha, with a do-dang-dang sound, rushes to Marquise Leo, urging him to calm down. Arusha, with a band JJAK sound, promises Marquise Leo that if he changes Count Coulson's mind, his grandfather will return his shiny mansion. Marquise Leo questions Arusha, who excitedly confirms her idea, and he finds it plausible. Marquise Leo acknowledges Arusha's words, while Arusha looks subtly dejected. Arusha, with a Dijun sound, is shocked and overjoyed that her words had an impact. Arusha, with a tap-sack sound, joyfully grabs Marquise Leo's hand, exclaiming that she was right. Arusha, with a TAK sound, runs off, enthusiastically urging Marquise Leo to apologize to Count Coulson. Marquise Leo decisively says no, raising his hand to stop Arusha. Marquise Leo reiterates no, looking back at a surprised Arusha. Marquise Leo asserts that one only apologizes for wrongdoing, then surprisingly states he actually likes the rundown house, finding it quaint. Abbott, looking surprised, calls out to Lady Arusha. Abbott asks if Arusha is okay, as Arusha appears upset. Arusha, with a Chio Eok sound, gives a thumbs up, brightly proclaiming she is absolutely fine. Marquise Leo is humorously described as a quote-for-nothing mammal with wolf features, as Abbott covers her mouth in surprise and Arusha cries, realizing his easy agreement earlier was suspicious. Arusha asks Abbott for a difficult favor, leaving Abbott looking concerned. Carriages travel down a street as Arusha's request is considered. Arusha, wearing a red hood, asks Abbott about the exclusive club where her father previously punched Count Coulson's son, which Abbott confirms is a place for social activities. Arusha sarcastically labels the grand building, which Marquise Leo found wretched, as a gambling den. Arusha proposes they quickly finish their task and leave the club, believing it will be quiet, to which Abbott agrees. Arusha thanks Abbott for helping with her unreasonable request. Abbott smiles warmly, telling Arusha not to mention it, as she finds Arusha's liveliness refreshing. Arusha, in her red hood, clarifies that her current demeanor is not liveliness but determination, as Abbott peeks in with a surprised expression. A guard prevents Abbott from entering a grand gate, while Arusha, still wearing her red hood, expresses her fierce determination to survive. Inside an elegant club, several people are seated at a table, gambling, as a bell rings. Arusha stands before two club staff members, a man and a woman, who inquire about her identity and her father. Arusha, adjusting her red hood, quietly declares herself to be from the House of Chablis. Arusha, without her hood, looks innocently wide-eyed and asks if she may pose a question. The man and woman from the club flinch back, startled, as Arusha, now partially obscured, appears to shine brightly. Arusha listens as the man mentions the famous 5th Duke of Chablis and his 2 daughters, Remarking on the Duke's radiance, the man and woman apologize, stating Louis Chablis is not present, to which Arusha retorts that Louis is not her father. Arusha confidently proclaims her name as Arusha Savlon, daughter of Leonardo Savlon, the Marquis. The man and woman recoil in shock and surprise after Arusha reveals her true identity. A man with dark hair reflects on rumors that Arusha, the good-for-nothing's daughter, has never stepped outside her mansion. The club staff discuss rumors of Arusha being a neglected child, then ask her purpose for being there, mentioning Marquis Leo's recent rampage, as Arusha apologetically states she seeks the full story of the assault. The man questions what more there is to know about a drunkard hitting someone, but Arusha insists he tell her if he saw anything strange. The man dismisses Arusha, telling her they have nothing to say and to leave, to which Arusha defiantly responds, "How dare you?" A young boy with dark hair and a cape sternly questions if they normally speak to a noble daughter of a ducal family in such a manner. The young boy asserts that, regardless of her father's faults, they should show proper courtesy to a child of such distinguished lineage. The young boy receives an apology as his eyes glow brightly, looking down. Arusha wonders if the young boy is actually protecting her, looking thoughtful. The young boy observes Arusha, remarking that, contrary to rumors, she does venture outside. Arusha politely dismisses the young boy, stating she is busy with something important. The young boy stands firm, asking Arusha who she is, while a man interacts with a hooded figure at a counter in the background. A black-gloved hand reaches out to touch Arusha's shoulder, startling her. The young boy, now revealed to be Marquis Leo, holds Arusha, telling her to stop wandering unnecessarily and go home. Marquis Leo warns Arusha that the Marquis of Savlon has many enemies. Arusha and Abbott stand together, Arusha looking surprised, and Abbott covering her mouth in shock. Arusha speculates whether the young boy is Oscar, the protagonist, or Crown Prince Elliot, the Empire's idol. Two small, angry versions of Arusha appear, with Arusha internally scolding herself that this is not the time for such thoughts. Arusha, as a chibi, emphatically calls to Abbott to quickly find the other staff members, and asks if she is curious. The man in the club room appears intrigued, asking if she is curious why Marquis Savlon assaulted Sir Joseph Coulson. The man offers to tell Arusha and Abbott a secret if they promise to keep it, and Arusha excitedly agrees. Arusha, looking determined, states she knows that yesterday Sir Coulson, a grand mansion with a large fountain in the foreground, is shown from an exterior view. Inside the grand mansion, a man questions if the good-for-nothing willingly left. Nocturne states that Marquis Leo left willingly, but showed no signs of reflection. A high-ranking official, holding a piece of cloth, calls out to Nocturne, despite Nocturne's suggestion that he shouldn't personally visit the Coulson family. The high-ranking official reflects that despite the Coulson family being inferior, they are still nobility, and a business contract means they must handle it honorably. The high-ranking official thinks of Leonardo as the perfect, most capable eldest son and a worthy successor to the Savlon family name. The high-ranking official is seated, acknowledging that it has been 5 years. A vision shows a ghostly image of Lady Juliet, implying that since she cannot be brought back, neither Marquis Leo nor his daughter have hope left. The high-ranking official, looking somber, questions if nothing else can be done. Nocturne apologizes to the high-ranking official. The high-ranking official instructs Nocturne to convene a family meeting immediately after visiting the Coulson family tomorrow, and Nocturne confirms understanding. The high-ranking official, bathed in light, asserts that there is no place for the useless in this house. A carriage is shown departing from the grand mansion. A maid inside the old mansion complains from a window that she cannot sleep because of the noise. Marquis Leo, casually adjusting his long white hair, questions what is going on, looking around his new, less grand surroundings. Marquis Leo walks away from a maid, who questions if he is awake. Marquis Leo, seen from a window, states that Duke Charmaine was planning to visit the Coulson Count's residence to apologize for the unpleasant incident from the day before yesterday. Marquis Leo reflects on his grandfather's pride, then instructs someone to prepare a meal in the banquet hall and bring him alcohol. Marquis Leo, lamenting his family's pitiful state, loses his appetite amidst the new surroundings. Marquis Leo stares at a wooden door, questioning its purpose in the new residence. The maid explains it is Arusha's old private door, which Arusha had to open herself due to a lack of servants, and Marquis Leo finally understands. Marquis Leo closes his eyes, expressing a quiet sigh of exasperation. Marquis Leo stands in thought, his bare chest revealed beneath his open robe. A shimmering, abstract background indicates a transition or a moment of reflection. A chest overflows with glistening red and white jewels, hinting at wealth or a significant transaction. Nocturne informs Duke Charmang that everything is prepared as instructed, while Duke Charmang appears concerned. Duke Shermang walks, asking about Leonardo, and Nocturne informs him that Leonardo will not be accompanying them again. Duke Shermang closes his eyes, sighing in resigned understanding. Nocturne reflects that Duke Shermang apologizes alone often because of Marquis Leo's excesses, as Duke Shermang, stepping into a carriage, internally calls Leonardo a rascal. Duke Shermang, inside the carriage, thinks Leonardo has disgraced the family, while Arusha from below questions what's happening, addressing him as grandpa. Arusha looks up at Duke Shermang, her eager, chibified self floating above, sparkling with determination. Duke Shermang looks enraged, his eyes glowing intensely, as Nocturne watches in shock. Duke Shermang furiously demands how he could be asked to go with this Duke Shermang Savlon, pointing accusatorily at Arusha. Arusha reacts with a surprised "oh," looking slightly taken aback by his outburst. Duke Shermang covers his mouth in distress, while Arusha's chibi form looks sad and confused above, as Nocturne watches puzzled. Duke Shermang sternly questions Arusha's identity, who calmly states her name is Arusha, prompting his shocked repetition of her name. Duke Shermang internally wonders if Arusha is truly Leonardo's daughter. Arusha looks tearful and surprised, asking if he has forgotten her. Duke Shermang stares blankly ahead, seemingly processing a deep realization. Duke Shermang angrily orders the child removed from the carriage immediately, and a chibi Arusha is seen unceremoniously dropped from it. Arusha looks confused and disappointed, questioning if this is not what she expected. Duke Shermang, smiling, lifts Arusha, acknowledging her as Leonardo's daughter and remarking on her growth, thinking she's been holed up playing. Duke Shermang, with a continued smile, then declares they should stop recognizing each other and orders her to pack and leave the mansion at once. Abbott, the maid, warns a distraught Arusha that the carriage is leaving. Arusha exclaims in shock, realizing she must follow the carriage to Count Coulson's residence immediately. Arusha desperately calls for Abbott, clutching onto her in a determined embrace. The scene of Arusha and Abbott chasing the carriage becomes an unforgettable tale among the mansion's servants as time passes. Arusha pleads with Abbott, who reluctantly agrees to help her. The speeding carriage signifies Arusha Savlon's glamorous debut. Arusha, joyfully carried by Abbott and other servants, is hailed as the Empire's future hero and savior. An exterior view of a grand mansion precedes a thought bubble, with a contemplative "so" linking the past events. Duke Shermang questions Arusha, who sits on his lap, if she followed him all the way after landing on the coachman's seat, to which she giggles. Duke Shermang looks thoughtfully at Arusha, who gently calls him grandpa. Arusha, making a charming pose, promises to behave and asks to come along, adding that she also wants to apologize. A blurry figure asks, "You," and Arusha confirms, stating that as her father's daughter, she should apologize for his actions. Duke Shermang turns away, dismissing her offer, stating there is no need for her apology. Duke Shermang walks away from Arusha, asserting that one person bowing for Leonardo's reckless behavior is sufficient. Arusha looks incredibly determined and radiant, clenching her fists with resolve. Arusha, seen from above, enthusiastically rushes off, proclaiming, "All right." Arusha hopes that people's negative perceptions of her troublemaker father might improve slightly, as the maid looks on. Marquis Leo, in the old mansion, looks at a shelf full of discarded dolls and stuffed animals, questioning their origin. The maid explains most items were brought by servants or salvaged from Lady Louise Chablis's daughters, prompting Marquis Leo to declare it all garbage. The maid looks startled, hearing loud crashing and clanging sounds. Marquis Leo, looking furious, yells to burn all the garbage immediately. An abstract dark panel conveys intense emotion, or a dramatic shift. A grand, opulent interior suggests a return to the main Savlon mansion, or Duke Shermang's residence. Count Coulson cries, cradling a younger man's head, lamenting his son's bruised face before marriage. Count Coulson laments how his handsome son was disfigured, while Duke Shermang listens, covering his face in distress. Count Coulson cries, cradling Sir Joseph Coulson's bruised face, lamenting his son's disfigurement, and offering a sincere apology. Duke Shermang observes two men carrying a large chest, reflecting on the difficulty of healing emotional wounds. Sir Joseph Coulson, bandaged, is comforted by Count Coulson as a bright light emanates from a treasure chest, symbolizing significant offerings. Sir Joseph Coulson subtly smirks with bandages on his face, implying a hidden satisfaction. Count Coulson aggressively demands compensation for his son's wounded honor and reputation, while Duke Shermang remains observant. Arusha, in chibi form, earnestly states she has nothing to say and apologizes. Nocturne watches as Arusha stands in the luxurious room. Sir Joseph Coulson eagerly claps, offering that plenty has been prepared, but questions if it's enough if more is needed from the visible treasure chest. Sir Joseph Coulson, now sitting on a pile of chests, declares that his upset feelings are easing with the generosity. Sir Joseph Coulson's eyes glow sinisterly as he states the compensation is still insufficient for his damages and questions if it repays the debt. Sir Joseph Coulson flinches and falls back in shock as a gloved hand reacts forcefully near him, hitting a chest. Thump. Irusha, brightly smiling, calls out to Uncle Joseph, clarifying that the underlying issue is gambling debt. Edgar Rootman, the clubman, explains that Sir Joseph Coulson was trying to extort Marquise Leo through self-harm. Arusha, in chibi form, clarifies that self-harm extortion means collecting protection money, which Edgar Rootman confirms. Edgar Rootman narrates that Sir Joseph Coulson, after gambling secretly, exhausted his loans and collateral, making this a last resort to repay his debt. A shadowy flashback depicts Marquise Leo enraged, striking Sir Joseph Coulson, who looks pained, implying Marquise Leo took the extortion attempt seriously. Irusha, in chibi form, smugly declares it poetic justice. Arusha, in chibi form, looks thoughtful, pondering if the current offerings are sufficient, while Edgar Rootman watches. Arusha, in chibi form, then gestures, asking for one more piece of information. Count Coulson and Sir Joseph Coulson look shocked when Arusha mentions gambling debt. Irusha, in chibi form, thinks thoughtfully, asserting that Joseph doesn't gamble anymore. Count Coulson, distressed, embraces Joseph, insisting his son promised to clean up and wouldn't gamble again. Edgar Rootman reveals the casino is Fiona and Duke, and he is the owner who lent money to Joseph. Arusha looks down, contemplating the implication of pledging a signet ring as collateral for the debt. Arusha, brightly smiling, asks if they should go to the casino right now. Count Coulson looks furious, demanding Joseph show him the signet ring, as Joseph appears shocked and scared by the accusation. Duke Shermang stands firm with Nocturne, declaring he believes in his son, the Count, no matter what. Count Coulson angrily commands Joseph to show him something immediately, but Joseph keeps his head down. Arusha observes Duke Shermang and Nocturne watching Joseph and Count Coulson in the grand room. Arusha enthusiastically calls out Grandpa as she reaches for Duke Sherman's hand. Arusha, holding Duke Shermang's hand, explains that while her father often beat people, this time he was also the victim. Arusha desperately pleads with Duke Shermang to believe in her father this one time. Duke Shermang looks away, remaining silent in response to Arusha's plea. A panel shows Count Coulson hitting Joseph, visually representing the violence Joseph endured from his father. Duke Shermang, looking down, states that his apology for his son's violence stands, but his expression hardens with an unspoken thought. Duke Shermang looks intensely, stating he has no intention of settling the dispute if the Count's son truly had ill intentions. Sir Joseph Coulson covers his face, looking stunned and dismayed by Duke Shermang's resolute statement. Duke Shermang offers a chest of valuables from his castle, instructing them to use it freely where needed. Count Coulson looks surprised and concerned, calling out to Duke Shermang, who firmly addresses him as Count Coulson. Duke Shermang, standing in a radiant glow, tells Count Coulson he can reconsider the contract and contact him anytime. Sir Joseph Coulson collapses to his knees, utterly defeated by Duke Shermang's unyielding stance. Arusha makes a playful, mocking face, poking her cheeks with her fingers. A multi-panel image shows Sir Joseph Coulson crying, his father hitting him, and Arusha in glasses looking tearful, implying her empathy or concern for the situation. A sun-dappled outdoor scene shows a coachman driving a carriage through a verdant landscape. Nocturne, looking thoughtful, remarks that Arusha's influence seems to be at play this time. Duke Shermang dismisses the idea, stating the audacious little brat has no influence whatsoever. Nocturne questions Duke Shermang's denial, showing a chibified Duke Shermang holding a sleeping Arusha in his lap and asking if he should move her, to which Duke Shermang quickly replies, "It's fine." A man's wide eyes are shown, looking down, while Arusha in chibi form declares she also wants to apologize. Arusha, looking distraught and tearful, cries out, pleading, "My father, believe in him this once." A carriage wheel is shown on a grassy road as a deep voice questions who said they were going to abandon them, possibly Duke Shermang considering Arusha's earlier plea. Arusha cries, covering her face in distress. Arusha sobs with clasped hands, surrounded by a radiant glow. Abbott cries out to the young lady, rushing forward with a worried expression. Arusha's eye is visible as a voice, likely Abbott, reveals the Marquis took all the dolls from her room. A promotional interlude provides information about the manga's release and support. Kroby, wearing a floral shirt, smiles broadly as he congratulates the Marquis. Kroby expresses surprise at the reunion, noting his vacation, with a news criticism title below him. Kroby watches from the doorway as Marquise Leo is seen taking a bath. Marquise Leo in the bathtub questions if this is a reward, while Kroby thinks Marquise Leo's name. Krobi, viewed from above, enthusiastically agrees with outstretched arms. Krobi, smiling, explains his desire to avoid the trouble of constantly hiring and firing people. Marquise Leo's leg is visible in the tub, as he internally vows to fire Krobi one day. Marquise Leo stands, dripping wet, having just stepped out of the bath. Krobi observes Marquise Leo, thinking he truly isn't concerned about others' opinions. Krobi thinks he wishes for Marquise Leo's confidence and perfection in another life. Marquise Leo, turned away, asks Krobi if he thinks such perfection is possible, to which Krobi responds with hesitation. Marquise Leo calls out Krobi's name, while Krobi, covering his mouth, looks concerned. Marquise Leo, shirtless and holding a wine bottle, instructs Krobi to bring him something to cover up with. Irusha stands in a doorway, with her arms outstretched, looking surprised. Marquise Leo looks surprised, questioning who Irusha is. Marquise Leo, looking up at Irusha, initially mistakes her for Krobi but then realizes who she is. Chibi Krobi asks if it would be alright to talk comfortably if it's not too much trouble. Marquise Leo, now wearing a robe, acknowledges Irusha with a slight frown, while Chibi Irusha looks annoyed. Krobi gushes over Irusha's tiny hand, asking if he can shake it. Marquise Leo asks Irusha why she is there, questioning if she wants to act polite now that she's with her father, and Irusha asks if he entered her room. Marquise Leo dismissively confirms he entered her room, asking why. Krobi, with a playful smile, explains that he decided to try being polite too, as Marquise Leo has been doing such things. Irusha looks down as Marquise Leo thinks he also took care of the filthy cotton balls in her room. Krobi questions Marquise Leo's attitude towards his daughter's dolls, but Marquise Leo silences him with a sharp command. Marquise Leo places a wine bottle down, asking if Krobi has understood his message. Marquise Leo walks away, instructing Krobi not to interfere with him again. Krobi looks on intently, observing Irusha. Marquise Leo, holding a wine bottle, tells Irusha to cry where he cannot see her. A decorative panel with Irusha's thought bubble, expressing a sigh. Irusha sighs, leaning her head back dramatically. Marquise Leo and Krobi stand together, looking startled. Krobi looks confused and asks Marquise Leo, "Krobi?" "Oh, what?" Irusha, holding Kirby's hand, clarifies that her father isn't entirely bad, despite being mischievous. Irusha smiles and winks in both chibi and normal form, bidding them, "Take care." Irusha holds Marquise Leo's hand as Krobi watches them. Marquise Leo looks at Irusha as she addresses him, saying, "Oh, and Dad." Irusha calls out dramatically from a doorway. Irusha's demand not to enter her room again echoes as Marquise Leo and Krobi stand before the closed door. Krobi, with a playful expression, puts a hand on Marquise Leo's shoulder, stating he'll be counting on the mischievous Marquis in the future. Marquise Leo looks annoyed as Krobi's hand rests on his shoulder. Marquise Leo internally threatens to cut off Krobi's head, which terrifies Krobi into pleading it was just a joke. Irusha walks alone, down a long, ornate hallway. Irusha walks down the hallway, contemplating that she wasn't truly angry about the dolls. Irusha, in a dark dress with a teddy bear, reflects on the original Irusha, who is not her. Chibi Irusha looks solemn, pondering what the original child would have felt seeing this. Irusha stands alone in a sparsely furnished room, looking towards a bed and shelves. Irusha's feet in red shoes walk across the floor, leaving the room. Irusha kneels, looking down sadly, wondering if the original part of her is now sound asleep. Irusha, tearful and glowing, silently vows to create a proud place within the ducal family. Irusha, holding her teddy bear amidst a radiant glow, resolves to forge a place where the original Irusha can live proudly. A maid with brown hair enters a doorway, calling out to a surprised Irusha. The maid with brown hair expresses concern that Irusha is still upset, but Irusha smiles brightly, asking what is happening. The maid with brown hair smiles confidently, stating the Duke will be pleased, to which Irusha quietly agrees. Irusha smiles radiantly, eyes closed, seemingly full of new resolve. A grand, elegant mansion stands bathed in sunlight under a bright, clear sky. A man's eyes are visible behind round glasses as a voice says, "Nice to meet you," with a quick clap sounding. Limerick Bray, a man with light brown hair and round glasses, introduces himself, stating he will be in charge of Irusha's education. Limerick Bray looks startled as a chibi Irusha excitedly approaches, saying, "That's great," while a sly Irusha below holds a pencil, looking mischievous. Limerick Bray smiles kindly, holding a book, as the narration introduces this week. Chibi Irusha, clutching a curtain, pleads with her teacher to study, claiming she can solve difficult problems, while Limerick Bray, off-panel, clears his throat repeatedly. Limerick Bray comically flees from an eager Chibi Irusha, who chases after him. Chibi Irusha, surrounded by lightning, looks frustrated, her mouth open in a shout. Irusha's angry thought, surrounded by lightning, declares Limerick Bray is a thug, not a teacher. A grand, multi-spired building stands under a bright sky, as Arusha declares she will end this game of tag once and for all. Multiple chibi Arushas are seen running and peeking through a meticulously manicured garden. Arusha's determined eyes glow, focused on something off-panel. Chibi Arusha exclaims, "Hey, is that you?" as she dramatically falls through the air towards an unseen person below. Arusha hangs upside down from Limerick Bray's face, having dislodged his monocle as he stares up in utter shock. Limerick Bray clutches Arusha, calling out, "No, no, no, Nocturne," while Nocturne observes the scene and addresses Arusha as Lady Arusha. Limerick Bray looks tense, shushing while instructing someone off-panel to leave immediately. Arusha's wide, tearful eyes reflect distress, pondering the instruction to leave immediately. Duke Shermang sits leisurely outdoors, sipping tea with a soft clink sounding. Nocturne approaches Duke Shermang, thinking it is a strange occurrence. Duke Shermang expresses surprise, expecting his daughter, while Nocturne assures him it would never happen, as Arusha secretly observes them, covering her mouth. Duke Shermang clutches his chest, lamenting the thought of having Arusha as his granddaughter, and Nocturne agrees that he feels the same. Chibi Arusha peeks cautiously from behind a column, observing Duke Shermang and Nocturne. A man's hands hold a letter as a voice wonders if Oscar's study group admission passed, prompting a hidden Arusha to question, "Study group, Oscar?" A distressed Chibi Arusha thinks that something about the situation is on the tip of my tongue, as an off-panel voice discusses the matter with your grace. A teacup violently spills its contents as a voice exclaims, "How ridiculous!" A thought bubble explains that Oscar was rejected because the Savlon Duchy lacks a, quote, "genius graduate" to accompany him. Duke Shermang looks furious, questioning if they are concerned about social repercussions because our family holds a delinquent. Duke Shermang's hand clenches in rage, exclaiming, "That damn bastard Leonardo's kid," while the shocked Arusha realizes, "I remember now." The magnificent Sogenius Academy, the Empire's finest educational institution, stands prominently with graduates in the foreground. A young man in a graduation cap embodies the original story's desire for the Savlon family to restore its reputation through his acceptance into a prestigious school. A worried Chibi Arusha thinks that Duke Shermang passed away in the original storyline just before Oscar's acceptance. Duke Shermang throws his arms back in anger, while Nocturne observes, as Arusha below looks distressed. Duke Shermang angrily declares he will send a protest letter immediately, stomping his foot, while Arusha gasps in shock. A terrified Chibi Arusha hides behind a pillar, fearing being kicked out if she faces her angry grandpa now, as an off-panel voice addresses your grace. Nocturne calmly suggests Duke Shermang calm his emotions before drafting the protest letter. Nocturne informs Duke Shermang that he has opened the training hall to help him relax and move his body. Beautiful purple wisteria flowers hang down, as Duke Sherman agrees with Nocturne off-panel. Duke Shermang, still seething, curses that despicable Leonardo, while Nocturne watches him. Chibi Arusha sighs in relief, pressing a hand to her chest as the immediate crisis seems to pass. Chibi Arusha sits on steps, looking up as a person off-panel addresses her as young lady. Limerick Bray warns that the garden is the Duke's private space for contemplation, and not for an unruly daughter to intrude upon. Limerick Bray sternly instructs Arusha to leave immediately, to which she quietly assents, looking downcast. Arusha looks towards a distant figure, quietly calling out, "Nocturne." Arusha appears surprised amidst glowing flowers in a vibrant garden. Limerick Bray adjusts his monocle, preparing to speak again. Arusha looks shocked while Limerick Bray stands behind her. A small, humorous depiction of a man carrying two babies in a bubble appears beside him. Limerick Bray, with a subtle smile, dismisses a thought, deeming it an impossible feat anyway. A thought bubble, framed by blue flowers, cheerfully declares, "All right then, I'm busy, so I'll be off now." Chibi Arusha gleefully dashes away, leaving a bewildered Limerick Bray behind, his eyes hidden by his glasses. Limerick Bray looks off-panel, calling out, Nocturne." Arusha enthusiastically gestures and shouts, running through a brightly lit, flower-filled area. Limerick Bray observes something unseen, his expression stoic. A carriage stands on a street as a voice from off-panel urgently asks, "Marquis, is it true?" Proby looks surprised, questioning the news of a graduate of the prestigious Sogenius Academy. Proby asks Marquis Leo if he is starting a gifted education program, but Marquis Leo, looking annoyed, instructs him not to jump to conclusions. Marquis Leo clarifies that the graduate is merely meant to fool around with Arusha, not teach her, prompting Proby to acknowledge the explanation. Proby, reflecting, deduces that no dedicated tutor from the Duke's family would accept such an absurd request, then abruptly says, "Wait, and Marquis?" Marquis Leo runs with determination through an outdoor setting. Proby looks astonished, asking, "What is it?" as Marquis Leo runs past their carriage. Marquise Leo and Krobe enter a brightly decorated room, with Krobe exclaiming, "This place is..." Krobe expresses his admiration for Marquise Leo, calling it remarkable that he would jump from a moving carriage out of concern for his daughter. A young shop girl welcomes them to a doll shop, while staff observe Marquise Leo and Krobe, questioning the peculiar makeup at such a place as Krobe looks around curiously. Krobe smiles broadly, a contented expression on his face. Marquise Leo, with a serious expression, asks Krobe if he expects him to buy this, all of it, as a tiny, terrified doll shop girl floats away. Marquise Leo stands, holding a doll that strikingly resembles Arusha, examining it intently. Marquise Leo's gloved hands gently cradle the doll resembling Arusha, its innocent face visible in a close-up. Krobe, with clasped hands, enthusiastically declares his need to find a wife immediately. Krobe, smiling, expresses his wish to have a daughter as lovely as Arusha, emphasizing its significance. Marquise Leo, holding the Arusha doll, firmly states that it is impossible for Krobe to have such a daughter, even if you come back from the dead. Marquise Leo walks away with a smug look, leaving a surprised Krobe, who asks if he is just leaving and abandoning the Arusha doll. Krobe, looking distraught, calls out about the Arusha doll, while the doll shop girl sighs in relief as they depart. Krobe holds the Arusha doll, looking startled as the doll shop girl screams in terror. The doll shop girl, crying, asks if Marquise Leo suddenly changed his mind, to which Krobe reassures her it's not the case. Krobe, holding the Arusha doll, gives a sly smile, revealing that he has a favor to ask. A magnificent mansion with blue roofs stands majestically under a bright, clear sky. Chibi Arusha, surrounded by sunflowers, enthusiastically calls out, "Teacher Limerick Tilde." Arusha, overjoyed at having caught Limerick, exclaims her excitement to study, as Limerick Bray is tied to a chair, gagged. Chibi Arusha, holding a pen, mischievously asks the bound Limerick Bray if he doesn't want his salary, as a maid observes. Chibi Arusha, with a menacing grin and glowing eyes, aggressively thrusts a large pen towards a terrified Limerick Bray, instructing him to quickly hold it. Limerick Bray's glasses fall to the ground, a sign of his distress. Limerick Bray, still bound, defiantly proclaims that he will not succumb to violence. Abbott narrates being saved by Leo in an alley 7 years ago when she was beaten by classmates while holding a small Arusha doll. Arusha, emanating a dark aura, furiously glares at Abbott, exclaiming, "You again, damn bastard." Arusha, seated, calmly tells Abbott, "I see. I got it, teacher." Arusha, still seated, instructs Abbott to go get that, to which Abbott dutifully replies, "Yes, miss." Limerick Bray looks shocked as a bag is swung towards him from off-panel. Chibi Arusha, holding Limerick Bray's bag over her head, shouts, ah, that's my bag," as papers flutter around him. A desk is covered with an overwhelming amount of study materials, including a comprehensive workbook, a student progress management file, an incorrect answer notebook, and notes on early childhood education, accompanied by light thud sounds. Chibi Arusha smiles mischievously as Limerick Bray looks surprised, clarifying that these study materials are for an elementary school child from another mansion. Limerick Bray looks deeply troubled and thoughtful, realizing something important. Limerick Bray extends his hand towards an open book, asking off-panel if the letters within can be read. Chibi Arusha, holding a stack of papers, cheerfully tells Limerick Bray they should proceed with studying. Limerick Bray remains distressed, tied to the chair, surrounded by scattered papers. Papers flutter around a bewildered Limerick Bray, as Arusha, off-panel, confidently declares she will complete all the workbooks in just 30 minutes. Chibi Arusha grins mischievously amidst glowing flowers, urging Limerick Bray to teach her despite her father's wishes. Limerick Bray stands alone, looking somber as he recalls Arusha's uneducated upbringing within the mansion. A close-up of Limerick Bray's downcast eyes reveals his thought that teaching Arusha basic literacy and arithmetic would typically take at least a year. Chibi Arusha is depicted falling dramatically with intense focus, making someone wonder how a 5-year-old could possess such concentration. Abbott, the maid, looks on in shock as Arusha, holding a pen, stands with fierce determination. Chibi Arusha looks exhausted but content, holding her pen, sighing about her stamina. Chibi Arusha is portrayed actively and energetically, then calmly assures Abbott that everything is fine. Limerick, Bray, and Abbott watch as Chibi Arusha sits on the floor amidst a pile of papers, declaring with a soft tap that she has solved everything. Arusha stands confidently amidst the scattered papers as Abbott, off-panel, inquires about her performance. A thought bubble appears over a room with a desk covered in papers, questioning why the Duke's precious daughter is so eager to learn. Arusha, looking away coyly, tells someone off-panel that she will explain her eagerness later. Limerick Bray asks Arusha if there's a specific reason for her ambition, to which she clarifies it's a dream, prompting his understanding. Portraits of Duke Sherman and Nocturne are shown, implying Arusha's dream is connected to them. Arusha smiles radiantly as she stands with Abbott, facing Limerick Bray. Chibi Arusha beams, confirming her dream involves Leo's father and possibly her own father. Limerick Bray and Abbott kneel before Chibi Arusha, acknowledging and understanding her dream with a soft thud. Limerick Bray adjusts his glasses, revealing that he overheard the conversation about Arusha's dream in the garden. The magnificent Sogenius Academy is shown as a thought bubble directly questions if Arusha's goal is to enter it. Limerick Bray smiles, sparkling, as he offers his help to Arusha, stating his ability as a Sogenius Academy graduate. Arusha reacts with surprise, calling Limerick Bray an elite brat as his hand rests on her shoulder. Chibi Limerick Bray pledges to help Arusha get into the academy with all his strength, to which Chibi Arusha excitedly agrees, surrounded by flowers. Limerick Bray smiles at Arusha, urging her to work hard for the next 3 years, while she looks slightly taken aback. Chibi Arusha, confused by the 3 years timeline, learns from a panicked Chibi Limerick Bray that Sogenius Academy requires an age of 8. Limerick Bray smiles, explaining that even a genius like Arusha is too young at 5 to attend school without a guardian. Limerick Bray kneels, inquiring after a dejected Arusha, confirming to himself that the situation is true. Arusha slumps to the floor in despair, lamenting the world's unnecessary sensibility, as Limerick Bray and Abbott rush to comfort her. Sunlight illuminates a serene pathway lined with elegant white pillars, signaling a shift in setting. A young man in a dark uniform respectfully assures the Crown Prince that he has repeatedly confirmed the matter. The white-haired man, facing away, reports that 3 individuals have been found, but the search continues for the 4th. A gloved hand offers a document as the speaker questions their highness about the candidate's young age. Documents with photos of young girls are scattered, revealing that coincidentally, none of the candidates are over 8 years old. The white-haired man, with a stern expression, asks Count Appleton, then corrects to Uncle, to believe him. A glowing, ornate pendant shines amidst the cosmic background, emphasizing that age and status are irrelevant for gathering individuals with the blessing of the family at Sogenius Academy. A shadowy figure, holding a glowing document, contemplates the ominous shadow cast over the Imperial Palace. The first Crown Prince, Elliot Calliope, stands determined amidst sparkling light, realizing the looming shadow will soon engulf the entire empire. Arusha sleeps soundly, pondering if she was moved to her room after falling asleep. Arusha awakens, rubbing her eyes, and questions the surrounding noise. Arusha looks up in surprise as a teddy bear, dressed like her, is held above her head, seemingly greeting her. A smiling maid joyfully presents the Arusha-like teddy bear. Arusha sits up, asking, "What?" as an off-panel maid explains they are arranging items in a display cabinet. Arusha is bewildered as several maids rush past, excitedly discussing various dolls, while she can only utter, Arusha, thoughtful, looks directly ahead, pondering her next words as sparks shimmer around her. Arusha hides under her blanket, peeking out, as 3 maids question, Lady Arusha? Arusha shyly hides her face in her blanket, looking adorable amidst shimmering light. 3 maids are overcome with emotion, one even bleeding from the nose, clearly flustered by Arusha. An off-panel voice tells the maids to take their time and enjoy, as Arusha peeks out from her blanket. Arusha calls out to Abbott, who appears with a determined expression, holding a pair of scissors. Arusha suggests the dolls are too shiny and might hurt her eyes, a point Abbott enthusiastically agrees with. Plush dolls sit on a shelf, as an off-panel voice declares, "Great, let the operation begin." A gloved hand snips a jewel from a doll's necklace, as an off-panel voice wonders why people who once ignored Lady now find her adorable. Abbott and Arusha kneel, each holding a sack, with a teddy bear on the floor, indicating dolls are being removed. Abbott, smiling, reports that Limerick has been meeting acquaintances to gather information for the entrance exam. Abbott assures Arusha that Limerick will visit immediately if he finds anything worthwhile, showing a room with a bunk bed. Abbott slyly mentions that the finest dolls are decorated with real jewels. Abbott tells Arusha, who looks sad while holding a sack, that the new dolls make her previous ones seem shabby, expressing pity. Arusha calls out Abbott, who responds with a smile, confirming she will wait a moment, holding a teddy bear. Arusha hands a sack to Abbott, who kneels before her, looking surprised. Abbott, with wide eyes, is overwhelmed, stating she cannot accept such precious things. Arusha smiles radiantly. Arusha, looking up, declares with a determined smile that she must keep her promise this time. Arusha stands confidently, smiling with closed eyes, facing Abbott, who kneels amidst scattered dolls. Abbott tearfully thanks Arusha, her eyes red with emotion. Abbott vows to never forget Irusha's kindness, while Irusha cheerfully asks Abbott to continue taking care of her. An off-panel voice asks about any unchecked dolls, and another off-panel voice confirms one remains. Irusha holds a doll, contemplating her next words with a thoughtful, Then sunlight streams through a grand, elegant door, signaling a change in setting. Marquise Leo deeply drinks from a bottle, spilling some, looking disheveled from heavy drinking. Marquise Leo sits on a bed surrounded by empty wine bottles, lamenting how much he drank and wondering what happened. Marquise Leo, holding his head, tries to recall yesterday's events, remembering only coming back to the house, with a small Arusha doll visible on the bed. Marquise Leo's face fills with shock as he questions, "Wait, why are you?" Chibi Arusha, holding her doll and surrounded by butterflies, joyfully calls out father. Arusha excitedly asks Marquise Leo if he bought her new dolls, while he looks down at her, confused by her words. Marquise Leo's expression shifts to dawning realization as he starts to deny her claim. A timestamp 8 hours ago appears, as Marquise Leo's thought bubble expresses frustration with Kroby, realizing he actually went through with it, with a small doll on a table below. Marquise Leo, shirtless, confronts a man and a maid, angrily rejecting the notion of giving the doll as a gift from him, calling it ridiculous. Marquise Leo, off-panel, vehemently commands the maids to go immediately to the doll shop and buy every type of the most expensive dolls. Marquise Leo sighs, resting his head on a table, pondering that it was just one doll and wondering why anyone would care. Marquise Leo holds his head in distress, cursing as a triumphant Chibi Arusha, holding the doll, floats above him. Marquise Leo, with his back to Arusha, expresses regret and confusion about his actions, regardless of how drunk he was. Marquise Leo, exasperated, runs his hand through his hair and blames Kroby for the situation. Marquise Leo stands, shirtless in his robe, looking towards Juliet, who is sitting on a bed. Marquise Leo turns away from Juliet, who asks, "Huh, father?" as a concerned Chibi Arusha appears with her doll. Marquise Leo, from off-panel, addresses Juliet, stating he has no use for such things. Chibi Arusha, with her doll and butterflies, looks hopeful, wondering if the matter is now settled. Marquise Leo walks away from Arusha, his back to her, as she stands holding her doll, surrounded by butterflies. Marquise Leo is shown in 2 panels, his face contorted in distress, shedding tears of frustration. Marquise Leo cries out in exasperation, his face clearly showing his extreme frustration. A brilliant, sparkling light illuminates the scene, suggesting a magical or significant moment. Chibi Arusha beams with a triumphant smile, holding her doll and surrounded by butterflies. Chibi Arusha, holding her doll, repeatedly thanks Marquise Leo for buying it, while he looks away in exasperated defeat. Arusha, holding her doll, introduces it as Shasha, while Marquise Leo questions the doll. Arusha playfully pouts, explaining that Shasha has the same eye color as her and was named after her. Marquise Leo looks down, acknowledging Arusha, who asks for a high five from her father. Arusha holds Shasha, looking surprised with wide eyes and butterflies around her. A thought bubble appears, asking Arusha if she misses her mother. Chibi Arusha, holding Shasha, stands in a large room, facing away from Marquise Leo. A large hand gently reaches towards Chibi Arusha and Shasha, with a soft sharak sound. Marquise Leo, shirtless in his robe, clutches his hand with a pained expression, deep in thought. Chibi Arusha, holding Shasha, looks sad as a thought bubble reveals her mother left only days after her birth. Chibi Arusha, holding Shasha, stands before a large door, which makes a dull cock sound as if opening. Chibi Arusha, clutching Shasha, looks angry and frustrated, questioning why the story stopped halfway. Text panels identify Arusha's biological mother as Juliet, the second daughter of the Chartier family and wife of Marquis Savlon. An ethereal image of Juliet is shown, with text explaining she divorced Marquise Leo after Arusha's birth, returned to her family, and passed away soon after. Chibi Arusha looks thoughtful with Shasha, while Kroby excitedly calls out her name, greeting her. Kroby asks Arusha if she likes the new dolls, as Arusha, holding Shasha, asks him to wait, and Kroby expresses his timely arrival. Chibi Arusha, surrounded by flowers, asks Kroby about her father, and Kroby confidently states his expertise on the Marquis. Chibi Arusha, holding Shasha, looks directly at Kroby and asks why her mother divorced her father. Kroby spills his drink and looks flustered, questioning Arusha's sudden inquiry while she asks if her mother hated her father. Arusha, with Shasha, seems to ponder the unfolding information, letting out a soft, "ah." Kroby kneels down, sighing regretfully as he acknowledges the situation as a shame. Kroby, looking surprised, calls out to Arusha, drawing her attention. Kroby kneels before Arusha in a grand hall, suggesting they take a walk together. An elegant architectural drawing of a grand estate with a fountain and gardens is shown. Krobi explains to Arusha that marriages between nobles are often arranged to combine family powers. Arusha clarifies if he means arranged marriages, which a surprised Krobi confirms, wondering where she learned such words as they walk. Krobi smiles, remarking that Marquise Leo and Lady Juliet were special in that sense, hinting at a love match. A sparkling image of Juliet and Marquise Leo embracing at their wedding is shown, with text confirming their love was evident to everyone. Krobi explains to Arusha that when she was born, her grandfather desperately needed help from a certain family. Two hands reach out over a glowing emblem, confirming the family was the Phoebe family, sworn enemies of the Chartiers. Krobi reveals that Duke Shermang forced a marriage with the Phoebe family's fourth son, escalating tensions with the Chartiers to the brink of war. Arusha looks shocked and says, "I see," as Krobi hints at her mother's actions. Text explains that Juliet demanded a divorce first to prevent a direct family clash. A swaddled baby, Arusha, is shown amidst glowing light, with text emphasizing the child's danger if the families fought. Arusha asks if her father tried to bring her mother back, while Krobi flicks debris from a bench, setting a somber tone. Arusha sits determinedly on a bench, as Krobi explains that Marquise Leo was repeatedly thrown out when he tried to retrieve Juliet. Marquise Leo is shown behind bars as text reveals he visited the Chartier family repeatedly, amidst a cold schwa sound. Marquise Leo looks up at the falling rain, heartbroken, as text states he could neither reunite with Juliet nor attend her funeral. Arusha looks wide-eyed and exclaims that both the Chartier family and her grandfather were too much. Arusha angrily pounds her fists on the bench, as Krobi gently explains, this is the reality when noble families clash. A serene garden is pictured, as Krobi suggests even Duke Shermang didn't expect Juliet to pass away so suddenly. By prioritizing his duties as family head, Marquise Leo lost his wife forever. Krobi stands, looking at the grand mansion, while Arusha sits on a bench as text acknowledges the Savalon family became one of the Great Five. But Marquise Leo lost his wife. Krobi looks out, contemplating that even if the decision brought power to the Savalon family, it was a heavy personal cost. A hand gently brushes a leaf from Arusha's hair, showing a moment of caring. Krobi apologizes to Arusha for discussing such heavy topics, showing concern for her feelings. Krobi, flustered, pleads with Arusha not to tell the Marquis about their conversation, while Arusha mischievously considers keeping his secret. Arusha, holding her doll, ponders keeping a secret as Abbott excitedly announces a message from Lord Limerick. Krobi reveals Limerick has arranged a meeting with the famous Arte Castle, and an excited Arusha urges Abbott to go quickly. Krobi, flustered, again desperately pleads with Arusha not to reveal their conversation to the Marquis. The scene shifts to a quiet, empty room with bookshelves, setting a pensive atmosphere. A hand reaches for a book, with text describing Marquis Leo, separated from his beloved and unable to see her, even at the end. Arusha, in a pink dress, pulls a book from a shelf with a palick sound, seemingly seeking answers. Arusha holds the large book, looking intently at it as she ponders her next steps, determined to learn more. Arusha contemplates her grand mission to mend her father's broken heart, earn her family prioritizing grandfather's recognition, and reunite everyone under one peaceful roof. Chibi Arusha, surrounded by symbolic objects, stands reading a large book, thoughtfully pondering her next move in this complex game. Arusha looks flustered, holding a book, as Limerick excitedly announces his arrival, greeting Lady Arusha. Inside a grand, book-filled room, an off-panel voice inquires about the meeting, and Limerick confirms the agreement, asking them to follow him. Chibi Arusha walks cautiously up a grand staircase with quiet steps, her expression filled with worry. Chibi Arusha, with Limerick behind her, joyfully introduces herself, ready for her Arte Castle admission interview, proclaiming, "Good afternoon." A hand, holding a quill, meticulously writes on a sheet of paper with a quick tap sound. The elegant, stern Duchess of the Ninth Great Family is revealed, seated at a desk, holding a quill and looking poised for the interview. Arusha stands with Limerick as the Duchess, observing Arusha, admits she is adorable but finds her lacking the elegance of a noble's daughter. The Duchess turns to Limerick, questioning if he truly knows Lady Arusha Savalon, while Arusha looks back confused. The Duchess explains that Arte Castle offers the latest admissions information for a genius academy. Arusha is shocked as the Duchess states that dignity is required to join, causing Arusha to internally question if the Duchess is nitpicking a 5-year-old speech. The Duchess presents a scroll, revealing a crucial requirement, the attendance of both parents. Arusha cheerfully explains that she has a father, while the Duchess looks on, unmoved by her argument. The Duchess sighs, clearly displeased with the situation. The Duchess further explains that Arte Castle parental members are exclusively mothers to ensure equal information sharing, as Arusha listens from the table. The Duchess apologizes to Lady Arusha and dismisses her, causing Arusha to look down sadly. Limerick desperately pleads with the Duchess to listen to him for a moment, while Arusha stands beside him, looking distressed. The Duchess sits alone, looking pensive and stern, framed by a large window. Limerick, by the door, laments causing problems, while Arusha ponders if she should ask her father to accompany her. Arusha looks thoughtful, realizing that Limerick teaching her is already a secret. Limerick looks concerned as Arusha internally debates the implications of her father accompanying her. Limerick looks contemplative, wondering what action he should take next. Arusha, at the dining table, asks Marquise Leo if he could take her to Arte Castle. Marquise Leo sits at the table, a slight sound indicating his movement or attention. Arusha happily sips her drink, confident that Marquis Leo's statement of "we have no choice" means he agreed to accompany her. Marquise Leo stands, surprising Arusha as he instructs Helen to prepare the carriage. Arusha, now wearing a traveling hood, looks utterly shocked as a grand carriage pulls up outside the mansion. Marquise Leo, elegantly dressed, looks down at a completely stunned Arusha, who exclaims her surprise. Marquise Leo walks with a confident stride through a grand hall, with Arusha reluctantly following behind. Arusha looks teary-eyed and despondent, regretting that she even suggested her plan, thinking it would have been better than nothing. Arusha walks with Marquise Leo, cautiously asking if he is truly okay. Arusha desperately tries to gauge Marquise Leo's sobriety, asking if he drank anything strange and how many fingers she is holding up as he walks past her. Marquise Leo informs Arusha that Limerick spoke to him before their meal, leading Arusha to realize her exam sponsorship is serious. Arusha looks up confidently, wondering if she truly was a study enthusiast. Arusha looks utterly shocked, questioning if she was dismissed from Arte Castle just for hearing nonsense at some study group. Marquise Leo, looking visibly shocked, reaches out his hand, vehemently denying what Arusha must have heard. Several noble women at the gathering react with visible shock and alarm. A woman holding a fan asks if Arusha Savlan is present, as Arusha stands nearby, looking distressed. Arusha looks terrified and declares they are done for as she observes the commotion, an off-panel voice noting the rudeness. Arusha panics, realizing that Marquise Leo has a knack for stirring up trouble, while Kroby and a maid also express their distress. Marquise Leo stands triumphantly at the entrance, while a dejected Arusha laments that her sponsorship is over due to the Savlan family's troublemaker storming a noble gathering. Marquise Leo bends down, asking an astonished Arusha if she felt embarrassed entering with him. Marquise Leo addresses the noble women, explaining that his daughter is shy and requesting their understanding. An off-panel voice apologizes for the late introduction, then begins to introduce Marquis Leo as the eldest son of the Savlan family and the 5th minister of the empire, and Arusha's father. Marquise Leo stands in a grand, ornate setting, looking confident and imposing in his elegant attire. 3 noble women gasp in collective shock and surprise. Arusha looks utterly bewildered, exclaiming, "Who are you?" Marquise Leo directly asks Lady Lillian Grant if she is the host of the gathering. Marquise Leo makes a formal gesture, asserting that remembering one's name and appearance is the basic minimum of respect, while Lady Lillian Grant looks smugly pleased. Lady Lillian Grant responds politely that her husband, Sir Clooney Grant, is in good health, while other noble women remark on Marquise Leo's refined appearance, contradicting his troublemaker reputation. 3 noble women discuss how Marquise Leo's appearance far exceeds any rumors of him being a troublemaker, with one looking impressed by his refined look. Marquise Leo sternly declares that he heard his daughter was rejected from joining the gathering, causing Lady Lillian Grant to visibly flinch behind her fan. Marquise Leo questions if Lady Lillian Grant, as a fair and just individual, made a thoughtful decision after thoroughly evaluating Arusha. With a slight rustle, Marquise Leo explains his visit, stating he couldn't help but come out of respect for his daughter's earnest request, despite any inconvenience. Marquise Leo, looking down at the noble women, demands that they explain once more why Arusha was rejected so the child herself can understand. Chibi Arusha looks on with wide eyes, while Limerick peeks worriedly from behind a doorframe, observing the intense scene. Lady Lillian Grant thinks to herself that Arusha has a, quote, problem with her mother, her expression hidden behind her fan. Marquise Leo sharply asks Lady Lillian Grant, whose face is still hidden by her fan, if there's a problem with his wife. Marquise Leo and Lady Lillian Grant stare each other down, while Arusha, holding up a paper, stands in exasperated chibi form between them. Chibi Arusha, holding up a document, cheerfully announces that she forgot to submit some documents during her last interview, with a gentle pat. Chibi Arusha asks if Lady Lillian Grant was actually going to overlook her prior rejection, while Lady Lillian Grant hesitantly replies they should take a look first. Lady Lillian Grant and the other noble women express surprise that Arusha finished the workbook in just 30 minutes, calling it the mark of Soini origin. Lady Lillian Grant, looking flustered behind her fan, tries to address Arusha, but Marquise Leo firmly interjects, telling Arusha, Enough. Marquise Leo contemplates that accompanying the noblewomen further would only display a lack of consideration. Three noblewomen gasp in shock as blue sparks crackle around them, indicating a strong reaction or an intimidating presence. Arusha's face blushes deeply, showing her extreme embarrassment or distress. Arusha, with wide, watery eyes, declares she must learn at Arte Castle amidst a flurry of pink flower petals. An explosion of golden light bursts from the noblewomen, sending them flying in comical shock, a loud thud following. Two noblewomen encourage Lady Lillian Grant, saying she could have an enriching friendship with Marquise Leo. The grand building of Arches Castle is bathed in a bright, golden sunlight, signifying a new beginning or opportunity. Limerick points at his glasses and smiles brightly, seemingly proud of his preparations. Limerick asks if his documentation was helpful, to which Arusha, wearing a traveling hood, hesitantly replies, maybe, while looking embarrassed by his boastfulness. Arusha wonders, with a worried expression, if everything is merely about appearances, her thoughts echoing a sigh. A dark-haired man speaks to Marquise Leo, remarking that he always thought Marquise Leo was just causing trouble everywhere. The dark-haired man questions if Marquise Leo intentionally sought his attention, as Marquise Leo calls out to Arusha from behind her. Marquise Leo asks Arusha where she is going, pointing out the correct path, while Arusha wonders if they are not taking the carriage home. Marquise Leo, in profile, reveals he has been thinking for a while about Arusha's outdated outfit. Arusha looks completely shocked and flustered as Marquise Leo critiques her dress, calling it ridiculously outdated, dull, and poorly tailored. Marquise Leo declares he cannot stand seeing Arusha in her current outfit, while Arusha, in chibi form, fumes internally about him always getting on her nerves. Marquise Leo gently takes Arusha's hand, telling her to come along. Marquise Leo stands confidently, bathed in a brilliant light, looking resolute. Oscar Savlon, a young boy with light blue hair, reads a book by a window, a gentle pattering sound filling the air. Oscar Savlon, still reading, looks up as Freddie Savlon appears in the doorway, asking if he can spare a moment. Oscar Savlon, the heir of the Savlon family, looks up from his book with a bright smile, asking his father what he wants. Freddie Savlon, the second son of the Savlon family, enters, regretting that Oscar Savlon was not accepted into Art Castle, a soft click sounding. Freddie Savlon asks if Oscar Savlon is upset about his brother's bad reputation, as Oscar Savlon looks away thoughtfully, his head tilted. Oscar Savlon smiles, recalling his mother's words that more time is still needed. Freddie Savlon proudly embraces Oscar Savlon, who calls him father, a comforting patting sound filling the moment. Freddie Savlon muses about Arusha, his cousin, going out of the mansion often, and asks Oscar Savlon if he remembers her. Oscar Savlon smiles, happily confirming he remembers Arusha with purple hair, as Freddie Savlon gently pats his head, urging him to be kind if they meet. Freddie Savlon reassures Oscar Savlon that his father will also pay a lot of attention to Arusha from now on. The exterior of an elegant building, possibly a boutique, features ornate double doors and large windows. Ruben, the manager of the main branch, bows politely, welcoming Marquise Savlon and the lovely little angel. Ruben offers to prepare drinks and asks for any specific preferences, as Arusha looks on, while Marquise Leo responds by asking for whatever is best and confirming if the reserved clothes are ready. Ruben confirms they have prepared a variety of dresses for formal events, as a man in the background looks through clothes. Arusha looks confused, a soft thumping sound indicating her surprise. Ruben smiles, announcing that he will take them to the fitting room upstairs. Ruben invites Arusha, calling her Little Angel, to come along as a rack of elegant men's clothing stands in the foreground. A top-down shot showcases several intricate and beautiful dresses, one yellow, one pink, and one dark blue, surrounded by roses and ribbons. The man with glasses and the dark-haired man react with astonishment at the display, gasping, "Whoa!" at what they see. The dark-haired man enthusiastically describes a dress to the white-haired man, praising its sophisticated and calm charm. Chibi Arusha, surrounded by question marks, reflects on her happiness and recalls seeing angel dresses before. The dark-haired man confirms with the white-haired man that the boutique has rare, limited edition dresses. Ruben, the manager, bows politely and asks them to wait a moment. The dark-haired man dismisses his earlier thought about the dress, saying he'll think about it later, as Chibi Arusha observes. Arusha wonders if Angel Dresses is known for grok, but an unseen voice hints at a more significant detail about the establishment. Chibi Arusha gasps as she realizes Angel Dresses is managed by Duke Nicholas, the third minister, exclaiming, "That's it." Marquise Leo walks down dark, stone steps, thinking about finding something in the basement, as a bald man stands below, thump, thump sounding. The bald man, now revealed as the tailor, grins menacingly, boasting that his whip would break first if any issues arose with a sharp crack. Ruben, the manager, worries about a big shot appearing and asks how many limited edition dresses remain while children sew in the background. As a child works on a dress pattern, Ruben is informed that only one limited edition dress from the previous quarter is in production, and he demands it be brought in 15 minutes. Ruben expresses concern, stating that the orphans haven't slept for 3 days and 15 minutes is an impossible deadline. The tailor confidently asks Ruben if he's worried, then reveals a secret technique taught by Duke Nicholas for such situations. Ruben explains his chilling method of stopping children's whimpering by breaking the legs of a few as an example, emanating a dark aura with a heavy thump. The bald man, Ruben, instructs the working children to create something decent in 15 minutes, noting the dress will only be worn a few times before being stored. Ruben dismisses the need for high quality, believing that a non-expert wouldn't notice any flaws. Marquise Leo and Arusha stand on the elegant floor, watching a covered clothing rack being wheeled past them. A man reveals a beautiful light blue dress, pulling back its cover with a swift swish. Arusha looks surprised and impressed as an unseen voice describes the dress as an uncatalogued item, and Arusha reluctantly accepts it as the only piece available. Arusha excitedly volunteers to try on the dress, while the white-haired man, seemingly unimpressed, asks if she truly likes it. Arusha sits in a chair as a narrative reveals the mansion's stairs connect to a secret basement workshop where orphans tirelessly create clothes, explaining the Nichols family's rise and the Savlon family's fall. A hand, stained with what appears to be paint, and adorned with red thread, emphasizes the forced labor. Arusha, wearing the light blue dress, has a sapphire necklace placed around her neck, as the narrative reveals this incident was meant to be discovered 5 years later. Arusha walks confidently between two maids in a grand hall. Arusha, in her new light blue dress with matching shoes and ribbons, walks with small, deliberate steps, looking slightly apprehensive, a soft pattering sound accompanying her. Arusha, still in her beautiful new dress, privately wonders if Marquis Leo would believe her without concrete evidence, as he, the white-haired man, and Ruben observe her. The white-haired man contemplates his next move as an off-panel voice asks if the current situation isn't satisfactory. A tear rolls down Arusha's cheek as she turns her head, a quick turn sound accentuating her distress. Arusha walks past the white-haired man and Ruben, her footsteps tapping as she passes. Ruben remarks that Arusha seems to appreciate the dress's craftsmanship, to which the white-haired man simply responds, "I see." Ruben confirms to the white-haired man that he will produce 30 additional dresses in Arusha's size. Ruben speaks of expediting the staff, when Arusha, now in her new dress, calls out, "Father," with a sudden whoosh. Arusha, in her light blue dress, forcefully kicks off one of her white shoes. A sharp kick sound rings out. With wide, teary eyes, Arusha declares her need to attend Arte Castle as her dress rips, a voice exclaiming about the tearing. The white-haired man and Ruben look on in shock as a loud tearing sound emphasizes the dress's destruction. Arusha, off-panel, questions if an expensive dress should tear so easily, implying its poor quality. Arusha looks down in disappointment, a soft whoosh accompanying her troubled expression. The light blue dress hangs torn around Arusha's legs, revealing her white shoes, as the fabric lies ripped on the floor. Read your favorite stories on the official domain for reading.com. Arusha stands on a raised platform, facing Marquise Leo, Ruben, and the white-haired man, the torn dress lying on the ground. Ruben stands nervously, while a thought bubble questions if the dress is truly high-end, as Arusha looks on with a sad, skeptical expression. The white-haired man vehemently declares his hatred for crooks, like Ruben, who sell lousy products for absurd prices. Arusha smiles proudly, thinking, "Mission success," while the white-haired man continues his condemnation of fraudulent merchants. Marquise Leo holds a cloak for Arusha, asking if she's all right and how she found such a dress, to which she reluctantly agrees, a soft thump sounding. The white-haired man offers to replace the torn dress with the more expensive one and take full responsibility, but Marquise Leo looks suspicious, questioning if he intends to settle the matter with money. Arusha looks curious, asking Marquise Leo what he has in mind. Marquise Leo, engulfed in an aura of fire, tells Arusha she will understand soon, as she thinks they are truly in trouble, and Ruben looks terrified. The image transitions with a dramatic red and white abstract background, signifying a shift in the scene's intensity. An exterior sign for Angel Dress is shown as an off-panel voice scoffs, stating that if the luxury item isn't a scam, then what is it? Ruben looks visibly flustered, thinking to himself about the accusation of his store being a scam. Marquise Leo, enraged, vehemently denies the accusation of his store being a scam, questioning how a dress could fall apart just because a child stepped on it. Ruben, accompanied by two maids, bows deeply and apologizes for the product mistake. Ruben nervously tries to justify their dress crafting, but Chibi Arusha, off to the side, furiously dismisses his words and calls him a child abuser. Marquise Leo dismisses Ruben's excuses, demanding that the owner be brought to him immediately, while Chibi Arusha observes. Marquise Leo, looking imperious, clarifies his demand for the highest person responsible for the, quote, angel dress, or whatever the establishment is called. Marquise Leo dramatically demands they bring that scam artist Nicholas, as Arusha is visibly shocked. Ruben, in a dark thought bubble, worries that involving Duke Nicholas himself will escalate the situation. Ruben further contemplates the severe consequences if the wild heir, the next head of the fifth family, were to charge in so recklessly. Chibi Arusha frantically panics, worrying about her grandpa finding out and lamenting how many times a day she has to clean up her messes. Marquise Leo, still commanding, repeats his order to bring the scam artist idiot Duke immediately, while Chibi Arusha recoils in apprehension. Chibi Arusha nervously stands in the elegant hall, looking around cautiously as if searching for an escape. Marquise Leo looks at Arusha, questioning her unusual behavior. A playful thought bubble from Arusha appears, challenging them to catch me if you can amidst a background of flowers. Arusha playfully leaps away, escaping the scene, while Marquise Leo and the two other men look surprised and exasperated. Marquise Leo attempts to call out to Arusha as she quickly runs down the stairs, her small footsteps tapping. Arusha, with a wide smile, thinks that being a child who can act recklessly truly pays off. Arusha mentally praises herself for preventing Marquise Leo from causing a bigger mess and resolves to find the secret workshop. Arusha mentally calls out for the iron door to reveal itself. Arusha looks intently at a large, dark door with metal details, a soft swish accompanying her movement. Arusha, with a determined expression and a quick tap, eagerly declares her intention to hurry and save the suffering children inside. Multiple Chibi Arushas playfully bounce off the sturdy, unyielding door, unable to open it, with thumping sounds. Chibi Arusha sits on the floor with a soft ding, lamenting her powerlessness and inability to use skills or magic as a child. Ruben's voice echoes, asking if anyone is there, while Arusha is startled by the sound. Ruben's voice persists, asking for an answer, as Arusha looks shocked and a large hand reaches down beside her. Ruben grabs Arusha by the arm and sternly tells her the place is dangerous, urging her to go back up, a thud sounding. Ruben mutters to himself about kids these days, frustrated that his plans to play hide-and-seek were interrupted. Ruben roughly pulls Arusha, causing her to cry out, "Ouch!" as he warns her to move. Marquise Leo's footsteps onto the floor, a firm step sound accompanying his approach, as he silently confronts Ruben. Ruben nervously tries to explain that the area is extremely dangerous, as Arusha looks down, upset. Arusha, with wide, teary eyes, runs to Marquise Leo and calls out, "Daddy," seeking comfort and protection. Arusha looks up, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and determination. Arusha looks at Marquise Leo, urging him to open the door so she can play with the children she believes are inside. Marquise Leo, looking serious, questions Arusha about her nonsense. Ruben quickly interjects, dismissing the idea of voices and stating that the area is impossibly abandoned. Ruben explains that the area beyond the door has long been abandoned and is likely filled with rats or snakes, but Marquise Leo finds his explanation suspicious. Marquise Leo points out the surprising cleanliness of the abandoned place, noting there isn't a speck of dust on the doorknob. Marquise Leo draws attention to the clean floor with a couple of thumping sounds. Marquise Leo concludes, looking at the stairs, that someone has clearly been going in and out of the area recently. Marquise Leo confronts Ruben, with Arusha standing between them, looking surprised by his insightful observations. Marquise Leo, looking sharply at Ruben, questions why opening the door seems so difficult for him. Marquise Leo, with Arusha beside him looking worried, challenges Ruben to simply open the door and prove Arusha's nonsense if she truly is mistaken. Marquise Leo strides purposefully towards the door with heavy steps, wondering aloud what could possibly be hidden in such a basement. Ruben and the dark-haired man quickly move to block the door, while Arusha, off to the side, realizes they have been complicit with the Marquis all along. Ruben desperately tries to prevent Marquise Leo from entering, expressing his anguish. Ruben reveals that this is the secret workshop of Angel Dress, containing exclusive techniques, and warns Marquise Leo against barging in and angering Duke Nicholas. Marquise Leo acknowledges Ruben's revelation, but calmly states that this only makes it more necessary for him to go inside, ignoring Ruben's block. Marquise Leo questions Ruben about the shoddy workshop producing dresses that fall apart easily, asserts his need to see the terrible operation with his own eyes, and grabs Ruben's tie firmly. Marquise Leo, with a determined and slightly menacing smile, declares that today marks the day this foolish dress shop will shut down for good. The scene transitions to a bright exterior view of the elegant building, illuminated by sunlight. Abbott is wide-eyed, holding a newspaper with a headline about Duke Nicholas's emergency arrest and the truth behind the angel dress underground workshop. Irusha, with a mischievous smile, is pleased as the newspaper headline details how a secret workshop was found when the Marquis chased his daughter due to her frustration. Abbott, holding the newspaper, sits beside a seated Irusha as the article concludes that the Marquis of Savlon intervened, rescuing the children trapped inside the underground workshop. Abbott's gloved hand gestures, flipping the newspaper as she continues to read aloud, revealing the events took place last night. Abbott gently asks a chibi Irusha, lying in bed, if the incident caused her to faint without explanation, while Irusha privately admits it was tough, before Abbott gives a knowing chuckle. Irusha avoids Abbott's reaching hand, weakly claiming she was merely too tired yesterday. Abbott, with a worried expression and trembling hands, lectures Irusha for her reckless actions, asking what if a scary adult had been outside the workshop, putting Irusha in danger. Abbott looks shocked, her mouth open in a surprised expression. Abbott, from off-panel, continues to admonish Irusha, insisting she inform adults before acting on her own, as Irusha looks down with a deflated expression. Abbott looks at Irusha, who apologizes for causing worry, as they hold hands while Abbott gently reassures her. Irusha suggests making a pinky promise, and Abbott agrees, but Irusha privately thinks she might not be able to keep it if Marquis Leo continues causing trouble. Irusha mentally acknowledges that it's good others found out about the workshop, while Abbott comments on how long it's been since such positive news made headlines, showing an empty bed in a multi-panel shot. Irusha, reading the newspaper, wonders if Duke Nicholas will be proud of the Marquis because of this event. Irusha, with sparkling eyes, asks if she should go find her dear old man right away, while Abbott stands nearby. Irusha looks surprised and confused as Abbott advises against it, stating that Duke Nicholas is currently attending a royal palace meeting. A grand exterior shot of the royal palace, with a fountain, indicates Duke Nicholas is attending a meeting. The image shows a formal meeting room with a long table and ornate chairs. Duke Savlon, a white-haired man with a beard, sits imperiously at the head of the meeting table. An empty chair is shown, as an off-panel voice notes that the Duke of Chartier has not arrived today either. Duke Savlon looks suspiciously at an off-panel speaker, who asks if there is a problem. 7th Minister de Selvra, a man with glasses and a ponytail, explains that it's understandable for Duke Chartier to be absent due to important state duties. Duke Savlon rises, asserting his authority with a HMPH, and declares the meeting will now begin. 2nd Minister Andrew Glasson, a blonde-haired man with a beard, smiles as he announces he will act as the temporary chairman. Duke Savlon requests an explanation from Lord Glasson, while a gloved hand places a document on the table. Duke Savlon recounts that by the time they arrived at the scene, the incident was already over. The narrative explains that Leonardo had already subdued the orphanage owner and servants, and after questioning the children, it was confirmed they were subjected to unfair labor under Duke Nicholas's orders. 3 children with bandaged hands and frightened, injured expressions look up from what appears to be a dark, confined space. 7th Minister de Selvra lets out a sigh, as a gloved hand holds a document across the table. Several ministers express their dismay at Duke Nicholas's actions, calling him mean and worse than beasts, while Duke Savlon's name is called out. 4th Minister Pascal Pauvet, a man with a mustache, praises Leonardo's incredible job, stating that without him, the children might have lost their lives. 8th Minister Antonio Davol, a man with dark purple hair, looks somewhat skeptical, questioning how Leonardo could be called a hero. The ministers chuckle, some commenting that Leonardo has always ignored injustice and wouldn't want to cause chaos anymore, as Duke Savlon smiles knowingly. Most ministers laugh heartily, agreeing with the sentiment, while 7th Minister de Selvra looks on with the HMPH. 7th Minister de Selvra acknowledges the Marquis' merits, but questions if he didn't just stumble into the discovery while trying to do something else. 7th Minister de Selvra, looking frustrated, recalls that Marquis Leo also destroyed their family winery last month, and suggests he simply got lucky again, acting like a real troublemaker. 2nd Minister Andrew Glasson concedes that Marquis Leo's actions have been extreme, but ponders if the incident involving the 3rd Minister would have been exposed without such extremism. 2nd Minister Andrew Glasson, with a serious expression, is addressed by an off-panel voice. Duke Savlon asks Lord Glasson about the fate of the rescued children. Lord Glasson states that the total number of children exceeds 100, causing complications, especially with bodies found in the northern camps, to which Duke Savlon acknowledges. Duke Savlon poses a rhetorical question, suggesting someone must take the lead to restore trust. Duke Savlon dramatically declares his promise, representing the 12th minister from the Savlon family, to establish and support an orphanage for the children. The other ministers react with varied expressions, some impressed and others, like 7th Minister de Selvra, still skeptical, letting out a HMPH. Second Minister Andro Glasson praises Duke Savlon for a noble decision befitting his position as the next fourth minister, as Duke Savlon looks pleased. Duke Savlon, with a sharp gaze, announces they will now proceed with the matter of Duke Nicholas's disposal. Duke Savlon looks thoughtful, resting his chin on his gloved hand. The scene shifts to a grand, sunlit officer hall, with Crown Prince Elliot, a small boy in a cape, standing before a large desk. An off-panel voice identifies the boy as Crown Prince Elliot, as a gloved hand places an item on the desk with a quick tap. Crown Prince Elliot, looking stern, confirms his presence to Your Majesty. Crown Prince Elliot reiterates that a noble family of the 12 ministers must serve as a model and uphold their duties, which Duke Nicholas has neglected with this incident. Crown Prince Elliot asserts that Duke Nicholas must be held accountable through a trial, setting a precedent with severe punishment to prevent future incidents, as a gloved hand is shown clenching, with a sudden stop. Emperor Kairos Calliope, with a pained expression, acknowledges having said something before, hinting at a past conversation. Crown Prince Elliot solemnly declares that the value of every life is not the same. Emperor Kairos Calliope questions if punishing a loyal subject for exploiting a few parentless children is wise, wondering who would remain loyal to the imperial family. Crown Prince Elliot responds to Your Majesty by stating he is looking forward to something, as the Emperor's gloved hand reaches towards him. Emperor Kairos Calliope ponders whether things will proceed smoothly, elevating the hierarchy of the 5 ministers, or if the 3-cornered ministers will create chaos as they did 20 years ago. Crown Prince Elliot, looking downcast, wonders why the once solemn and compassionate emperor has changed. Crown Prince Elliot clenches his gloved fist, thinking that the change is likely due to the woman introduced by the Chartier family a year ago. Your Majesty, Emperor Kairos Calliope, sitting at his desk, welcomes Malasha, who has just arrived, with a smile. Malasha, posing elegantly, apologizes to Emperor Kairos Calliope for making him wait. Crown Prince Elliot appears solemn, apologizing for the interruption, as the narration introduces him as the young prince. The narration reveals Maladi as a medical professional invited by the Chartier family to treat the Empress, who has been suffering from an unknown illness for a year. The narrative continues, explaining that despite Malasha Metis's proficiency in magic and sorcery, the Empress's condition only briefly improved. Crown Prince Elliot observes, as the narration states, Malasha Metis remained in the imperial palace under the guise of continuing treatment, gradually gaining favor with both the Chartier family and Emperor Kairos Calliope. Malasha Metis, feigning innocence, asks if she interrupted the conversation between Emperor Kairos Calliope and Crown Prince Elliot. Emperor Kairos Calliope, with a dismissive gesture, informs Malasha Metis that the conversation has already ended. Emperor Kairos Calliope, with Malasha Metis standing beside Crown Prince Elliot, invites her to come closer. Crown Prince Elliot suggests to Emperor Kairos Calliope that he visit the Empress, whose condition is unusually good, while she is awake. Emperor Kairos Calliope acknowledges Crown Prince Elliot's suggestion, stating it is good news. Emperor Kairos Calliope, with a sly smile, tells Crown Prince Elliot that he needs to have an important conversation with Malasha Metis, and asks the prince to pass his regards to the Empress. Crown Prince Elliot stands silently, his expression unreadable as he turns away. Crown Prince Elliot quietly replies, "Yes, Your Majesty," accepting the Emperor's dismissal. Malasha Metis stands in the grand hall, looking up at the departing prince as the scene shifts. Emperor Kairos Calliope reaches for Malasha Metis's gloved hand, stating that now the intruder is gone. Malasha Metis, wielding red magic over Emperor Kairos Calliope's eyes, proposes they spend a pleasant time together once more. An abstract visual of bright light streaks upwards, fading into darkness, signaling a transition. The scene shifts to an exterior shot of a stone castle under a starry night sky. Xavier Nicola, the 3rd minister, sits imprisoned and expresses annoyance at someone's tardiness. An off-panel person apologizes to Xavier Nicola, explaining that handling the guards took longer than expected, prompting a scoff from Xavier Nicola. Xavier Nicola steps forward, seething about the humiliation he has suffered. Xavier Nicola and masked figures walk, as he declares his intent to act once he leaves this place. Xavier Nicola strides with his masked companions, but suddenly stops as another figure approaches. Sherman Chablin confronts Xavier Nicola, demanding to know where he is going. Sherman Chablin admonishes Xavier Nicola for attempting to escape after attacking the guards, questioning his disregard for the law. Xavier Nicola scoffs, mocking Sherman Chablin's mention of the law, and asks if a 3rd minister of the Empire should be locked up for a few abandoned orphans. Sherman Chablin, surrounded by armed guards, sternly questions how far Xavier Nicola plans to go with his crimes. Xavier Nicola angrily blames Sherman Chablin for raising his child poorly. Xavier Nicola mocks Sherman Chablin for appearing without bodyguards. Xavier Nicola gloats that Sherman Chablin's family mocks him, then declares he will kill Sherman Chablin, and spare no one from the Chablin family. Blades clash, and Sherman Chablin asks Xavier Nicola one last question. Sherman Chablin challenges Xavier Nicola, asking if he truly intends to reignite a bloody family feud, like the bloody usurpation from 20 years ago. Xavier Nicola grunts in response as a glowing purple object appears in his hand. Xavier Nicola unleashes purple magic, reminding Sherman Chablin of how his family, led by the former fourth minister, stained the empire with blood. Sherman Chablin, unflustered, tells Xavier Nicola that he should then know what his next move will be. Xavier Nicola is engulfed in flames as Sherman Chablin declares there is no mercy for the enemies of the Chablin family. Xavier Nicola, coughing and defeated, mocks Sherman Chablin as nothing but a murderer. Xavier Nicola's final thought is of waiting in hell. Sherman Chablin stands over the fallen Xavier Nicola. A man with glasses, likely 7th Minister de Selvray, explains that Duke Nicola, a member of the Honorable 12th Ministers, took his own life in prison out of responsibility for the incident. The man with glasses declares his intention to ensure this version of events is widely known. An off-panel voice addresses Nocturne, making a request as a carriage moves along a sunlit, tree-lined road. Inside the carriage, Duke Savlon tells Nocturne Craig that his decision was correct, addressing him as Duke Sherman. Nocturne Craig, the man with glasses, states that the prohibition of armed conflict between families is merely an unspoken agreement. Nocturne Craig continues speaking. Then an off-panel voice addresses him as Nocturne Craig. A large building is engulfed in raging flames as an unseen speaker asks, "Do you blame me?" A young boy with glasses, presumably a younger Nocturne Craig, looks sad amidst the bright, fiery glow. A blood-splattered white-haired man stares intensely as an off-panel voice addresses him respectfully. The blood-splattered white-haired man stands over the kneeling young Nocturne Craig with a sword at his side, in a room illuminated by flames. Nocturne Craig, the man with glasses, states that the white-haired man gave him a new life. Duke Savlon, the bearded white-haired man in the carriage, declares that the tragedy of families killing each other should never be repeated. Duke Savlon, looking out the carriage window, affirms his willingness to pay any price to prevent such tragedies. Nocturne Craig internally confirms his willingness to pay any price for this cause. Nocturne Craig informs Duke Savlon that he will accompany him. Nocturne Craig instructs for a horse to be prepared instead of a carriage, as he plans to deliver the press release himself. Duke Savlon, stepping out of the carriage, looks surprised as Leonardo approaches. Duke Savlon asks Leonardo, who stands in a grand hall, if he has something to say to him. Outside the estate, Duke Savlon repeats his question to Leonardo, asking if he has anything to say. Leonardo, looking annoyed, replies that he does not, only having returned late from a wretched boutique. Leonardo, walking away from Duke Savlon, brings up the matter regarding the angel dress. Duke Savlon, arms crossed, expresses surprise that Leonardo accomplished something beneficial for the family. Leonardo looks on, his expression unreadable as Duke Savlon speaks. Leonardo questions the word family with a visible sneer of disgust. Leonardo clarifies that his actions were not for Duke Savlon or the family. Leonardo angrily rejects any attempt by Duke Savlon to twist or exploit the incident. Leonardo adamantly states he wants no part in Duke Savlon making his actions seem meaningful. Duke Savlon calls out Leonardo's name, causing Leonardo to turn back with an intense gaze. Leonardo walks away, leaving Duke Savlon and Nocturne Craig behind. Duke Savlon declares he is tired and will head into the estate. Nocturne Craig assures Duke Savlon that he will immediately inform the staff. Duke Savlon and Nocturne Craig look up in surprise as Lady Arusha, a little girl with pink pigtails, stands atop the carriage. Bright golden light streaks upward, radiating from behind Lady Arusha. Lady Arusha, shown in two joyful expressions, enthusiastically greets her grandpa. Lady Arusha tells her grandpa she has been waiting for him all this time, surrounded by bright yellow roses. Nocturne, Craig exclaims in alarm, questioning Lady Arusha's presence and how she dangerously climbed onto the carriage. Lady Arusha, still perched on the carriage, calls out to her grandpa. Lady Arusha, in a thought bubble, expresses concern about the height and asks for help getting down from the carriage. Nocturne Craig guides Lady Arusha to carefully place her foot, while Duke Savlon observes her silently. Lady Arusha is now on the ground, and Duke Savlon asks if she said she was waiting for him. Lady Arusha looks up, her cheeks puffed in a surprised expression. Lady Arusha earnestly tells Duke Savlon that she needs to speak with him about her father. Nocturne Craig begins to object, but Duke Savlon stops him, stating that it is fine. Duke Savlon expresses curiosity about what this rascal has to say, then instructs Nocturne Craig to deliver the documents before it's too late. Nocturne Craig acknowledges. Lady Arusha follows Duke Savlon, sighing with relief. A chibi panel shows Duke Savlon and Leonardo, with an internal thought that Leonardo finally scored some points, but chaotic interactions always occur when they meet. Lady Arusha pouts cutely, her cheeks puffed out. An aerial view reveals a magnificent palace, surrounded by meticulously manicured gardens. A staff member welcomes Duke Savlon into the grand interior of the palace, as Lady Arusha looks around in wonder. Duke Savlon pauses, looking around the ornate interior of the palace. An off-panel voice directs them further into the opulent palace, saying, "This way." Duke Savlon sits on a plush sofa, questioning something off-panel. Lady Arusha, in a grand palace, happily agrees to an unseen speaker's request to come and sit. Lady Arusha awkwardly attempts to climb onto a large plush sofa. Lady Arusha tumbles onto the sofa with an eek of surprise. Duke Savlon, amused, smiles into his hand as Lady Arusha struggles on the sofa, then relaxes happily in a dream bubble. Lady Arusha apologizes and promises to sit properly, prompting a simple "all right" from Duke Savlon. Duke Savlon kindly offers Lady Arusha a drink like hot chocolate or warm milk, making her eyes light up with excitement. Duke Savlon adjusts his glasses, giving a curt, "Fine." Duke Savlon asks Lady Arusha what she wanted to tell him as she sits politely on the sofa. Lady Arusha remembers her purpose with an "oh," right, as Duke Savlon waits patiently. Lady Arusha eagerly holds up a newspaper, asking Duke Savlon if her father did great. Duke Savlon looks at the newspaper Lady Arusha is holding, his expression unreadable. Duke Savlon closes his eyes, letting out a small sigh. Duke Savlon asserts that Leonardo had no intention of doing a good deed, which Lady Arusha readily agrees with. Lady Arusha explains that Leonardo was furious looking for the children and beat the bad shop owner and his staff, prompting Duke Savlon to muse, I see." Lady Arusha stresses that she would have been in big trouble if her father hadn't been there. Lady Arusha clarifies that her father saved her from the bad shop owner, while Duke Savlon observes her. Duke Savlon questions if Leonardo truly did this, and Lady Arusha enthusiastically confirms it, eager to continue. Lady Arusha earnestly pleads with Duke Savlon to praise her father, stating it would make her very happy. Lady Arusha smiles broadly, radiating pure joy as she hopes for her father to be praised. Duke Savlon remains silent, and the clink of a teacup is heard. A hand offers Lady Arusha a glass of lemonade, catching her by surprise. Lady Arusha gratefully thanks Duke Savlon for the drink, happily sipping it while a staff member serves tea. Lady Arusha gleefully enjoys her lemonade, exclaiming she finally feels alive. Duke Savlon, sipping his tea, internally notes his unusual leniency today. Lady Arusha internally feels like she's sitting in front of a leopard, despite Duke Savlon's gentle demeanor. Duke Savlon internally reflects that Leonardo's reputation has temporarily improved, but wonders how long it will last, with a gentle clink of his teacup. Duke Savlon chuckles softly as Lady Arusha looks on with a pout. Duke Savlon gives a slight knowing smile. Duke Savlon informs Lady Arusha that her help in revealing the incident was significant, and as the head of the family, he must reward her, leaving Lady Arusha surprised. Lady Arusha reacts with a surprised sound, her eyes wide. Lady Arusha sits on the sofa, looking up expectantly. Duke Savlon declares he will grant Lady Arusha whatever she wants. Lady Arusha looks up at Duke Savlon with wide, glowing eyes, asking if he is truly granting her one wish. Duke Savlon, with a gentle expression, appears to confirm her question. Duke Savlon advises Lady Arusha to think carefully about her decision, as it's a rare opportunity, leaving her stunned, wondering about this fortune. Lady Arusha excitedly questions if this truly means anything she wants is okay. Lady Arusha insists there are no takebacks, while Duke Savlon, in a chibi panel, tells her to speak quickly as he won't ask again. Lady Arusha animatedly declares she has decided and will say her wish now, as many versions of herself dance around her. Lady Arusha looks determined, clutching her hands in anticipation. Lady Arusha earnestly wishes to be taken back to the mansion they lived in before. Lady Arusha further adds that it would be great to live in a better house again, culminating in a tearful plea to, "Please, return Leo." A thought bubble expresses the dual importance of reforming Leo and preserving one's work-life balance, as a house stands under a floral design, with a girl reading in bed. Lady Arusha cries, revealing her wish to live alone in a house where she can feel at ease. Duke Savlon questions if that is truly her wish, and Lady Arusha confirms with a firm nod. Duke Savlon adjusts his glasses and asks if she is sure about her wish. Lady Arusha emphatically confirms her wish with repeated affirmations. Duke Savlon states that her wish isn't really for her, and offers her one more chance to say something else. Lady Arusha adamantly refuses, insisting that it is the best thing for her. Duke Savlon watches from a window as Lady Arusha walks away with a servant, implying her wish was not granted. Lady Arusha, seemingly no more than 5 years old, walks cheerfully, highlighting her youthful innocence. Duke Savlon reflects that he thought Lady Arusha would only wish for toys or sweet desserts. Lady Arusha, from behind, tells Duke Savlon that her father is her only parent, and his happiness makes her happy too. Duke Savlon closes his eyes in silent contemplation. Duke Savlon stands thoughtfully, sighing deeply, reflecting on Lady Arusha's words. Duke Savlon contemplates the meaning of happiness within the Savlon Duke family as his glasses clink onto a surface. Duke Savlon stands by a window, internally noting he cannot remember the last time he heard the word happiness in his family. A magnificent sun-drenched mansion stands grandly amidst lush gardens, seen from the outside. Lady Arusha joyfully rushes forward, holding a scroll, eagerly calling out for her father. Lady Arusha looks around a luxurious room, surprised by the absence of her father, still clutching the scroll. Lady Arusha waits in the room as an unseen speaker suggests that many nobles would fully support a good idea. Liquid pours into a glass, as a voice declares that those responsible for the incident should be completely cleaned out with refunds and compensation. Leonardo stands on a balcony, holding a drink, looking determined and powerful. Lady Arusha approaches Kobe, who states that such people should be punished by law. Then she asks him if he is talking about angel dresses. Kobe, surprised, greets Lady Arusha, who is up early, and questions why Leonardo is also awake so early. Leonardo stands silently on the balcony, holding a drink, observing the scene with an unreadable expression. Leonardo sips his drink, appearing lost in thought. Lady Arusha energetically presents a scroll to Leonardo, who is holding his drink and looking down at her. Leonardo looks at Lady Arusha as she informs him that the scroll came from her grandpa. Lady Arusha excitedly urges Leonardo to read the scroll quickly. Leonardo looks at his drink in silence, pondering. Leonardo asks Kobe to check the scroll, and Kobe acknowledges as Lady Arusha eagerly watches. Kobe appears flustered and stammering after reading the scroll. Kobe announces that the scroll grants permission for them to return to the heir's mansion, and advises Leonardo to show gratitude to his daughter. A chibi Leonardo expresses surprise, asking if it was Arusha, while Lady Arusha proudly confirms that Grandpa granted a wish for this matter. Lady Arusha celebrates with a triumphant laugh, covering her nose with her finger. Lady Arusha happily dances with Kroby, celebrating their happy house, while Leonardo observes with a look of resignation. Kroby praises Lady Arusha for her thoughtful idea, but she clarifies with a mischievous grin that it was mainly for her personal space. Lady Arusha enthusiastically tells her father to pack their things for the heir's mansion, to which Leonardo agrees. Leonardo, holding his drink, asks Lady Arusha if she isn't happy about the move. Leonardo states he is not exactly thrilled, as it was originally his home, and Lady Arusha pouts in understanding. Leonardo asks Lady Arusha why she made this specific wish. As Leonardo sets down his drink, Lady Arusha explains that the mansion belongs to him, and is the most fitting place for the Savlon family's heir. Leonardo listens intently, observing Lady Arusha with a serious expression. Lady Arusha, fidgeting her hands, recalls a past time when she was truly happy. Lady Arusha, Leonardo, and Kroby stand on a balcony, where she clarifies that she was very happy the last time, hinting at a connection to the mansion. Lady Arusha looks embarrassed and thoughtful, seemingly recalling a cherished memory. Lady Arusha thanks her father, Leonardo, who appears emotionally overwhelmed as Kroby smiles beside him. A chibi Leonardo expresses surprise, asking why he has everything, including a daughter like Arusha. Leonardo orders KBY to stop fussing and start packing, to which KBY promptly agrees. Leonardo and Lady Arusha walk, with Lady Arusha expressing relief that her wish to Duke Savlon was heard. Leonardo tells Lady Arusha to pack her things, as she is coming with him to the heir's mansion, causing her surprise. Lady Arusha looks shocked, gasping as a maid packs her toys from a shelf. Maids congratulate Lady Arusha on her move, explaining the heir's mansion is much grander, while she desperately tries to halt the packing. Lady Arusha cries out in despair, lamenting the loss of her single noble mansion life. An aerial view showcases the magnificent mansion and its meticulously manicured gardens, sparkling under the light. Leonardo claps his hands together, a wide smile spreading across his face. Leonardo joyfully strides forward, with a gleeful Kroby following close behind. Leonardo tells KBY that he is noisy, and KBY simply agrees. Kroby assures Leonardo that he has understood and will take care of the mentioned lawsuit before departing. Leonardo looks annoyed, stating that Kroby left behind some valuables at their previous residence. Kroby holds a Lady Arusha doll, informing Leonardo that he brought back his valuables, prompting Leonardo to question if he even had such things. Kroby cheerfully presents the doll to Leonardo, announcing, "Here you go." Kroby tells Leonardo to display the doll, then quickly departs, leaving a slightly annoyed Leonardo to mutter about the little one. Leonardo holds the doll of Lady Arusha, sighing softly as a swoosh sound is heard. Leonardo stares with a contemplative, unreadable expression. A small, doll-like Lady Arusha appears, calling out, "Leonardo!" A radiant memory shows Lady Arusha's smiling mother holding a baby, with her father looking on. The golden-hued memory focuses on Lady Arusha's mother's joyful smile. A young, cheerful Lady Arusha holds a doll resembling herself, surrounded by sparkling, blooming flowers. A younger Lady Arusha is seen in 2 panels, peeking with wide, surprised eyes. Leonardo closes his eyes in a moment of quiet reflection, recalling the past. Leonardo's hand gently holds the doll of Lady Arusha as he observes it, thinking, "I see." Leonardo holds the doll with a tender smile, surrounded by golden light, a moment of profound warmth. The magnificent heir's mansion stands majestically, gleaming under a bright sky. A maid holds a doll of Lady Arusha, who questions why the food at their new residence is so exceptionally delicious. A maid, holding a cat doll, explains that the heir's mansion has top-tier chefs exclusively serving them. Lady Arusha, sitting on her bed, asks why the mansion is so clean, and the maid reveals it's due to 10 times more servants. Lady Arusha, holding her doll, looks excited, considering the vast, luxurious space now available to her. A maid, with a hesitant expression, holding a cat doll, begins to speak to Lady Arusha. Lady Arusha sits on her grand bed as a voice excitedly declares that the entire 2nd floor of the mansion has been assigned to her. With a bang sound, Lady Arusha joyfully holds her doll, smiling alongside a maid who holds a cat doll. Lady Arusha laughs triumphantly, while the maid chuckles softly, both pleased by the grandeur of the mansion. Lady Arusha, clutching her doll, contentedly sits on her bed, musing about the unexplored rooms of her enormous personal space. A maid, in a chibi panel, stands on a grand staircase, dismissively questioning what Lady Arusha is talking about. Lady Arusha sits on a sofa with her doll, discussing something animatedly with the smiling maid. Lady Arusha emphatically states she wants to test her new bed, then playfully throws herself onto it, surprising the maid with a flop sound. The maid smiles warmly, confident that Lady Arusha will have amazing dreams on such a soft, spacious bed. The maid promises to wake Lady Arusha an hour before dinner, to which Lady Arusha, now lying blissfully on the bed, happily agrees. Sunlight streams through a window, illuminating the luxurious room with a soft click sound. Lady Arusha turns over in bed, her eyes wide with thought as a rustle sound is heard. Lady Arusha reaches her hand upwards, her expression thoughtful, as a swoosh sound is heard. Lady Arusha thinks to herself that she is glad she decided to follow Leonardo here. Lady Arusha lies contentedly as a voice gently calls her name, Arusha. Lady Arusha, clutching a teddy bear, listens as she's reassured that she is not an illegitimate child, nor ignored. Lady Arusha smiles serenely on her opulent bed, internally affirming that this move is truly for the best. The magnificent mansion is silhouetted against a breathtaking orange and pink sunset, sparkling softly. Kroby adjusts his glasses, smiling broadly with a cheerful clink sound. Kroby stands in a library, informing Lady Arusha about an estate on the outskirts of the capital, to which she responds with agreement. Lady Arusha looks surprised as Kroby asks about her earlier inquiry regarding Sir Genius' admission, eagerly questioning if he found information. A hand sifts through documents, detailing records of past admittees, with a rustle sound. Kroby triumphantly holds up a document, while Lady Arusha claps enthusiastically, asking in disbelief if it's true. Kroby explains that some believe each family has a secret admissions officer for evaluating potential. Lady Arusha listens intently, as Kroby adds that others claim only children with the blessing of the house are chosen. Kroby admits he's never heard of such claims himself, as Lady Arusha looks on with a surprised expression. Kroby smiles, confidently stating that they can find clues about early admission to Sir Genius. Kroby suggests focusing on building connections and gathering information at the upcoming meeting, and Lady Arusha enthusiastically agrees. Kroby presents Lady Arusha with a large stack of profiles and family trees, leaving her overwhelmed by the sheer amount she needs to memorize. Kroby explains that the next lesson will cover exchanges and business relations between the 12 great houses, as Lady Arusha pauses in thought. Lady Arusha mishears Kroby, asking if he said limerick, as Kroby prepares to write. A hand tightly grips cloth, accompanied by a clench sound, signifying an intense internal reaction. Lady Arusha, clutching documents, is wide-eyed and shocked as a thought bubble reveals Seville Sartier from the first great house is coming to the meeting. Lady Arusha looks alarmed, realizing that Seville Sartier, attending the gathering for the first time, is one of the main villains from the original novel. A dark, dramatic panel depicts a tragic memory where a figure is surrounded by thorny vines and a sword, with a man weeping in the foreground, showing the original story's suffering. Kroby informs a dismayed Lady Arusha that Seville Sartier is also her cousin according to the family tree, amplifying her concern. Kroby adjusts his glasses with a quick swoosh sound, suggesting that Seville Sarthier likely harbors ill feelings toward Lady Arusha as well. Lady Arusha, holding the documents, covers her mouth in a worried expression as she realizes Seville Sarthier will be the most important person to watch out for at the upcoming meeting. Liche Basto walks confidently down a grand, sunlit hallway, his footsteps sounding with a soft thump-thump. Liche Basto, Leonardo's personal tailor, thinks regretfully about how he ended up in his current situation, with his footsteps sounding thump-thump. Liche Basto sighs in frustration, lamenting that he has been stuck as Marquis Leo's exclusive tailor for 4 years, reflecting his deep dissatisfaction. Liche Basto reflects that his tailoring efforts are overshadowed by Leonardo's scoundrel appearance and behavior, no matter how much effort he puts into making clothes. Liche Basto, looking determined, resolves to steel his resolve and take action this time. Liche Basto is startled, a crackle sound signifying his shock, as Leonardo asks if he is serious about enrolling in So Genius Academy. Leonardo looks intense as he questions Liche Basto about his desire to enroll in So Genius Academy. Leonardo, casually sitting on a sofa, expresses his disdain for So Genius Academy as a grotesque place, while Liche Basto, in a small panel, thinks it sounds scary. Liche Basto appears flustered and confused, wondering aloud who Leonardo is even talking to about So Genius. Liche Basto, looking surprised, hears an unseen speaker declare, "Yep, I still want to go." Lady Arusha, lying on a sofa, happily expresses her curiosity about the talents gathering at the meeting, as Liche Basto is seen in the background. Lady Arusha, smiling brightly amid sparkling flowers, sweetly asks Liche Basto to come with her, while he looks on with a slightly dazed expression. Liche Basto looks utterly bewildered, wondering who the girl is that just spoke to him. Lady Arusha, with a playful hand gesture, asks an unseen Abudi who the person is, while Liche Basto, shocked by being addressed, jumps back with a clap sound and Leonardo asks Liche if he was here. Leonardo sternly orders Liche Basto to stop standing like an idiot and come closer, making Liche look flustered. Liche Basto, looking shocked and surprised, stands before Leonardo and Lady Arusha, thinking that Leonardo wants him to make a dress for Lady Arusha. Lady Arusha looks at her outfit, contemplating if it's truly that bad, after Leonardo states she doesn't have a proper outfit to go out in. Liche Basto looks dismayed, shaking with a tremble sound, as Leonardo instructs him to have the dress ready within 6 days for the upcoming gathering. Liche Basto expresses his shock and frustration, exclaiming that he has only ever specialized in adult men's clothing, and now is suddenly asked to make a child's dress. Liche Basto looks defeated, shrinking with a cringe sound, as Leonardo coolly states his full name, implying that his objections about the 6-day deadline are impossible. Leonardo asserts that it's Liche Basto's job as his personal tailor to make the clothes he wants, despite Leche's internal butt and flustered expression. Leonardo leans in, his face partially obscured, as he intimidates Liche Basto, who looks fearful and asks if Leonardo is doubting his judgment. Liche Basto looks utterly terrified and sweating profusely, a shudder sound indicating his fear, as Leonardo questions if he is doubting his judgment in choosing him. Leonardo, walking away with a, quote, thump-thump sound, curtly orders Liche Basto to take Lady Arusha's measurements immediately, leaving Liche flustered and Lady Arusha surprised. Lady Arusha giggles, happily agreeing to proceed, while Liche Basto reluctantly guides her, internally feeling guilty for no reason about Leonardo's actions. Lady Arusha, standing in a dressing room, asks if she should raise her arms above her shoulders as requested. Lady Arusha raises her arms, a quick swoosh sound indicating the movement, as Liche Basto's hand holds a measuring tape nearby. Lady Arusha looks confused as Liche Basto hesitates, a soft tap sound accompanying the pause during her measurements. Lady Arusha, looking up at Liche Basto, asks if something is wrong as he appears troubled while measuring her. Liche Basto tears in his eyes, quickly reassures Lady Arusha that it's nothing, looking distressed while she exclaims in surprise. Liche Basto, looking distressed and sorrowful, apologizes for the unsightly scene and promises to quickly take Lady Arusha's measurements for the dress. Liche Basto looks dejected, his eyes watering, as someone, likely Leonardo, simply calls his name Liche. Lady Arusha gently takes Liche Basto's hand, comforting him with a soft squeak sound as he looks down at her. Lady Arusha, shining brightly, understands Liche Basto's concerns about making a child's dress. Liche Basto, looking back, asks Lady Arusha if she is truly all right with him, an inexperienced tailor, handling the dress she will wear. Lady Arusha confidently declares that she doesn't mind, even admitting she doesn't know the latest trends in children's fashion, as Liche Basto looks on, slightly hunched. Liche Basto, his gloved hand reaching towards Lady Arusha's smaller hand, is reminded that it is Arusha, not Abudi, who will wear the clothes. Lady Arusha, smiling brightly and surrounded by sparkling flowers, looks adorable in her current dress. Lady Arusha, in a chibi panel, suggests making the dress sturdy and not easily dirtied, revealing her practical preferences. Leche Basto smiles softly, acknowledging Lady Arusha's request and stating he understood. A bell rings with a pleasant ding sound as Leche Basto's tailor shop door opens, illuminated by sunlight. Leche Basto stands in his tailor shop, looking at the various clothes and fabrics, mentally preparing for his task. Leche Basto looks down at a large piece of fabric, sighing as he prepares to work. Leche Basto dramatically throws a large piece of fabric, declaring with an intense clack sound that this will be the first and last dress he makes in his life. The Grand Arte Castle is showcased on the day of the highly anticipated gathering. Edmund Durin, with sword at his hip, enthusiastically watches the blindingly flashy carriages arriving at the castle, while Winston Glasson holds a book. Edmund Durin's face is shown in a close-up, revealing a wide, unsettling grin. Edmund Durin, the second son of the Durin house, excitedly declares his wish to smash all the arriving carriages to pieces. Winston Glasson, the heir of the Glasson house, calmly reminds Edmund that destructive behavior is not their current mission. Winston Glasson explains their true goal is to find individuals like themselves who bear the protection of the family, as a chibi Edmund Durin claims he already knows. Winston Glasson criticizes Edmund Durin for his eagerness to draw his sword, but Edmund distracts him by pointing out something new. A luxurious carriage is depicted, hinting at another important arrival. A small, elegantly adorned foot in a blue shoe descends, signaling the arrival of a new guest. A beautiful pink-haired girl in a lavish dress is seen, with an unseen speaker exclaiming that she is so pretty. A shimmering arrangement of blue and pink roses creates a delicate and opulent visual. Edmund Durin playfully points as Winston Glasson sighs in exasperation, still holding his book. Winston Glasson, contemplating, identifies the newly arrived purple-haired girl as Arusha Savlon of the Fifth Great House. A thought bubble highlights Arusha Savlon's significant lineage as a person of interest, carrying the blood of both the Chartier and Savlon families. Arusha Savlon animatedly points while standing beside a tall, silver-haired man, Leonardo, against the backdrop of the grand castle stairs. Edmund Durin smirks, commenting on Arusha Savlon's mixed lineage as a hybrid of powerful mage and swordmaster houses. Winston Glasson looks at Edmund Durin's back, urgently calling his name. Edmund Durin, brandishing a small sword, cheerfully asks Winston Glasson if he can kill her a little bit, shocking Winston. Edmund Durin, in a distant view against a window, repeats his chilling question about killing someone, unsettling the scene. Winston Glasson, off-panel, warns Edmund Durin by simply calling his name, as Edmund smiles innocently. Winston Glasson firmly rejects Edmund Durin's violent notion, to which Edmund feigns disappointment, exclaiming, "What a pity." Winston Glasson appears thoughtful as Edmund Durin's voice questions if the Crown Prince bothers him, and why blessed children are gathered separately for so genius. Winston Glasson promises to share any findings about the unusual, so genius gathering with Edmund Durin, who happily acknowledges the promise. Edmund Durin declares he will quietly observe today, his hand resting on his sword hilt. Edmund Durin excitedly wonders aloud who among the children will be able to enter so genius with them. The grand hall is abuzz with elegantly dressed children and adults, as Leonardo and Arusha Savlon stand on a stage with a piano. A brown-haired girl announces that Arusha Savlon will go first, and a green-haired girl confirms she understands. Arusha Savlon is seen from behind, gracefully walking towards the stage in her elaborate purple dress. Arusha Savlon, beaming amidst sparkling flowers, introduces herself to the audience as Arusha Savlon, the fifth child. Arusha Savlon proudly introduces Leonardo as her father, playfully asking the audience to take care of him, since it's his first time here. Other women enthusiastically clap and welcome Leonardo, congratulating him on officially joining Arte Castle. Arusha Savlon blushes slightly, her eyes twinkling mischievously, as she agrees to get along well with an unseen speaker. Arusha Savlon observes the contrasting reactions from the fawning women and displeased children, noting the clear sense of rivalry emerging. As the rivalry begins to stir, an unseen speaker announces that the next child will be introduced, stepping forward. Seville Chartier, a pink-haired girl in a rose-patterned dress, steps forward and greets the assembly with a cheerful hello. Seville Chartier formally introduces herself as the eldest daughter of Leon Chartier and Erte Chartier. A silver-haired woman inquires about Seville Chartier's mother, but Seville dismisses her, stating her mother is busy and couldn't come. A hungry Seville Chartier asks if they can eat now, and an unseen speaker quickly welcomes her and agrees. As Seville Chartier is welcomed to Arte Castle, Arusha Savlon, in thought, recognizes her as the, quote, famous Seville Chartier. Arusha Savlon thoughtfully observes Seville Chartier, noting that she is quite different from the terror she expected. Arusha Savlon and Seville Chartier are seated with other children at a grand dining table. Arusha Savlon looks up, her expression thoughtful, while seated at the dining table. Seville Chartier, at the table, casually plays with her hair, appearing somewhat dismissive. An unseen admirer finds Arusha Savlon cute, but Seville Chartier abruptly confronts Arusha by name, looking angry. Seville Chartier, with crossed arms, sternly interrogates Arusha Savlon about how she gained entry to Arte Castle. Seville Chartier angrily points out that Arusha Savlon came only with her father again, while Arusha secretly finds Seville's outburst so cute. Arusha Savlon casually confirms that her mother is not present. Arusha Savlon cheerfully waves, while Seville Chartier reacts with shock and confusion to Arusha's words. Children speculate about Arusha Savlon having 10 mothers and her impressive nature, which infuriates Seville Chartier, who demands they stay on topic. Seville Chartier's internal thoughts reveal her annoyance, recalling that the person she is arguing with only recently acquired a tutor after neglecting studies. Arusha, as a chibi, reacts with surprise and affirmation. Seville Chartier appears, expressing her disbelief regarding the importance of early education at So Genius. Seville Chartier continues, expressing shock that a tutor who attended the prestigious So Genius school tutored Arusha, who looks on. Seville Chartier vehemently declares it impossible that Arusha, who barely studied, could find a So Genius educated tutor. Limerick excitedly asks if the news is true, while a chibi girl with glasses sighs in irritation. Limerick leans back, saying, "Heh," as the girl with glasses glares at him from across the table. Chibi Arusha loudly thanks Limerick and the brown-haired person at the next table. Seville Chartier, looking smug, observes a hand unveiling her food, feeling proud. Seville Chartier warns Arusha that she will be watching her, and that completing the So Genius entrance exam is not easy. Chibi Arusha enthusiastically suggests they become friends. Seville Chartier reacts with a shocked eek and an angry expression, leaning over her covered dish. Seville Chartier expresses deep annoyance, lamenting her lack of praise for getting into Arte Castle. Unlike Arusha, Seville Chartier feels abandoned, observing 2 adults and thinking her mother is too busy to attend her first meeting. Seville Chartier adjusts her bib with a determined and slightly angry expression. Seville Chartier fumes, threatening to overturn everything if the food is bad, while the boy looks on in confusion. A woman asks Arusha, who is 8 this year, about her name. Limerick laughs loudly, pointing out that Seville Chartier is still wearing a bib and is so prepared, startling the girl with glasses. Seville Chartier reacts with utter horror and embarrassment, clutching her chest upon realizing she is still wearing a bib. Arusha, as a chibi, questions what is wrong with wearing a bib, as Seville Chartier looks dismayed. Arusha reasonably explains that food might spill if one eats and enjoys it, asking for agreement. Arusha elegantly pulls on a ribbon attached to her sleeve. Arusha smoothly removes a part of her dress. Arusha joyfully holds up the removed fabric, showcasing her action with a bright smile. Arusha laughs merrily, while Seville Chartier looks on with a surprised expression. Seville Chartier angrily asks Arusha why she is defending her, and to not call her by name without permission. Seville Chartier stomps towards Arusha and the brown-haired boy, angrily calling out to the brown-haired kid. Arusha defends her right to eat with a bib, questioning who said she couldn't, as Seville Chartier glares angrily. Seville Chartier fiercely declares she does not need the bib at all, gesturing dramatically. Seville Chartier throws her bib, startling the other guests at the table and causing a loud clatter. A woman scolds Seville Chartier, asking what she is doing, as Seville looks shocked and attempts to explain she didn't mean to. Arusha sits on the floor next to a spilled glass, looking surprised by the commotion. Seville Chartier looks down in dismay, realizing she has soiled Arusha's dress. Guests murmur, asking what is happening, as Seville Chartier looks regretful. A woman asks if Arusha is hurt, and Seville Chartier apologizes, explaining she mistakenly thought the bib was a gift from Arusha's father. A man's hand reaches out to Arusha, while Seville Chartier looks away, upset. Arusha addresses Seville Chartier as Seville's sister, as Seville looks flustered. Arusha reveals a hidden feature within her sleeve, causing Seville Chartier to react with surprise. Arusha explains with a grin that she didn't tear her dress, but rather removed a component of it. Arusha demonstrates how the dirty lace piece can be removed from her dress. Arusha shows how a new piece of lace can be pulled seamlessly from inside the sleeve. Arusha triumphantly displays her dress, now restored and seamless. The narration confirms the dress's seamless appearance. Various guests, including children and women, express amazement and surprise at Arusha's demonstration. Arusha presents her modular dress, explaining its structure, as Seville Chartier looks on in surprise. Arusha excitedly declares that there is more to her dress. A woman with a monocle reacts with a startled gasp, fanning herself. The woman with the monocle expresses curiosity about how Arusha remained unharmed after her fall. The woman with the monocle assures Arusha not to worry and gently takes her hands to help her. The woman with the monocle adjusts Arusha's dress, pulling on a part of it. The woman with the monocle reveals hidden wings on Arusha's dress, dazzling the other guests who exclaim they acted as a cushion. Arusha Savlon, in chibi form, beams with a triumphant expression, thinking her distraction success. Liche Basto proudly presents the elaborate purple dress he made for Arusha Savlon, looking pleased. Arusha Savlon, in chibi form, is seen being gently helped into her dress, with a thought bubble indicating, well, more than that. Seville Chartier, observing Arusha Savlon from behind, ponders whether leaving her to struggle would be harsh. A close-up shows Arusha Savlon's elegant blue shoe, making a jabak sound, hinting at her movement. Arusha Savlon, in chibi form, happily approaches Seville Chartier, who looks away with a chuck sound. Arusha Savlon, with a sparkling smile, enthusiastically invites Seville Chartier to feel it too, sister. Seville Chartier looks on with a somewhat surprised and uncertain expression, a faint ha sound near her. Arusha Savlon, in chibi form, laughs as she gently touches Seville Chartier's arm, who thinks the dress is definitely unique and cute, as expected. Other children at the grand dining table excitedly express their desire to wear Arusha Savlon's dress and ask where she bought it. Edmund Durin, smiling mischievously, asks Winston Glasson if he feels any signs of favor from the Chartier or Savlon families, leaving Winston exasperated. Winston Glasson reflects that despite Seville Chartier's earlier provocation and Arusha Savlon smoothing things over, there's nothing special to report. Edmund Durin, casually holding his sword, agrees that a simple bib or dress wouldn't be considered favor. Winston Glasson, looking thoughtful with his clear blue eyes, ponders why Arusha Savlon looks so dazzling. Winston Glasson concludes that Arusha Savlon's charm, not magic or favor, makes her dazzling, while other children admire her. Edmund Durin smiles mischievously, while Winston Glasson, sitting at the table, expresses disbelief at Edmund's comments. Winston Glasson angrily refutes Edmund Durin's playful suggestion about wishing for Prince Sosin's return, while Edmund laughs. Edmund Durin, holding a book, dismissively tells Winston Glasson to think of something to report, then quietly mentions Arusha Savlon. The grand, opulent Arte Castle stands under a clear sky, ready for the day's events. An overhead view shows Arusha Savlon and other children seated around a large, elegant dining table. Arusha Savlon, in chibi form, smiles happily at the array of tempting desserts on the dining table. A blonde woman, clapping, tentatively asks Arusha Savlon a question, while Arusha fans herself. Two other young girls at the table eagerly await Arusha Savlon's response to the blonde woman's inquiry. Arusha Savlon, in chibi form, chuckles, while several other children lean forward in anticipation, eager to hear her answer. The blonde woman explains that their children are desperate to wear Arusha Savlon's dress, and so she asks Count Leonardo about it. Arusha Savlon, in chibi form, ponders that Leonardo probably wouldn't want his personal tailor to become too famous. Arusha Savlon, while munching a cookie with a wasak sound, hesitates to reveal the tailor's name as the blonde woman wants to talk to her. The blonde woman offers intel on the success secrets of past genius scholars, startling Arusha Savlon into dropping her cookie with a huck sound. Other children at the table offer various bribes like letters of introduction from famous teachers or exam tips, making Arusha Savlon look overwhelmed. Arusha Savlon, in chibi form, decides to tell Leonardo later about to reveal the dress's origin, when Leonardo interjects that it's unnecessary. Leonardo stands beside Arusha Savlon, asserting that his child doesn't need to take exams or study anytime soon, looking down at her. Leonardo looks directly at Arusha Savlon, asking if he's right, while she internally pouts, thinking she needs to study. Liche Basto, standing behind Leonardo and Arusha Savlon, asks Leonardo what they can do, since Arusha wants to wear the dress with her friends. Leonardo, surprised, asks Arusha Savlon if she has any friends, which makes her dramatically flinch and wince with a ding and a CRNGH sound. Arusha Savlon looks shocked while another girl gasps in the top panel, and in the bottom panel, two girls look concerned at the table. Arusha Savlon, in chibi form, proudly declares from a window that she is super popular, and many kids already want to hang out with her. Arusha Savlon excitedly explains to Leonardo and the other children that wearing the same dress would make her closer to her friends, prompting admiration. Leonardo looks conflicted, holding his hand to his chest, internally questioning if his daughter is a genius and firmly stating she's never like that, with a firm dapsack sound. Arusha Savlon, grabbing Leonardo's arm, innocently questions what he's talking about. Arusha Savlon, with wide, bright eyes, is about to reveal that the person who made this dress is Leonardo, with a slight smirk and a quote ulgiol sound, cuts in and proudly announces, Leche Basto! A quaint tailor shop, likely Leche Basto's, is shown, with a thought bubble from Leche Basto stating the dress is for you, lady. Leche Basto's hand is seen writing, as he ponders how Arusha Savlon found the dress and worried it might not be suitable for an important gathering, with a sagak sagak sound. Leche Basto is seated at his desk, writing, and thinks that, while the dress might not be the Marquis's taste, he's happy he could create a design based on his own decisions. Leche Basto closes his eyes with a satisfied expression, then reflects that it was all thanks to Arusha Savlon's considerate heart, shown as a chibi Arusha. Leche Basto's hand pauses writing with a miamchit sound, as he somberly concludes that this is where his journey as the Marquis's tailor ends. Leche Basto, looking determined, holds up a piece of paper, having made a significant decision with a seuk sound. Leche Basto, sitting at his desk, realizes that with this task, he can no longer endure being tied down as only the Marquis's tailor. Old trunks are scattered on the floor, covered by a white sheet, as Leche Basto questions what his past 4 years have been if he only wanted recognition for his own creations. Leche Basto, with a decisive dorok sound, stands up from his desk, planning to secretly leave the capital without the Marquis knowing. Leche Basto weeps, hoping his lady wears his last dress and becomes great, unlike her father, as a blonde woman arrives at his workshop. Leche Basto jumps in surprise as a blonde woman asks if he is Lady Arusha's tailor, introducing herself as sent by Marquis Leonardo. Leche Basto reacts with shock as the blonde woman asks him to organize a group buy for dresses. Several women outside a house exclaim in confusion, wondering what is happening. 10 days later, at Arte Castle, Yeonhwa's villa, Leonardo is seen relaxing on a bench. Leche Basto runs up to Leonardo, calling his name and explaining he's been searching for him. Leche Basto, holding a paper, looks surprised and asks if the dress unveiling event has concluded. Leche Basto points, telling Leonardo that the children are coming out now. 3 smiling girls are seen happily wearing charming, frilly red dresses sparkling with glitter. Leche Basto stands beside Leonardo, commenting on the strange things that happen as Leonardo watches. Leche Basto observes the girls, remarking that so many people love the dresses. Leche Basto internally admits he is stunned that a dress meant only for Arusha will now be worn by all children, apologizing to the Marquis. Leche Basto nervously approaches Leonardo, hesitantly saying, while Leonardo rests calmly. Leche Basto smiles, revealing they have received many additional orders after the dress unveiling. Leonardo's eyes glow ominously, making a startled Leche Basto flinch and cry out. Leche Basto nervously agrees they can't accept more orders, stating he's just Leonardo's personal dressmaker. Leonardo, with a slight smile, declares he will refuse all requests for Arusha's magical dress. Leonardo questions Leche Basto about Arusha's magical dress, while Leche Basto stammers a confused response. Chibi hands rustle leaves, while repeating, Arusha's magical dress. Then, a Chibi Arusha asks her father if Leche personally gave it that name. A Chibi Arusha looks up at Leche Basto, questioning him. Right, Leche. Leche Basto quickly confirms Arusha's words, agreeing, yes, that's right. Arusha beams with a radiant, happy smile, leaves adorning her hair. Leonardo silently thinks that Leche Basto's design would not have received so much attention without Arusha. Leche Basto blushes and thanks Lady Arusha, who claps happily. Arusha's elegant shoe steps forward as she cheerfully announces she is leaving. Arusha calls out to her father, Leonardo, who sits casually on the bench. A Chibi Arusha, in a lovely blue dress, happily explains to Leonardo that she made so many friends because of him. A Chibi Arusha walks away from Leonardo and Leche Basto, leaving them to watch. Leche Basto watches Arusha, looking proud and reflecting on her. Leche Basto, smiling, contemplates making dresses for Arusha and the other children. Leche Basto tells Leonardo he will handle any additional orders, adding that many other tailors can make clothes, making Leonardo question him. Leonardo in Chibi form tells Leche Basto to tear up his exclusive contract, shocking a Chibi Leche Basto. Leche Basto asks in disbelief if it's really true, then hesitates as Leonardo prepares to speak. Leonardo, looking back with a satisfied expression, tells Leche Basto that once the new dress is completed, he should send it to Arusha first. Leche Basto, with bright, enthusiastic eyes, happily agrees to Leonardo's condition. Leonardo walks away from Leche Basto, who bows and calls out to him. Newspaper headlines announce the sudden appearance of genius tailor Leche Basto and reveal he was Marquis Leonardo Savlon's personal tailor, shocking everyone. Seville Chartier, holding a newspaper, looks excited by the news. Malatia, the red-haired woman, tells Seville Chartier she looks forward to something. Seville Chartier grins widely, excitedly stating she can't wait to try on the dress. Seville Chartier calls out to Malasha, the red-haired woman surrounded by roses, who holds a newspaper. Malasha's thought bubble expresses contentment, noting it would be nice to talk all night like last time, while an elegant house is seen. Seville Chartier looks dejected, explaining she can't stay long as she has only returned briefly for the Library of Status. Seville Chartier, with a bright smile, suggests they talk at least until bedtime today. Seville Chartier excitedly asks if talking until bedtime is truly okay, as Malasha calmly invites her to sit down. Malasha gently touches Seville Chartier's head, asking her to recount the events of Arte Castle. Malasha, with an intense expression, specifically asks about Arusha, requesting Seville to start with Juliet's daughter. A chibi character floats above a grand house, welcoming readers. Leonardo, with long white hair, walks confidently with his hands in his pockets. Leonardo watches men hanging up newspapers, thinking about Arusha's first newspaper debut. Crovy enthusiastically greets Leonardo, asking why he is awake so early, while Leonardo questions Crovy's early morning activity. Crovy joyfully exclaims that Arusha Savlon has made her first appearance in the newspaper, as two men frame the newspaper articles. Crovy beams excitedly, gesturing broadly, as Leonardo quietly observes him. Leonardo sighs, looking at the framed newspaper headline that prominently features Arusha Savlon's name and praises her great feats. Leonardo, running a hand through his hair, wonders when Crovy arranged the interview, while a chibi Crovy gleefully appears in his thoughts. Crovy, looking slightly surprised, asks Leonardo if he ended his exclusive contract with Lecce Basto, to which Leonardo calmly confirms. Crovy questions Leonardo's sudden decision, emphasizing the difficulty of finding another tailor of Lecce Basto's caliber, while Leonardo remains pensive. Leonardo, in chibi form, curtly dismisses Crovy, stating it is none of his business, as a chibi Crovy smiles knowingly. Crovy smiles gently, realizing Leonardo had no choice in the matter. Leonardo stands illuminated by a golden light, pondering Arusha Savlon's desires. Leonardo looks contemplatively to the side, as Crovy addresses him as Marquis. Leonardo, in chibi form, expresses annoyance, denying Crovy's assumption, while a chibi Crovy looks over-the-top surprised. Crovy effusively praises Arusha Savlon's splendid debut in high society, proudly telling Leonardo that he must be very proud, while Arusha Savlon's small foot with an elegant shoe makes a jabak-jabak sound as it steps out. Leonardo denies Crovy's claim again, as a sleepy Arusha Savlon, in her nightgown, yawns and asks what everyone is doing so early. A sleepy Arusha Savlon rubs her eyes, then brightens, asking her father if he slept well. A yawning chibi Arusha Savlon greets Crovy, who excitedly welcomes her, declaring she has arrived just in time. Arusha Savlon points, asking about the framed object on the wall, as Leonardo looks down at her. Crovy, with a knowing smirk, prepares to explain the significance of the framed newspaper article. A hand firmly grasps a newspaper, and scissors make a chalk sound, cutting out an article. Crovy animatedly explains to Arusha Savlon that Leonardo wants to hang the framed article on the wall to celebrate her first appearance in the newspaper, much to Leonardo's visible annoyance. Arusha Savlon gasps in surprise, asking if there's truly an article about her, while Leonardo, clearly upset, grabs Crovy by his vest, lifting him into the air. Leonardo firmly holds Crovy by his vest, looking sternly at him, as Crovy looks flustered. Arusha Savlon gazes at the framed newspaper article, thinking her name is on it. Leonardo tries to tell Arusha Savlon something important about the frame, while Crovy excitedly gestures and Arusha Savlon approaches. Arusha Savlon smiles brightly and holds out her hand. Leonardo walks away looking back with a stern expression. A large hand reaches out to a small hand, and a voice states that much greater achievements will be made in the future. Arusha Savlon, holding Leonardo's hand, walks beside him. Leonardo reflects on being led by Arusha Savlon's wishes, a stark contrast to his own nature, concluding it is quite obvious. Arusha Savlon, with wide eyes, looks up and questions her father. Leonardo gently pats Arusha Savlon's head, causing her to wince slightly. Leonardo tells Crovy the frame is too small, while a confused Arusha Savlon looks up, surrounded by question marks. Leonardo looks back, pondering with a slight smile. Crovy, dramatically gesturing, tells Leonardo not to worry, as an embarrassed Arusha Savlon covers her face. Arusha Savlon looks shocked, internally processing Crovy's words. A man with white hair sits by a window, deep in thought as bright light streams in. The white-bearded elder, wearing glasses, holds a newspaper, and asks a man if the Arusha mentioned is the one he knows, and the man confirms it. Nocturne recounts the recent incident at Count Coulson's estate and the angel dress incident to the white-bearded elder. The white-bearded elder comments that these accomplishments are quite remarkable for a 5-year-old child. Nocturne confirms the elder's statement, placing a hand on his chest respectfully. Nocturne explains that while the article is positive, It reports on events that occurred while Arusha Savlon was accompanying that rogue marquis. The white-bearded elder expresses concern that if the father and daughter end up in scandal together, the embarrassment will be manifold, while Nocturne stands behind the desk. The white-bearded elder questions Nocturne if he has figured out where a certain group has been frequenting lately. Nocturne apologizes, explaining that the group's destinations change every time, making them difficult to confirm. The white-bearded elder instructs Nocturne that he will handle it. Nocturne closes a large, ornate door in a grand hallway. The white-bearded elder praises Nocturne's efforts, then questions if he heard something about Mr. Freddy Sabline. Mr. Freddy Sabline, with light purple hair and yellow eyes, smiles, acknowledging it has been a while. Mr. Freddy Sabline, with a slight smirk, asks if the elder can spare a moment as he seemed to be having an interesting conversation with his father. A chibi character with purple hair welcomes readers, and a thought bubble questions if something is true. Freddy Sabline descends a grand staircase while Nocturne waits patiently below, their footsteps echoing. Nocturne informs someone that Limerick Bray has become Lady Arusha's private tutor, relaying important news. Freddy Sabline acknowledges the information with a thoughtful expression, his hand resting on his chin. Freddy Sabline considers that Arusha must be exceptional to enter Arte Castle, reflecting on the challenge ahead. Nocturne asks Freddy Sabline if this is why he hasn't reported to their father yet, then states he intends to verify the truth first. Nocturne decides to delay reporting the matter for now, pausing thoughtfully. Freddy Sabline expresses his intention to speak directly to their father when the time is right, running a hand through his hair as Nocturne observes. Freddy Sabline silently acknowledges that this situation also involves Oscar, hinting at deeper implications. Nocturne agrees to follow Freddy Sabline's instructions as Freddy Sabline walks away, leaving Nocturne behind. Nocturne respectfully addresses Freddy Sabline as Lord Freddy Sabline as he walks past. A horse-drawn carriage travels along a peaceful, wooded path, its wheels rumbling. Inside the carriage, Limerick Bray smiles, asking Arusha if she is happy. Arusha, in chibi form, beams with overwhelming joy, excitedly holding up a piece of paper. Chibi Arusha proudly announces her official admission, likely to Arte Castle, with a radiant smile. As the carriage continues, Limerick Bray reflects on his successful intervention, while Arusha gratefully acknowledges her indebtedness to him. Arusha smiles contentedly, thinking about how smoothly things have been progressing lately. Arusha proudly thinks about her official recognition at Arte Castle and the soaring fame of Arusha's magic dress, while two other children are seen nearby. Limerick Bray looks at a distressed Arusha, who is covering her face, and asks what she is thinking. Arusha questions if she is truly to visit Duke Sherman, as cloaked figures are seen observing the carriage from the forest. Arusha, inside the carriage, enthusiastically confirms her primary goal, emphasizing that she must get into Arte Castle. Arusha reacts with a look of wide-eyed surprise and confusion. Limerick Bray shouts in alarm, shielding Arusha as a sharp object shatters the carriage window. The carriage is ambushed and surrounded by several cloaked figures on the wooded road, with one assailant climbing onto the back. Limerick Bray, holding Arusha close, glares fiercely and addresses someone outside the carriage, a blonde man with red eyes, wearing a blue cloak and wielding a glowing sword, menacingly questions if Arusha is the daughter of a troublemaker, Sabline. Limerick Bray attempts to clarify that there's a misunderstanding, but the blonde man with the sword aggressively dismisses him, demanding Arusha be brought out, stating they want nothing to do with the Sabline family. Arusha's face contorts in raw terror, her eyes wide with fear as she trembles. Limerick Bray gasps in alarm as he and Arusha are surrounded by the cloaked assailants under the setting sun. Arusha looks up in fear as a cloaked figure points and mentions someone, with the blonde man with the sword visible behind them. The man in the hooded cloak, appearing concerned, questions if the blonde man with the sword is Luvan, the owner of the angel dress. The man in the hooded cloak emphatically confirms the blonde man's identity to Arusha, who looks upset. Arusha looks distressed, as an unseen voice angrily blames her, stating they wouldn't have been caught in the secret workshop if not for her. A hand firmly covers Arusha's mouth, silencing her cry of surprise. Limerick Bray shouts Arusha's name in distress as a cloaked figure covers her mouth, silencing her. Limerick Bray angrily confronts the blonde man with the sword, who casually reveals he merely knocked Arusha out for a moment. Limerick Bray reels in shock and disbelief, questioning the blonde man's sinister remark about not killing Arusha before a declaration of war. The blonde man with the sword swiftly and violently stabs Limerick Bray in the stomach. The blonde man with the sword commands his cloaked subordinate to return to the manor and place the kid Arusha in the cart, which the subordinate confirms. Limerick Bray clutches his bleeding stomach, realizing with certainty that his attackers are from the third minister. As the blonde man with the sword and his cloaked figures retreat at sunset, Limerick Bray identifies them as Duke Nicolar's people. Wounded and collapsing on the ground, Limerick Bray desperately thinks he must quickly inform the Marquis about the attack. Limerick Bray struggles to move his legs, contemplating the dire consequences if he fails to deliver the crucial message. Limerick Bray looks up, with an injured and desperate expression, his mouth stained with blood. A small boy, enveloped in a radiant blue light, stands in the woods and exclaims in surprise upon seeing someone. The scene transitions to an exterior view of a magnificent building with a prominent bell tower. Arusha looks distressed in the bottom panel, as unseen voices call out "Your Grace" and "Duke," connecting to the ongoing crisis. Tied to a chair, a terrified Arusha desperately pleads for forgiveness from Duke Zet Nicolar. Limerick Bray points at Arusha, vehemently declaring that everything is that brat's fault, while Duke Zet Nicolar stands nearby. Duke Zet Nicolar glares, calling someone a stupid fool, as a hand prepares to strike with anger evident in his glowing red eyes. Arusha is terrified and tied to a chair as Duke Zet Nicolar furiously rages, berating someone for being unable to handle her and for ruining their family's children's clothing business. Arusha, tied to a chair, is terrified as Luvan, with blood on his face, stands over Duke Zet Nicolar, whom she thinks is a complete psycho. Luvan wipes blood from his face, questioning the situation with a menacing gaze. Luvan steps closer to the tied Arusha, mockingly asking if she has come to her senses. Luvan grabs Arusha's tied hand, sneering that she resembles a needless bastard as she cries out for help. Luvan, with fangs, viciously warns Arusha not to expect leniency because she's a child, as a terrified Arusha desperately screams for someone to help her. A severely wounded Limerick leans on Crovey, who frantically reports Arusha's kidnapping, questioning why knights cannot be mobilized. Crovey, supporting a struggling Limerick, gravely reports to Nocturne that Limerick barely survived to relay news of the Nicolar family's retaliatory action. Nocturne tells Crovey they must act immediately if his report is true, but warns that such a grave decision cannot be made while Marquis Leonardo is away. Marquis Leonardo listens silently, reflecting on the profound implications of war between the 5 great families and the 3 great families. Marquis Leonardo's intense gaze suggests deep, silent contemplation of the crisis. Nocturne explains that armed conflict between the 12 great families has been tacitly forbidden since the Craig family's destruction 20 years ago. Nocturne reveals that Duke Sherman Sabline has been the one preventing war among the great families for the past 20 years. Nocturne, restraining a frustrated Crovey, advises him not to act rashly and to wait for the master's return. Tiske. Crovey desperately pleads with Marquis Leonardo to speak, but he remains silent. An unseen Crovey desperately pleads for Marquis Leonardo's help, warning that Arusha is in danger, but Marquis Leonardo remains deep in thought. Someone calls out to Marquis Leonardo. A clink is heard. A magnificent bell tower stands tall under the luminous full moon, signaling a shift in the scene. Luvan stands on a balcony, gesturing for someone to look in a specific direction. Luvan bitterly reflects on his family's grand mansion, once bright, now with their wealth and retainers scattered. Luvan rages, blaming Arusha and her father for ruining his family's honor. A terrified Arusha stands tied as Luvan derisively addresses her as a worthless brat. Arusha, tied and fearful, bravely defends herself to Luvan, explaining she only uncovered the Nicolar family's hidden secrets. Arusha, tied and distressed, argues that her family's honor was already non-existent if they were exploiting orphans. Luvan angrily silences Arusha, warning her to watch her mouth and beginning to explain how they treat abandoned children. Luvan pauses, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. Luvan laughs, seemingly realizing something about Arusha. Arusha is visibly horrified, as Luvan reveals she too was abandoned by her parents. Arusha recoils as Luvan reveals he knows her painful past. Her mother abandoned her and died, and her father locked her away for her entire 5-year life, treating her as non-existent. A footsteps near Arusha, causing her to cry out in alarm. Thud! Luvan stands over the fallen Arusha, callously telling her she is worth so little. Luvan grins sinisterly, his glowing sword raised, declaring that no one will come to save Arusha. Arusha lies distraught on the floor, resolving with fierce determination that she must refute Luvan's cruel words. A desolate, empty room with a locked door evokes a painful memory of past confinement. Arusha cries, distressed that her past life memories are resurfacing amidst her current despair. Luvan stands over the terrified Arusha, declaring she's not a hostage but will be hanged at the Sabline flare as a declaration of war. Luvan smiles sinisterly as his sword descends, eliciting a terrified scream from Arusha. Red blood violently splatters across a dark background, indicating a brutal strike. Arusha is shown crying silently, her eyes closed, still bound and deeply distressed. Arusha, still tied on the floor, weakly pleads with the retreating, cloaked figure. Luvan screams in agony, clutching his chest as his sword shatters. Arusha looks up, her eyes wide with surprise, still tied but reacting to a sudden shift. Marquise Leonardo appears dramatically, glaring menacingly as Arusha cries out, "Father!" Quick, decisive footsteps move rapidly. Tap. Marquise Leonardo kneels beside Arusha, reassuringly asking if she is okay. Despite her still tied hands, Marquise Leonardo, looking deeply concerned, asks Arusha if she is hurt. Arusha, teary-eyed and confused, questions why, as Marquise Leonardo asks if the man harmed her. Marquise Leonardo looks down, silently pondering Arusha's questioning why he came to save her. Nocturne, looking determined, instructs someone to inform the knights. Marquise Leonardo, asserting his authority as the Sibline family's rightful heir, orders an immediate march on the Nicolar family. Nocturne reacts with shocked fury, questioning if Marquise Leonardo has lost his mind for ordering such a drastic action. Nocturne, looking disturbed, questions if Marquise Leonardo intends to defy their master's will, recalling an event from 5 years ago. Marquise Leonardo, in a memory, recalls being unable to go against his family's decision when Juliet was expelled from the mansion. Marquise Leonardo painfully remembers hesitating, costing him the chance to ever see her again, as he looks at an ornate gate. Nocturne looks distressed, gripping Marquise Leonardo, pleading with him in a close-up. Nocturne urgently questions Marquise Leonardo if he can bring Arusha back to life if she is killed this time. Marquise Leonardo, with intense determination, repeatedly declares this time, hinting at a resolve not to repeat past mistakes. Marquise Leonardo holds his chest, a solemn expression on his face, indicating a deep, personal commitment. Arusha, wearing a hooded cloak, looks up with wide, worried eyes, her hands nervously clasped. Marquise Leonardo stands protectively behind Arusha, holding her, and states he won't repeat the same mistake. Arusha, still cloaked, remains silent, her expression unreadable as she looks ahead. Arusha cries tears of relief, overwhelmed by emotion, with flower petals surrounding her, showing her profound distress. Marquise Leonardo smirks mockingly, calling Luvan's prior actions ridiculous. A sword clangs to the ground, its shattered blade suggesting Luvan's defeat in a duel. Luvan, wounded and bleeding, questions Marquise Leonardo's right to act like a parent after abandoning his own child. Marquise Leonardo silences Luvan, angrily telling Zek Nicolar to shut up. Marquise Leonardo's hand grips a sword, ready for combat, as he questions Zek Nicolar's ability to challenge a 5-year-old. Marquise Leonardo stands defiantly, sword in hand, declaring he will make Zek Nicolar regret harming his daughter, Arusha. Marquise Leonardo, standing on a balcony with a bell tower, announces to the vassals of House Nicholas to hear him. A hand sweeps across a bloody surface, indicating the aftermath of a violent struggle. Marquise Leonardo dramatically declares that Zek Nicholas has fallen in battle against him, losing the family crest in their duel. Marquise Leonardo demands that there is no need for further meaningless sacrifice. 2 cloaked figures, presumably knights of the Nicholas family, stand with drawn swords, contemplating their next move. Marquise Leonardo commands those who remain to cease resistance and surrender at once, with the rising sun over the Nicolar estate. The scene shifts to the Emperor's Grand Hall, where the dark-bearded Emperor sits on his throne, observing advisors. The dark-bearded Emperor looks amused and demands an advisor repeat what he just said. The blonde advisor reads from a scroll, his expression serious, about to deliver crucial news. The blonde advisor reports that Zekt, Duke of House Nicholas, has died, as blood stains a broken sword. The blonde advisor continues to report that the Savlon family crest has been placed on the Duke's estate rooftop, eliciting laughter from off-panel. The dark-bearded Emperor, covering his eyes, laughs heartily, commenting on the unexpected fall of the Nicholas house despite their power difference. The blonde advisor and the elder advisor look on as the unseen laughter questions if that was truly the best the Nicholas house could muster. The blonde advisor tries to propose promoting Phoebe to a vacant minister seat, but the Emperor's hand dismisses it as nonsense. The dark-bearded Emperor declares that the 3rd seat will be taken by House Savlon, with a commanding gesture. 3 bloody swords are shown, symbolizing that blood and steel are the clearest way to claim a family's rank. The dark-bearded Emperor glares menacingly, questioning if they have forgotten the true meaning of bloody usurpation after 20 years. The dark-bearded Emperor commands his advisors to leave and proceed with the formalities, to which they obediently respond. The large ornate doors close, emphasizing the finality of the Emperor's decisions and the conclusion of the meeting. The blonde advisor, carrying a scroll, asks the chief advisor about the heir of House Savlon, as the chief advisor listens. The blonde advisor smiles, finding it quite unexpected that the heir of House Savlon possessed such qualities. The blonde advisor admits he always thought the heir was a scoundrel, but praises his exceptional leadership and swordsmanship. The blonde advisor and the gray-haired chief advisor turn to each other, engaging in conversation. The gray-haired chief advisor confirms the blonde advisor's statement with a nod and a thoughtful expression. The scene depicts a grand, ornate hallway as an unseen voice continues the discussion, underscoring the shift in power. The gray-haired chief advisor, wiping his face with a cloth, remarks that blood is indeed thicker than water. The grand Savlon mansion is shown, while an unseen voice identifies the heir as Leonardo Savlon, the son of Duke Shermang. Marquis Leonardo, looking concerned, questions about Arusha's well-being. Marquis Leonardo is told by a maid that Arusha is safe and cheerful. Then he asks about a physician's examination. Marquis Leonardo's expression turns solemn as he learns Arusha has no major injuries, but was greatly shaken. Marquis Leonardo receives a report from the maid that after medicine, Arusha was escorted to her bedroom, and he responds, "All right." Marquis Leonardo looks down, sighing, "I see," and silently reflects on the situation. Marquis Leonardo deeply regrets that if he had paid more attention, the terrible thing that happened to Arusha could have been prevented. Marquis Leonardo clutches his head in anguish, expressing his deep guilt and frustration over what happened to Arusha. Marquis Leonardo clutches his face, overcome with anguish and self-blame. Nocturne addresses Marquis Leonardo as Sir Leonardo, Marquis of Savlon. Nocturne, flanked by knights, declares an official order from House Shermang to immediately escort Marquis Leonardo to the Lord's chamber. Marquis Leonardo, with a faint smirk, casually states it will only take a moment. Marquis Leonardo looks confidently to the side. Nocturne holds a sword, apologizes for his discourtesy, then states the order is to bring Marquis Leonardo by force if he resists, asking if he intends to. Marquis Leonardo puts a gloved finger to his lips, cautioning Nocturne not to raise his voice too loud. Marquis Leonardo, with intense yellow eyes, warns Nocturne that a loud voice will wake the child. Nocturne, holding his sword, questions if Marquis Leonardo thinks he will run away and orders him to quietly dismiss the knights. Nocturne scoffs as he and Marquis Leonardo stand back to back. Marquis Leonardo acknowledges he understood and begins to walk away, followed by Nocturne and the knights. The Grand Savlon mansion is showcased under a bright, clear blue sky. Marquis Leonardo addresses Duke Shermang, stating he was called for. Duke Shermang questions Marquis Leonardo's audacity for entering another family's estate without permission, yet standing calmly. Marquis Leonardo retorts, asking if he would need permission if Duke Shermang's child's life was in danger. Duke Shermang, with a sword by his side, criticizes Marquis Leonardo for always charging in without thinking. Marquis Leonardo silently listens as Duke Shermang insists that consideration should be given to matters of a child's life or death. Marquis Leonardo is seen in a close-up, looking determined, as two armored knights begin to escort him. Marquis Leonardo groans in discomfort as the two knights continue escorting him. Duke Shermang explains that the 12 great houses adhered to an implicit agreement made 20 years ago. Duke Shermang elaborates that the agreement was to refrain from bloodshed, then questions the consequences if this incident ignites a new era of bloody usurpation. Duke Shermang angrily recalls a past time when families constantly threatened each other and usurpation and revenge were rampant. Marquis Leonardo looks down, contemplating the ill will other families might harbor towards the Savlon family because of his actions. Marquis Leonardo reflects that his father ultimately views everything through the lens of power. Duke Shermang stands near a kneeling woman, with a knight observing, indicating a tense and formal confrontation. Duke Shermang expresses surprise, then states he couldn't care for her until she was 5 years old and she nearly died. Marquis Leonardo, with eyes closed and physically restrained, expresses his sorrow for wronging her and never getting to apologize. Duke Shermang, from behind, questions if Marquis Leonardo can, even once, look upon him with a parent's eyes. Marquis Leonardo exclaims, "Father!" with a pained expression, contrasting with Duke Shermang's stern face. A gloved hand holds a paper with a promotional banner. Duke Shermang reads a formal document appointing the Savlon family as the third minister and commands unwavering loyalty to the imperial family. Duke Shermang smiles and sighs contentedly while adjusting his glasses. His glasses clatter onto a desk. Clack. Marquis Leonardo is led away by two knights, observed by Duke Shermang. Duke Shermang looks on with a stern expression. Duke Shermang states that a mere father's opinion cannot take precedence over the duty of a family head who leads hundreds. Marquis Leonardo, looking down, responds that he understands. Marquis Leonardo resolves to continue living, bearing his sins, if that is truly the case. Marquis Leonardo stands with a determined expression, his hands behind his back. Duke Shermang stands by a window, looking resolute. Duke Shermang orders Marquis Leonardo to be taken away immediately, stating his punishment will be decided after the appointment ceremony. Marquis Leonardo's thoughts reveal that from birth, he was designated the Savlon family heir and lived solely for the family. A close-up of a footstepping reflects Marquis Leonardo's belief that the family head's duty must be greater than a father's. Duke Sherman calls out Leonardo as he looks at his son. A memory shows a small, wide-eyed child, presumably Arusha, calling out Mom with raised arms. The young girl, holding a woman's hand, asks how long she has to stay at Grandma's house. The young girl asks if she can't go back home anymore. The young girl looks up at the woman, her face filled with distress, asking if she is all alone. The young girl looks up distraught, her small hand held by the woman in a moment of likely abandonment. Arusha weeps, large tears welling in her eyes, deeply distressed. Abbott looks shocked as Arusha lies unconscious, mentally questioning, Abbott? Abbott tends to Arusha, who is now awake in bed, as the maid responds softly. Arusha realizes it was a dream, another memory from her past life, as Abbott calls out to her. Abbott and two maid clones excitedly offer comfort to Arusha, who insists she is fine. Abbott, with concern, asks Arusha if she knows how worried she was, as Arusha sits up in bed. A book and a teddy bear lie discarded, suggesting a sudden, impactful disturbance. Abbott cries, tears streaming down her face, overcome with emotion. Arusha laughs joyfully, her face alight with happiness, seemingly recovered. Abbott expresses relief that Arusha is perfectly fine and healthy, as Arusha makes a happy gurgling sound. Abbott decides to fetch food, urging herself to get a hold of her emotions, while Arusha tries to speak. Arusha cries out for Abbott to wait, appearing flustered as objects clatter. Arusha smiles, looking slightly mischievous. Marquise Leonardo holds Arusha's small hand, thinking about the shock of recent events. An intricate, dark, thorny pattern covers the screen, signaling a shift to a more somber or complex tone. Two carriage wheels float on a dark background as Arusha reflects on her efforts to avoid dying, like in the original story. A hooded figure with a drawn sword stands menacingly, their face obscured by shadow. A pink-haired woman stands with her back to the viewer, bathed in a blood-red light, foreshadowing danger. Arusha realizes this is the first time she's faced a real crisis, her thoughts surrounded by a dark, bloody void. A hooded figure asks if Arusha was also abandoned by her parents, while Arusha, eyes closed, appears troubled. Arusha sleeps soundly, peacefully snuggled in her bed. Arusha wakes up, rubbing her eyes, still appearing sleepy. Arusha joyfully exclaims, Abbott, you're here soon! Marquise Leonardo, carrying a tray of food, surprises an excited Arusha with his presence. Arusha calls out Dad, and leaps towards Marquise Leonardo as he calmly presents pumpkin pottage. Marquise Leonardo, with a gentle expression, tells Arusha to stay right there. Marquise Leonardo assures Arusha he will prepare something for her to eat in bed, as Arusha watches curiously. The Grand Savlon mansion is showcased under a bright, clear blue sky. Marquise Leonardo sits by Arusha's bed, observing her eat contentedly. Marquise Leonardo watches Arusha eat, noting that her body seems all right. Arusha happily thanks Marquise Leonardo for saving her, who responds with a thoughtful, Arusha asks about the fate of those who took her, and Marquise Leonardo explains he punished them, ensuring they won't show themselves again. Arusha looks up at Marquise Leonardo, asking if he is hurt anywhere. Arusha insists she is just shaken up, not truly hurt, as Marquise Leonardo looks away, seemingly pained. Marquise Leonardo smiles softly, commenting on Arusha's unique character. Arusha sits by her bed, looking at the empty bowl, then thinks about her mom. Marquise Leonardo's hand clatters an item on a tray, disturbed by Arusha's thought about her mother. Marquise Leonardo asks Arusha from across the room if she resented him all this time. Marquise Leonardo looks down, lost in thought. Arusha watches Marquise Leonardo with wide, questioning eyes. Marquise Leonardo sits, his expression serious, as Arusha asks if he is apologizing to her. Marquise Leonardo listens intently, as Arusha emotionally asks him why he abandoned his daughter. Arusha cries, tears streaming down her face, confessing how much she wanted to see Marquise Leonardo. Arusha thinks in a dreamy, blue-lit sequence, questioning why she was abandoned, while a younger, distressed version of herself appears below. Arusha cries out in anguish, thinking she was confident she would never abandon her family again. Title card appears with stylized Korean text. Get $100 off any order over $1,000 and free shipping at artandhome.com. Arusha rubs her eyes, still looking sleepy in bed. Arusha is fully awake, wide-eyed and looking forward. Marquise Leonardo sits on the bed next to Arusha, who watches him intently as a dull thump sounds. Marquise Leonardo explains that Arusha's mother had to live alone in the mansion after her birth and later passed away from illness, with a memory of a pink-haired woman with a suitcase. Marquise Leonardo's hand reaches out, stating Arusha shouldn't misunderstand, accompanied by a quick swoosh sound. Arusha gently touches Marquise Leonardo's hand as he looks at her, a soft pat sounding. Marquise Leonardo continues, admitting he was the one who left Arusha alone for 5 years, consumed by regret and guilt. With a clack sound, Arusha watches wide-eyed as Marquise Leonardo declares he has no excuse, a gentle whoosh sounding. Marquise Leonardo speaks, acknowledging the profound pain of losing his wife, Juliet. Marquise Leonardo looks down, lost in a moment of sad reflection. Marquise Leonardo gently holds Arusha's hand, sitting beside her on the bed as a soft clink sounds. Arusha, with a sad expression, wonders about their future, a faint rustle accompanying her thoughts. Marquise Leonardo assures Arusha she is the child born from his and Juliet's love, in a brightly lit room with ornate mirrors. Marquise Leonardo sits on the bed, stating that even if Arusha resents him, she should know her mother loved her, with a subtle swoosh. Marquise Leonardo holds Arusha's hands, apologizing to her, as a light pop sounds and Arusha looks distressed. Marquise Leonardo, with a serious expression, thanks Arusha for opening her heart. Arusha gently taps Marquise Leonardo's hand, a soft tap sounding. Arusha, looking down, asks Marquise Leonardo if he still loves her mother even now. Marquise Leonardo replies simply and firmly that he does. Arusha's eyes sparkle with happiness as she looks up. A contented thump sounds. Arusha grins widely, a cheerful smile sounding as she expresses her joy. Marquise Leonardo's hands are outstretched, surprised as Arusha's hands appear over them with a clap. Arusha, with a HMPH, questions why Marquise Leonardo didn't do this when he bought her a doll, surprising him. Arusha smiles widely, her eyes shining brightly as she looks forward. Marquise Leonardo looks at Arusha with a calm, focused expression. Marquise Leonardo embraces Arusha, who looks up at him with wide eyes, a warm hug sounding. Arusha looks over Marquise Leonardo's shoulder, deep in thought as she is embraced. Arusha rests her head comfortably on Marquise Leonardo's shoulder, a soft snuggle sounding. Marquise Leonardo embraces Arusha tenderly, bowing his head as light sparkles around them, signifying a heartfelt moment. Marquise Leonardo holds Arusha close, his expression tender as he caresses her. Marquise Leonardo gently caresses Arusha's hair, stating he will no longer view her as a source of pain, a soft rustle sounding. The Grand Savlon mansion is showcased under a clear, bright sky, marking a transition. The elegant exterior of a brilliant, shining building is displayed under a clear blue sky, sparkling with light. The Crown Prince and Count Appleton are seated at a table on a balcony overlooking a garden, engaging in conversation, a light clink sounding. Count Appleton, the gray-haired man, questions if he is addressing the Imperial Highness, the Crown Prince. A gloved hand offers a cup, as the speaker affirms their identity with a gentle whoosh. The young dark-haired boy, the Crown Prince, formally welcomes Count Appleton. A decorative balcony setting with potted plants is shown as someone acknowledges the ongoing discussion. Count Appleton, holding a teacup, notes that they cannot truly rejoice while the Empress remains bedridden. The Crown Prince congratulates Count Appleton, who politely thanks him with a soft sip. Count Appleton expresses hope that his daughter, Arietta, will find a good match through this opportunity. As the Crown Prince watches, a light tap sounding. The Crown Prince closes his eyes, stating he understands and is sure Arietta will form a good connection, a flutter sounding. Count Appleton looks thoughtful, a subtle sigh sounding as he processes the conversation. The Crown Prince, with a stern expression, tells Count Appleton to speak now, a clink sounding as he adjusts his cup. Count Appleton bows his head, responding respectfully to the Crown Prince, a sharp clack sounding. An ornate, dark, and intricate symbol appears, setting a mysterious tone, with text revealing a past meeting between Malasha and Duke Zecht. A flashback shows Malasha and Duke Zecht in an intimate embrace, confirming their past meeting, and notes that definitive evidence is unobtainable due to Duke Zecht's death. The Crown Prince looks away, deep in thought, a soft swish accompanying his reflection. The scene shows 2 teacups on a table as a voice asks about the incident, lamenting being a step too late. The Crown Prince looks determined, preparing to reveal a crucial point. A shadowy figure, presumably the Crown Prince, stands in a glowing, ethereal setting, holding a shimmering object. The Crown Prince, with a resolute expression, asserts that saving even one life was not a meaningless act. Count Appleton commends the Crown Prince, affirming his last statement was most rightful as he sips tea. A close-up highlights the Crown Prince's glowing necklace, with a subtle blink sounding. The Crown Prince, with a slight smile, inquires about the current state of high society. The Crown Prince stands beside Count Appleton, who is seated at a table on a balcony. A panel of someone's boots, with a sound of footsteps, reveals thoughts on the Savlon family's unexpected rise, thanks to its successor. The Crown Prince and Count Appleton look out from the balcony, with the Crown Prince remarking, as expected. The Crown Prince emphasizes that the two families must avoid conflict, even for a brief moment. A close-up shows Count Appleton listening intently as the Crown Prince addresses him. A bright, ornate, ethereal architectural detail shines against a clear blue sky, marking a transition. The Crown Prince stands, gazing outward, his back partially turned in the elegant setting. Abbott reads a newspaper as Arusha sits animatedly at the dining table, enjoying her meal. A spoon clatters loudly to the table from Arusha's hand, prompting a thought about its cause. Abbott holds up the newspaper while Arusha eagerly affirms something with a gentle tap sounding. Arusha, wide-eyed, expresses surprise that her family is the talk of high society. Pondering, really? A close-up on Arusha is accompanied by a thought bubble explaining the natural authority of a family head. Two chibi characters, one angry and one calmly holding a 3 flag, represent reflections on the family's reputation. A thought bubble explains that because Leo raised the family's standing, no one will openly question him. Arusha, now back at the dining table, wipes her brow, appearing satisfied after her meal. Arusha, looking eager, asks for water as Abbott offers her warm milk, while a thought ponders future family alliances with Leo. Abbott gracefully pours water into a glass with a pour sound. Arusha excitedly calls for Abbott, who happily responds, asking what she needs. Arusha, with shining eyes, looks at a surprised Abbott, who asks, "Huh?" Abbott smiles, bending down to Arusha, thinking Arusha is the best. Abbott informs Arusha a letter arrived for her, and Arusha curiously asks about the sender. Arusha examines an ornate, blank letter from behind, holding it carefully. Abbott observes Arusha drinking from a bottle. Arusha gently taps a clear glass, again calling out to Abbott. A close-up on Arusha shows her wide, questioning eyes. A thought bubble fills the frame, asking about the father's current whereabouts. Marquise Leonardo walks in with 2 maids and an attendant, while another long-haired man sits relaxed in a chair, footsteps sounding. A bright, ornate, green and yellow abstract pattern provides a luminous transition. Marquise Leonardo, shirtless under a robe, reclines in a chair, looking serious as someone calls his name. Marquise Leonardo, from his relaxed pose, asks if the attendant thought he would attend the imperial palace. The attendant explains the importance of the minister's appointment ceremony, asking why Marquise Leonardo isn't attending. Marquise Leonardo firmly states he will not be going, even if the sky falls, and the attendant agrees with a tap sound. The attendant comments that Marquise Leonardo remains unchanged despite becoming the successor of a great house, with soft footsteps sounding. Marquise Leonardo, still in his robe, turns with a curious expression, asking Arusha. Arusha is depicted happily in a pretty dress, surrounded by flowers and sparkle. The attendant, looking surprised, greets Arusha and says good morning. Arusha, dressed beautifully, stands before Marquise Leonardo, who is now standing, with the maids and attendant watching. Marquise Leonardo's hand gently touches Arusha's waist with a quick grab sound. Marquise Leonardo lifts Arusha high, smiling warmly at her in a brightly lit, ethereal setting. Marquise Leonardo gently asks Arusha if she slept well, calling her my daughter. Arusha happily confirms she slept well, addressing him as my father. Arusha happily reports having eaten warm milk and scrambled eggs, to which Marquise Leonardo responds, "It sounds delicious," as the attendant and maids look shocked. Marquise Leonardo lovingly caresses Arusha's cheek, smiling softly. Marquise Leonardo tenderly holds Arusha, surrounded by sparkling flowers, looking at her with affection. The attendant and maids appear completely shocked by the tender scene. The attendant, flabbergasted, questions what he just saw, as Marquise Leonardo casually states he simply kissed his daughter. The attendant, wiping his eyes, wonders if he's seeing things, while Arusha excitedly calls out, "Father?" Arusha, with shining eyes, excitedly declares she wants to visit the imperial palace, and Marquise Leonardo considers her request. The 2 maids are utterly shocked, dropping a tray with a loud clang as Marquise Leonardo decides there's no reason not to grant Arusha's wish. Chibi versions of the attendant Kroby and a maid express their flustered confusion, wondering what just happened. Kroby thinks about how Marquise Leonardo didn't even kiss Arusha when she was born, only holding her after formalities with a swish. Kroby is deep in thought, processing the dramatic change in Marquise Leonardo's behavior. Marquise Leonardo closes his eyes, regretting all the wasted time he spent not showing affection to Arusha. Marquise Leonardo stands proudly next to a delighted Arusha, realizing he should have been showering her with affection much sooner. Kroby looks completely shocked, with static surrounding him, while 2 maids react in dismay, and Kroby wonders what is going on. A thought bubble expresses profound disbelief, questioning if this is truly the Marquise Leonardo they know. A bright blue sky with soft white clouds offers a clear transition with light sparkles. The grand Savlon mansion is beautifully showcased under the clear sky, adorned with blooming flowers. Arusha, in a pretty dress, walks on a path outside, thinking it will take a while for everyone, even the servants, to get used to the new dynamic, with a tap sounding. Arusha smiles shyly, adjusting her clothes, perhaps feeling a little awkward about the sudden changes. Arusha looks forward thoughtfully, appearing in a garden setting, contemplating her surroundings. A chibi Arusha character playfully spins around, with a twirl sound representing her joyful mood. A gloved hand holds an ornate letter that congratulates Lady Savlon on becoming one of the 3 greatest houses and invites her to the golden banquet with a rustle. Arusha stands proudly in front of the mansion, holding the blank letter and beaming with happiness. Arusha looks down at the letter, which advises her to be careful going forward, as Marquis Savlon has many enemies. The Crown Prince looks stern, identifying the letter as being from the child he met during the Coulson incident. The Crown Prince gazes intently, a thoughtful expression on his face, surrounded by shimmering flowers. Arusha holds the letter with a nervous thump as the Crown Prince looks over her, perhaps indicating his watchful presence. Arusha walks away, looking back as the Crown Prince ponders if he should take this opportunity to go to the Imperial Palace and check on her. Arusha stands before Count Appleton, who appears to be lost in thought, while she curiously watches him. Arusha screams in shock as a dark shadow falls over her, indicating a sudden and startling encounter. A sharp cry sounds. Arusha looks up, wide-eyed, questioning if it's Count Appleton, and he wonders if her health is still not good. A thud sounds. Arusha is visibly distressed and shouts, questioning why they are running into each other here, while a large hand looms over her. A chibi Arusha in a witch's hat with cat ears promotes supporting the manga to release chapters faster. Count Appleton stops abruptly, looking stern with a pause sound. Count Appleton clears his throat, turning to address Arusha with a slight sound of movement. Arusha looks up, questioning, as Count Appleton states it's fortunate she is out. Arusha asks if Count Appleton came to the heir's residence just to see her, and he confirms it with a step sound. Count Appleton turns away, clarifying that he is only there to verify the key figure in the kidnapping incident as the head of the family, with a swish. Arusha responds with a quiet, "Oh," her expression somewhat downcast. Arusha sits on the ground, seemingly sad or overwhelmed, with a thud. Count Appleton looks with a thoughtful, slightly concerned expression, with a startled sound. Count Appleton looks at Arusha and says yes, as Arusha stands up with a jump. A close-up of Arusha's face, her eyes wide, as Count Appleton addresses her by name. A wide shot of the mansion shows Count Appleton's thoughts that a family head must strongly protect the household, not move it as they please. Count Appleton states he will allow Arusha to carry this with her for now, adjusting his glove with a swish. Arusha extends her right hand, happily agreeing to Count Appleton's instruction to extend her hand, with a quick grab sound. A gloved hand places a shimmering, ethereal bracelet onto Arusha's outstretched hand with a sparkle. The new bracelet glitters on Arusha's wrist, surrounded by sparkling flowers, emphasizing its magical significance. Count Appleton explains that the bracelet is a Savlon family heirloom and will serve as a symbol that no one should mess with Arusha, with a swish. Arusha is astonished, recognizing the heirloom as the bracelet of the great magician, Stain, which was passed down in the Savlon family. The Imperial Palace is presented with an ornate clock and grand architecture under a bright sky. An elegant palace courtyard with stairs and banners sets the scene, leading towards the banquet hall. Bergamot, a blonde-haired boy in glasses and a formal uniform, walks confidently with footsteps. Winston looks out from a balcony, acknowledging Bergamot's presence below. Winston suggests heading into the banquet hall, but Bergamot asks him to wait, pointing to an incoming arrival. A grand carriage arrives, indicated by a rumble, as Bergamot notes someone important has just arrived. Marquise Leonardo stands proudly beside Arusha, beaming in her pretty pink dress under a clear sky. Sparkling flowers and ribbons adorn a background, symbolizing charm and festivity. Bergamot looks surprised, recognizing Arusha Sablin, while a chibi Arusha looks excited by the mention of her name. Bergamot intensely focuses on the glowing bracelet, realizing it is a Sablin family heirloom. Winston stands on a balcony, calling out in shock to Bergamot, who reacts nervously to his presence. Arusha looks wide-eyed and innocent, her expression reflecting sweet curiosity. Arusha, looking shyly, asks if someone is referring to her, while another girl stands next to her. A boy in shorts and a cape ascends stairs as Arusha, next to Marquise Leonardo, declares she wore a magic dress. A girl covers her mouth in surprise, her blue eyes wide. Winston Glasson introduces himself to Arusha, who stands shyly beside him, a slight sound accompanying his presence. A chibi Arusha in a witch's hat with cat ears reminds readers to support the manga at a specific website. Marquise Leonardo observes Arusha, who is apparently obsessed with magic dresses, and politely asks if someone would keep her company. A chibi Arusha looks pleased, giggling as another chibi character expresses excitement. Marquise Leonardo affirms Arusha's question about her father, saying yes to her happy declaration of having a fan. Marquise Leonardo is greeted by an off-panel voice calling his name, looking serious. Edward Duran, the fifth in command, joyfully greets Marquise Leonardo with a clink sound. Marquise Leonardo walks confidently as Edward Duran praises his impressive feat of destroying the Nikolai family in just one night. Marquise Leonardo listens attentively as Edward Duran expresses gratitude for rising in rank effortlessly, maintaining a neutral expression. Marquise Leonardo dismisses Edward Duran's thanks, stating he didn't act for Edward Duran's rank, while Edward Duran jovially calls him modest, a tap sounding. Edward Duran, with a cunning smile, muses about the Demaster bloodline, a swish sounding. Edward Duran proposes crossing swords after their current engagement, with a challenging expression. Marquise Leonardo casually adjusts his glove, seemingly unimpressed by the challenge, a quick tap sounding. Edward Duran sheaths his sword with a clink as Marquise Leonardo declines the challenge, stating he will pass. Edward Duran, laughing heartily, expresses his regret and suggests another time. Edward Duran, with a slight smile, changes the topic by casually mentioning something new. Arusha, with shining eyes, happily hugs another girl, who appears shyly surprised. Edward Duran waves goodbye as Marquise Leonardo observes him standing on the steps with a clink sounding. Marquise Leonardo thoughtfully ponders, calling out Edmund. Marquise Leonardo announces they will also be heading inside now, accompanied by Arusha and two other children. A hand adjusts a collar, signaling preparation. A swish sounding. Bergamot looks determined, affirming an instruction with an okay. The group walks away as Arusha happily waves goodbye to Bergamot, who invites her to visit their home, with footsteps sounding. Marquise Leonardo calls Arusha's name, prompting her to look up questioningly with a soft hum. Marquise Leonardo asks Arusha if her friends from Arte Castle are all boys, looking pensive. Marquise Leonardo, with a cough, instructs Arusha to listen carefully, wearing an almost stern expression. Arusha looks flustered, thinking she has created a misunderstanding, with sparkles surrounding her. A gloved hand with a bracelet is shown, as a voice announces the arrival of the Charte family, a thumping sound. Onlookers murmur about the Charte family's rare public appearance and the past bad blood with the Sabline family 5 years ago. A man from behind observes the Imperial Palace, acknowledging that their rival family, Sabline, has risen to third in command, a tap sounding. Arusha looks up inquisitively as a large hand gently guides her. Sir Guillote Chart, head of the first in command family, is presented with a determined expression, while another man stands beside him. A chibi Arusha in a witch's hat thanks readers and invites them to visit a website for more chapters. An ornate frame appears against a bright sky, introducing the peak of the Empire's noble families. The grand gates of the Chartier family mansion are showcased, confirming their identity. A hooded figure and an ornate staff are shown, with text revealing the Chartier family's past recognition as a great mage family and their long-held first position, now unrecognizable. The dark silhouette of Guyot Chartier is shown amidst swirling red energy, signifying his rise to First Minister 5 years ago. Dark, thorny vines creep across the image, suggesting a sinister or troubled atmosphere. A cane taps the ground, creating a distinct sound, a sharp tap. Guyot Chartier walks confidently with a cane and an attendant behind him, entering the scene with footsteps. Guyot Chartier looks on with a smirk, while Arusha, below, appears nervously excited, eagerly watching him. Arusha feels a frustrating sensation from the Sabline heirloom bracelet, reminiscing about the angel dress as a faint sparkle appears. Arusha walks between Marquise Leonardo and Guyot Chart at the Imperial Palace, with the older man observing. The observer is surprised the head of the family appeared in person, having expected only a representative. Guyot Charte looks on with a thoughtful, stern expression, accompanied by a soft swish. Guyot Charte wonders if Marquise Leonardo knew of a specific attendee and would still have brought Arusha to the palace. Guyot Charte internally states he won't be the first to show aggression and dismisses Marquise Leonardo's useless thoughts, while Marquise Leonardo remains pensive. A chibi Arusha looks innocent, as her name is mentioned. Guyot Charte sternly warns against befriending children from other families, calling them potential enemies, with a stomping sound. Marquise Leonardo firmly tells Guyot Charte to stop speaking harshly to Arusha, accompanied by a swift sound. Marquise Leonardo, holding Arusha's hand, declares that her choices in meetings are her own decision, with a swish. Guyot Charte looks down and sighs. Arusha watches nervously, contemplating as a man walks away from a carriage, with faint footsteps. The speaker wonders about Guillaume Charte's thoughts. A man with a cane stands thoughtfully in a dark setting, marked by a sharp tap. The grand banquet hall gleams with a chandelier as various guests mingle. Arusha, wide-eyed and joyful, exclaims, "Wow," at the glittering banquet hall, surrounded by a shining sound. Arusha displays a sweet and happy expression accompanied by a light sound. Arusha notices Marquise Leonardo seems even gloomier than usual, as a soft, bouncing sound accompanies them. Marquise Leonardo asks Arusha to sit while he gets a drink, and the chibi Arusha happily agrees. Arusha looks down, preparing to sit, with a soft, settling sound. Arusha sits on a bench in the background, while Marquise Leonardo speaks to an unseen person in the foreground. Arusha sits on the bench and sighs. A large hand looms over a surprised Arusha, who recalls the Chartier family's role in the novel, with a startled sound. Count Selvian gently pats Arusha's head, making her look delighted, with a gentle sound. Count Selvian compliments Arusha's irresistible beauty, prompting her shy thanks, then begins to introduce himself as a soft sound appears. Marquise Leonardo angrily splashes water at Count Selvian, commanding him to immediately remove his hand. Amidst a splash and thumping sound, Marquise Leonardo scolds Count Selvian for inappropriately touching Arusha, questioning his dignity as Count Selvian laughs nervously and footsteps sound. Count Selvian laughs heartily, proclaiming that Marquise Leonardo's actions have completely cleared his mind. Marquise Leonardo is bewildered by Count Selvian's reckless behavior, who wipes his face and claims the incident shows their close friendship. Marquise Leonardo, displeased, questions Count Selvian's claim of close friendship, asserting no such bond exists, with a stomping sound. Marquise Leonardo accuses Count Selvian of brushing off his unauthorized touch, while Count Selvian nervously claims it was a misunderstanding. Count Selvian apologizes to Marquise Leonardo for his carelessness, claiming Arusha's adorableness caused his hand to move instinctively, with a swish. Count Selvian offers a humble apology and asks Marquise Leonardo to generously overlook the incident, while onlookers murmur. Onlookers praise Count Selvian's generosity, but Marquise Leonardo, furious, confronts him, accusing him of scheming, accompanied by a stomping sound. Arusha grabs Marquise Leonardo's hand, calling out father with a quick grab. Marquise Leonardo looks at Arusha, who reassuringly tells him she is okay, with a soft sound. Chibi Arusha earnestly pleads for the current incident to be overlooked. Marquise Leonardo closes his eyes, deep in thought with a soft sound. Count Selvian laughs, praising Arusha's cuteness and kind-heartedness, as others also laugh. Arusha sighs, phew, as someone marvels at such a blessing existing within the Savlon family. Arusha is shocked by the declaration that someone has found the perfect daughter-in-law, accompanied by a zapping sound. Count Selvian, smiling, gestures and calls for Billion to come out, while Arusha is utterly surprised, questioning his words with a quick sound. An abstract purple and black wavy pattern marks the scene transition. Billion looks surprised and hesitant near a table of food with two soft sounds. Count Selvian boasts about his matchmaking success, introducing Billion as Arusha internally expresses disbelief about the old man with a light sound. Arusha is shocked and distressed, realizing Count Selvian is seriously scheming a marriage for a 5-year-old like her, amidst angry cymbals and a cracking sound. Count Selvian earnestly proposes a marriage alliance to Marquise Leonardo, promising to improve the Savlon family's reputation, while Marquise Leonardo listens thoughtfully. Count Selvian kneels before a downcast Arusha and asks if she would consider marrying into his family, with a sound. Count Selvian smiles sinisterly, promising Arusha she'll become a refined and wise wife with 6 hours of daily academic and etiquette training from him. With a soft sound, Marquise Leonardo gently takes Arusha's head, stopping Count Selvian's unwelcome touch. Count Selvian cries, "Ah!" in shock and pain as Marquise Leonardo's gloved hand grips his face. Marquise Leonardo sternly questions Count Selvian's nonsense while forcefully holding his collar, as Count Selvian internally curses him as a perverted, stone-faced bastard. A dark, speckled background marks a moment of pause in the narrative. Guests murmur in the grand banquet hall as Marquise Leonardo and Guillaume Charte stand in discussion, with Arusha standing nearby. A dark, textured background creates a somber transition. Marquise Leonardo angrily asks Count Selvian if he sold his conscience, while a chibi Count Selvian frantically tries to explain he only meant to establish a connection. A chibi Count Selvian gasps in horror, crying, "Guhak?" Arusha watches the escalating scene with wide, innocent eyes. Count Selvian desperately pleads with onlookers to stop Marquise Leonardo, calling him a madman. Lord Shermang arrives, interrupting the commotion as he observes Marquise Leonardo gripping Count Selvian, and begins to speak about Count Selvian's son. Lord Shermang calmly informs Count Selvian that he has already heard everything about the situation. Lord Shermang questions Count Selvian's quickness to propose marriage to a child he barely knows, referring to Arusha's circumstances. Lord Shermang and Marquise Leonardo stand together, silently observing Count Selvian's reaction. Count Selvian lets out a nervous, panicked chuckle under Marquise Leonardo's stern gaze. Arusha happily peeks from behind Marquise Leonardo, who stands tall with Lord Shermang against a distressed Count Selvian. Count Selvian stammers, unable to articulate a coherent response in his utter distress. Count Selvian hastily apologizes, claiming he rushed his marriage proposal out of worry another family would claim Arusha, but his excuse is internally dismissed as ridiculous. Count Selvian quickly dismisses the conversation and calls for Billion to leave, while Arusha, surprised, notes Marquise Leonardo and Lord Shermang acted in unison. Arusha marvels that Lord Shermang accomplished something even the original novel couldn't, as Count Selvian and Billion quickly retreat. Lord Shermang sagely states one should only covet what is rightfully reachable, while Marquise Leonardo mentally curses Count Selvian as a sneaky scoundrel. Marquise Leonardo and Lord Shermang maintain their stern composure, reflecting on the encounter. Marquise Leonardo scoffs and Lord Shermang sighs, while a delighted Arusha observes their differing reactions after their unexpected alliance. Marquise Leonardo takes Arusha's hand, instructing her to leave, and she readily agrees. Chibi Arusha sighs above the Grand Palace, realizing the relationship between her grandfathers still has a long way to improve. Chibi Arusha peeks, wide-eyed and surprised, from behind a grand couch in an opulent palace room. Arusha is awestruck by the sheer size and high ceilings of the Imperial Palace's private rooms. Arusha contentedly eats a dessert, eyes closed in enjoyment, at the Imperial Palace. Arusha overhears a tense discussion involving Marquise Leonardo and Lord Shermang, worrying about her maternal grandfather's fate, feeling there's no choice left. A flowing white fabric in an ornate room adds an elegant atmosphere. A person asks if Arusha enjoys the imperial desserts, and she happily confirms they are delicious while continuing to eat. The person expresses happiness at Arusha's enjoyment, making her stop eating and question the interaction with a surprised, "Huh?" The person reveals a shared preference for the same pudding, startling Arusha into an awkward, flustered response. Crown Prince Elliot emerges, and Arusha realizes his identity with a shocked thought. Crown Prince Elliot compliments Arusha, stating she is as expected of someone recognized by Art Castle. Crown Prince Elliot recalls their previous brief encounter. Arusha is astonished to confirm that the boy is indeed Crown Prince Elliot. Crown Prince Elliot politely addresses Miss Arusha, who internally frets about accidentally using his first name earlier. Crown Prince Elliot formally apologizes to Arusha for his sudden and somewhat rude appearance. Crown Prince Elliot explains he wanted to greet Arusha at the banquet, but apologizes for this informal meeting, which Arusha realizes was due to Count Selvian. Crown Prince Elliot promises a formal welcome next time, but Arusha, flustered, insists it's unnecessary, feeling overwhelmed by such formality. A nervous Arusha calls out, Your Highness, to Crown Prince Elliot. Arusha extends her hand with a bright, eager expression towards Crown Prince Elliot. Crown Prince Elliot softly gasps, preparing to take Arusha's outstretched hand. Arusha and Crown Prince Elliot's gloved hands gently meet in a gesture of greeting. Crown Prince Elliot decides to try speaking casually, while Arusha remains adorably flustered. Arusha and Crown Prince Elliot sit across from each other at a table in the grand room. Arusha leans forward, surprised, asking, "What?" Crown Prince Elliot confronts Arusha with rumors of her mistreatment by the Savlon family, noting she doesn't appear to be suffering. A close-up reveals Oscar's contemplative expression. Arusha sits, considering the original story, which led to the Crown Prince's injury and the Empress's illness. The Crown Prince closed himself off and ultimately lost his sight, Arusha sadly reflects. Arusha in a cup wonders, "Miss Arusha?" The young Oscar explains that his mother's passing was a shock for his father. Young Oscar is asked if that was the case regarding Arusha's father. Arusha realizes that though they can't forget the past, they can still cherish each other. Arusha is shocked, questioning what is happening. Arusha thinks they are sharing too much from their first meeting, as young Oscar stares. Oscar says no, but thanks to Arusha, he gains some courage too. Young Oscar happily laughs, basking in the warm glow of the room. Arusha wonders why she is being treated this way. Arusha ponders why she is being treated in a way that involves a glowing blue pendant. Lights swirl as Oscar questions what's happening. Arusha reacts with surprise. A spectral figure appears before Arusha and Oscar amidst swirls of light. The figure's hair flows, her expression obscured by the radiant glow. The figure looms over Arusha and Oscar, saying, "You are..." The figure floats as Arusha and Oscar look on in surprise. This is surprising, the figure muses, her eyes closed. Arusha notes that the artifact is still in its current state. Oscar wonders if that voice could be from the figure before them. Oscar realizes the figure has been the one speaking through the pendant all this time. The figure confirms with, yes. The figure stands tall and white, with a blue cloak. Arusha stutters, filled with worry. The figure states that their age must be at least 300 or 400. Arusha questions if the figure is referring to her. The figure states that they must awaken the original magic sealed within the pendant. The figure gazes with a deep and knowing stare. The figure asserts that this may be the only way Arusha can defy the fate set before her. The figure continues to float, the air around them swirling as Oscar looks on. Arusha thinks, Sir Ekmes, there's no doubt. Arusha reflects that he must be referring to the part in the novel where Leo is cast out. The ghostly image of Arusha in a carriage accident haunts her thoughts, ending in death. No way, Arusha thinks, contemplating whether something will soon happen that will get Leo expelled. Arusha thinks the accident didn't happen by chance, unlike in the novel. Oscar startles Arusha. Oscar places his hand on Arusha's shoulder, inquiring if she is okay. Arusha appears to collect herself. Yes, I'm fine, brother, Arusha says to Oscar, touched by his concern. Arusha vows she cannot sit back and wait to be saved. Arusha thinks, Brother Elliot. Arusha proclaims she wants to restore the magic of the pendant, like the first emperor said. Arusha stands with her hand outstretched. Oscar listens intently to Arusha. Oscar says yes, as he touches the pendant. Miss Arusha? Oscar starts to say. Arusha is told Lord Leonardo said he'll be coming to pick her up soon, leading her to panic. Arusha is asked to return to the estate and says yes in response, flustered, as Oscar looks on. Arusha thinks, brother. Arusha nervously wonders if their conversation was overheard from outside. Crown Prince Elliot reassures Arusha not to worry. Crown Prince Elliot states he will investigate the person named Sancte. Crown Prince Elliot then asks Arusha to investigate the pendant's origin with the Savlon family. Arusha happily agrees to Crown Prince Elliot's request, promising to ask her grandfather. As Arusha considers the task, Crown Prince Elliot calls out her name again. Crown Prince Elliot, sitting on the balcony, reveals he believes Arusha might be the person he has been seeking. Crown Prince Elliot promises to contact her by letter, with clues, and leaves with a quick tap, prompting Arusha to call out, "Wait!" Arusha peeks over the balcony, surprised that Crown Prince Elliot has already departed. Arusha ponders if the pendant caused his quick departure and wonders if she should consult Limerick. Marquise Leonardo walks through the Imperial Palace's grand room, with Arusha visible in the distance. Arusha runs towards Marquise Leonardo, happily calling out, "Father!" Marquise Leonardo looks down with a gentle, thoughtful expression. Arusha hugs Marquise Leonardo's leg, looking up at him with adoration. Marquise Leonardo gently asks Arusha, and she expresses her heartfelt wish to live a long and happy life with him. Arusha tightly grips Marquise Leonardo, wishing to live a long life with him, free from sickness or hurt, far exceeding their time apart. Marquise Leonardo, understanding her desire, softly says, "I see, my daughter," and gently cradles Arusha. Holding Arusha, Marquise Leonardo promises to do his best to stay by her side for a very long time. Marquise Leonardo gently pats Arusha's head, and she winks, contentedly mumbling, Arusha thanks her father, with the Imperial Palace gardens stretching out below. The magnificent Imperial Palace stands prominently, bathed in sunlight. Freddie, with light blue hair, stands with a serious expression in a grand room. A partially visible man remarks, "That's unexpected, Liam," while Freddie is seen closing a door with a soft tang. Liam Savlon, the Savlon family's third son, is introduced, depicted with silver hair and an eye patch, holding a drink. Liam Savlon asks Freddie to sit down, and Freddie readily agrees. Freddie, holding a teacup, asks Liam Savlon if he has anything to discuss regarding brother Leo. Liam Savlon, with a subtle smile, states it's convenient and admits his recent interest in Leo's daughter. Liam Savlon's hand crashes, shattering glass as he recalls an event from just a few days ago. Liam Savlon declares that the Savlon family's honor dictates they can no longer keep that reckless child. Shards of broken glass glint against a dark, textured background. Freddie calls out Liam as he stands with Liam Savlon in a lavish room. Freddie, holding a teacup, asks Liam Savlon if he knew Sir Leo attended the appointment ceremony. Freddie, frustrated, complains that Leo, despite past disinterest, is now mobilizing knights and meddling in official events. Liam Savlon asserts that Leo is a disgrace who will inevitably be removed from the family with a decisive crack. Freddie acknowledges Liam Savlon's point, adjusting his teacup on the table. Freddie questions why Leo remains the official heir, believing their father must have a reason for not disinheriting him. Liam Savlon cuts off Freddie, declaring that's enough and shifting focus to whether Leo will accept the family head position. Liam Savlon forcefully states that the Savlon family requires a better successor than Leo, with a sharp crack. Freddie looks pensive, silently considering Liam Savlon's strong assertion. A voice advises calming down and postponing further discussion until later. Liam Savlon looks out a window, expressing his frustration with a "damn it." Liam Savlon angrily questions if he is expected to idly accept Leo, inheriting the head position. As Liam Savlon angrily questions his shortcomings compared to Leo, a servant addresses him, saying, "Master Liam." Liam Savlon recounts meeting Freddie, describing him as too soft, preferring to merely observe the unfolding events. Liam Savlon then turns to another person, asking, "What about you, Nocturne?" Nocturne, the man with glasses, hesitates before speaking, as a glowing staff is shown at the bottom of the panel. Nocturne declares that for Lord Shermang's family honor, Sir Leonardo must be removed from the Savlon family immediately. Nocturne places his hand over his chest with a resolute chiak. Nocturne declares they must absolutely find a reason to bring down Sir Leonardo. Liam Savlon, standing with Nocturne, asserts that if a reason to bring down Leo doesn't exist, they will create one. The Grand Imperial Palace stands majestically under the golden sunlight framed by lush foliage. Limerick smiles brightly, adjusting his glasses, a gentle chuck sound accompanying his warm demeanor. Limerick greets Arusha, expressing relief that she is well after his treatment, and Arusha excitedly asks if he is feeling better, with a soft, dalguk sound. Limerick reassures Arusha that he will be fine as long as he avoids overexertion for a while, a thoughtful suik sound accompanying his words. Arusha looks wide-eyed, stating her relief at Limerick's recovery. Chibi Limerick asks Chibi Arusha if she inquired about the bracelet from Lord Shermang, to which Arusha responds with hesitation. Limerick looks concerned as Arusha, represented as a tiny figure, explains that her grandfather has been too busy, and she was even scolded by Nocturne. Arusha, at her desk, wonders if she will get a chance to ask about the bracelet later, while Limerick calls out her name with a gentle tong-tong sound. Limerick holds a document, explaining he researched magic preemptively due to a feeling something was amiss, with rustling sounds. Limerick offers to share his research, while Arusha, looking weary, lets out a soft hoo-hoo sigh and calls his name. Chibi Limerick excitedly presents his research, as Arusha gives a thumbs up and urges him to continue, with a cheerful chalk sound. Limerick declares he will begin his explanation, a complex celestial clock design appearing below him as he readies himself. Limerick explains that long ago, sorcerers used innate mana to cast mysterious techniques, with tarot card-like images of robed figures illustrating his words. Limerick reveals that 300 years ago, people stopped being born with mana, leading to a new era. Limerick, gesturing, concludes that magic and sorcerers mostly vanished during that time. Arusha, in a small panel, asks if people can no longer use magic, and Limerick explains that while magical tools might make it possible, they are rare. Arusha looks thoughtful while writing, as Limerick adds that magical tools with remaining mana are exceedingly rare and difficult to use effectively now. Limerick clarifies that Lord Shermang likely lent Arusha the bracelet for its symbolic protection as an heirloom, not for its magic, making Arusha realize the true reason with a soft charang sound. Arusha, standing, urgently calls Limerick's name, a spark of realization crossing her face, with a quick suik sound. Arusha stands before Limerick, asking if there's still an incredibly slim chance. Arusha, looking hopeful and pressing a hand to her chest, asks if she could potentially use magic with the bracelet, with a rhythmic dujun sound. Chibi Limerick questions if Arusha means charge, while Arusha excitedly gestures. Limerick then considers if she means replenishing depleted mana. Limerick looks contemplative, holding a document, as he thinks about the possibilities. Limerick points a finger up, suddenly recalling that research on this topic is being conducted at Sojanus, surprising Arusha. Chibi Limerick suggests that a technique storing natural mana in stones for use might be a crucial clue. Arusha exclaims, "Oh," as glowing magical runes appear on 2 stones. Limerick looks away, as Arusha calls out his name with gratitude. Arusha, sitting on the floor, thanks Limerick for always caring for her, wondering what she would do without him, while Limerick looks surprised. Arusha joyfully throws her hands up, beaming with happiness, with a bright JJAG sound. Limerick, holding a paper, encourages Arusha for a high five, with a swift HWIK sound. Limerick smiles subtly, a pleased expression on his face. Limerick and Arusha high five with cheerful smiles, surrounded by a radiant floral pattern and a celebratory JJAAK sound. The scene transitions to a tranquil night view of the Grand Palace under a full moon, with sparkling highlights. Arusha walks down a grand hallway, musing about Sojanus, with repetitive tabak footstep sounds. Arusha, looking determined, realizes the situation might actually be a positive development, with an excited hyung sound. Arusha walks towards an ornate door, contemplating that preparing for enrollment was always the goal if Leo is nearing expulsion. even if it's to persuade her grandfather, with a Toro Toluliu sound. Irusha peeks cautiously from behind a door, wondering if Marquise Leonardo's words are true, suggesting she overheard a significant conversation with a soft pialoe sound. Marquise Leonardo, looking visibly distressed, denies not having consumed alcohol since the banquet, while Irusha remains hidden behind a partially open door. Lord Sherman runs a hand through his hair, sighing about not being able to drink in front of a child. Irusha, still peeking, suggests Lord Sherman can drink when she is not around, then looks surprised and asks, huh? Marquise Leonardo explains to Lord Sherman that Irusha might not want to hug him if he smells of alcohol, while Irusha internally notes the role reversal, wondering when Leo started saying sensible things. Marquise Leonardo expresses strong concern that abstaining from alcohol for so long could be dangerous for Lord Sherman, with a worried suuk sound. A powerful crackling sound accompanies Marquise Leonardo's urgent warning about Lord Sherman's illness from 5 years ago potentially returning, startling Irusha as she overhears him mention illness. Lord Sherman places his hand on a table, reassuring Kroby that he will be fine, with a firm pock sound. Lord Sherman, looking worried, asks Marquise Leonardo to keep his condition secret from Irusha to avoid unnecessary worry, but Irusha, overhearing, is shocked, wondering if she missed something vital in the original story, with a loud Seongkung sound. Marquise Leonardo walks away from the room, deep in thought, with a soft puloai sound. Marquise Leonardo looks pensive, reflecting on the situation. Marquise Leonardo turns to Irusha, asking what she is doing up so late, with a concerned suuk sound. Irusha, looking downcast, confronts Marquise Leonardo, revealing she heard everything, and questions if her father will be in pain if he stops drinking, with a sudden miamshit sound. Irusha looks up in shock, stating that this is the first she has heard of such a condition, with a surprised suup sound. Chibi Irusha, glowing with determination, calls out Kroby's name, asserting that loved ones need to know when someone is hurting. Marquise Leonardo demands to know the nature of Lord Sherman's illness. Chibi Irusha angrily threatens to ask her father directly, causing Marquise Leonardo to concede and frantically tell her to wait. Irusha looks thoughtful as Marquise Leonardo states that the hallway is not the place for their sensitive discussion. Marquise Leonardo gently takes Irusha's hand, asking her to keep what he's about to reveal a secret. The Grand Palace stands under the full moon as Marquise Leonardo invites Irusha to come with him for a moment. Marquise Leonardo looks at Irusha through a window as she questions if what she heard is true. Chibi Irusha, wrapped in a blanket, gasps in shock, questioning if her father lost his mind and started seeing things 5 years ago, with a sudden jabak sound. Marquise Leonardo, holding a lantern with a dalgak sound, confirms her suspicions, explaining that this is why Lord Sherman began drinking. Marquise Leonardo reveals that Lord Sherman was haunted by visions of his late wife, Lady Juliet, calling out to him after her funeral. Marquise Leonardo suggests that regret and guilt likely made Lord Sherman's mind unstable, startling Irusha. Marquise Leonardo looks pensive, explaining that Lord Sherman couldn't bring himself to tell anyone about his visions. A grand broken gate lies on the ground as a bloodied, sword-wielding Lord Sherman stumbles, a batil sound accompanying his distress. An elder man urgently calls out to a bloodied Lord Sherman, demanding that he get a hold of himself. A distraught Lord Sherman, clutching his sword, tearfully questions his father about why he is stopping him. Lord Sherman, covered in blood, looks toward the sky and then down, murmuring that Juliet is over there, a mournful HWISENG sounding. Lord Sherman's father restrains him, as Marquise Leonardo reflects that Lord Sherman stopping him prevented a greater dispute over unlawfully entering the estate. Marquise Leonardo explains that after the incident, everyone involved was dealt with under the Duke's orders. Chibi Irusha, looking terrified, asks if they were finished off, while Chibi Marquise Leonardo frantically denies it and questions where she learned such scary ideas. Irusha listens intently as Marquise Leonardo continues his explanation. Marquise Leonardo explains that while 5 years have passed, Lord Sherman's heart might still be as shaken as it was back then, now that he has quit drinking, a faint jambak sound accompanying the lantern. Marquise Leonardo reaches out to Irusha, asking her to pretend not to know and keep Lord Sherman's condition a secret for now, with a soft suuk sound. Irusha, looking downcast but resolute, agrees to keep the secret with a determined nod. The Grand Imperial Palace shines under the sun, establishing a new scene with a cheerful JJAEK, JJAEK sound. Irusha walks through a lavish library, realizing her father had experienced similar symptoms before. Irusha, looking contemplative, wonders if she should stop her father from quitting drinking. An adult man gently holds baby Irusha, promising to try his best so they can stay together for a long, long time. A hand pulls a book from a library shelf with a suuk sound. Irusha walks away from the bookshelf, holding a large book she has just retrieved. Arusha carries a stack of books, acknowledging that her father is finally trying to get better after 5 years. An open book lies on a table, its pages rustling with a pararack sound, indicating diligent study. Arusha, focused on her book, resolves to concentrate on what she can do right now. A hand drops a piece of candy with a basurak sound, while Arusha is engrossed in her reading. Arusha yelps, "Ouch!" in surprise as something hits her head. 2 pairs of feet approach Arusha as one voice calls out, "Hey! Great bunch!" With footstep sounds, 2 boys, Achi and Dylan, confront Arusha, questioning why she is outside the mansion when she usually stays inside. Arusha, confused, asks who they are, while Achi, annoyed, reminds her they met only a few months ago. A chibi Arusha cartoonishly reacts to being called a clueless great bunch, with accompanying TTA Kong sounds. Arusha, thinking, identifies the boys as Achi and Dylan, Liam Savlon's sons from the original story, then questions why they add, quote, "sir" to their names. Arusha confronts Achi and Dylan, calling them her cousins, which visibly startles Achi. Achi crosses his arms, asserting that a delinquent like Arusha's father shouldn't be using the Savlon name, and asks if she understands. Achi and Dylan mock Arusha, declaring that since she's not a Savlon, it's only natural for her to use honorifics with them, with a JJEOK sound. Chibi Arusha looks dejected, realizing Achi and Dylan have been listening to their father's gossip and are now causing trouble for no reason. Achi, arms crossed, questions Arusha, asking if she can actually read books like that. Achi points at Arusha's open book, claiming she's just pretending to read, then abruptly pauses with a realization. Achi, holding the book he snatched from Arusha, loudly declares there's no way she can read. Arusha, with a furrowed brow and a miyamshit sound, listens intently as Achi criticizes her for not being able to answer properly or use honorifics. Achi warns Arusha to hurry back to her corner of the mansion if she doesn't want to get into trouble, with a soft jabak sound. Arusha, confidently, states that since she's not a Savlon, there's no reason for her to use honorifics with Achi and Dylan, with a defiant siuk sound. Arusha challenges Achi and Dylan, asking if they shouldn't stop ignoring and looking down on people first if they want respect from someone younger, leaving the boys startled. Dylan, covering his mouth in surprise, questions Arusha about being a year younger than her. Achi holds a book, standing between Arusha and a startled Dylan, who looks at him. Achi instructs Dylan to properly offer candy to Arusha, and Dylan hesitantly hands it over with a soft suik sound. Dylan gives the candy to Arusha, who thanks him, while Achi looks utterly bewildered by the exchange. Arusha happily eats her candy, reflecting on how Achi is surprised by her sudden eloquence, contrasting with his earlier taunts. Arusha offers the dropped candy to Achi, who looks bewildered and hesitant. Achi, frustrated, begins to protest Arusha's perceived disrespect when a loud dalkung sound interrupts him. Liam, Achi, and Dylan's father enters the room with heavy takbak footsteps, asking about the commotion. Liam looks surprised to find Arusha, acknowledging her by name. Liam expresses his realization that Arusha is Leo's daughter. Arusha hangs her head, seemingly intimidated by Liam's imposing presence. Liam calls out Arusha's name as she stands between Achi and Dylan in the library. Liam walks thoughtfully with rhythmic takbak footsteps, approaching the children. Achi, looking anxious, grabs Arusha's arm with a jabak sound, trying to stop her from moving. Liam looks on with a calm but observant expression. Arusha, with wide, surprised eyes, walks gracefully towards Liam with a gentle chiog step. Liam asks Arusha if she has been well, as she remains silent. Liam firmly instructs Achi to return the book, who promptly obeys. Achi hands the book back to Arusha as Liam stands nearby. Liam walks over to Arusha with purposeful takbak steps, confirming that she was right in her earlier statements to his sons. Liam advises his sons that elders should set an example to earn respect, while Arusha listens intently, a quiet jock sound indicating her attention. Arusha sits alone at a large table, surrounded by books, reflecting on the encounter. Arusha pushes her chair back with a daruk sound, getting up from the table. Arusha sits comfortably on an ornate chair, beaming with happiness as light surrounds her with a JJ Ulsak sound. Arusha muses about meeting Liam, Achi, and Dylan all in one day, recalling the Savlon family tree. Arusha covers her mouth thoughtfully, wondering if she learned her skills from Limerick. Arusha expresses a desire to have met Oscar, while a man is seen in the background. Liam approaches Arusha, explaining that meeting Oscar might be difficult today. Liam smiles subtly, revealing he actually wanted to meet Arusha himself. Liam introduces himself as Arusha's Uncle Freddy, inviting her to talk. Arusha reacts with a cartoonishly wide-mouthed scream of shock, exclaiming "E" at the revelation. The grand Savlon mansion is shown in a bright exterior shot. Freddy explains to Arusha that Oscar is unwell today, as Arusha sits among a stack of books. Freddy explains that he came to the library to bring books to Oscar instead. Freddy explains that he happened to witness Arusha arguing with Achi, causing Arusha to look down. Arusha remorsefully apologizes for making noise in the library. Freddy reassures Arusha that he is not there to scold her, waving his hands gently. Freddy praises Arusha for her flawless pronunciation, logic, and manners. Freddy smiles approvingly as Arusha sits across from him at the table. Arusha proudly credits her teacher for her good manners, and Freddy ponders her statement. Arusha leans in, starting to ask Freddy about the type of lessons he teaches. A past depiction shows Freddy as a meek figure, distinct from his brothers, and uninterested in power struggles. Freddy reflects on Arusha's diligent reading and his own reputation as an excellent educator. Arusha, looking thoughtful, calls out to Uncle Freddy. Arusha, holding a notebook, asks Freddy if he knows anything about early admission to SoGenius. Freddy glances away, musing that Oscar also aimed for SoGenius. Freddy muses about early admission, a hand to his chin. Freddy apologizes, stating he only knows about the official exams for early admission, and Arusha admits she had expected that. Arusha, engrossed in her phone with a sackjack sound, recalls Limerick mentioning hidden admissions officers. Arusha ponders whether the rumor about hidden admissions officers is true. Freddy reflects that SoGenius, despite attracting geniuses, would likely seek diverse talents. Arusha appears surprised and curious. Arusha smiles cheerfully, while a thought bubble details qualities like courage to help others. Arusha stands elegantly among other children. Arusha concentrates on writing in her notebook at a large desk. Arusha ponders a dreamlike story and plans to write it down, while Freddy chuckles. Freddy's hand gently points, advising Arusha not to rush. Freddy encourages Arusha, saying her diligent efforts will surely yield results. Arusha reacts with a surprised, "Ah," as she continues to write. Freddy smiles faintly, feeling his mood lighten. Arusha happily exclaims, "Ah, yes," as Freddy waves from across the room. Arusha calls out happily to Uncle Freddy, followed by heavy jikbok footsteps sounding. The Grand Savlon mansion is shown under a dramatic, colorful sky. Freddy stands by a window, contemplating and questioning if something is true. Freddy confronts Hudson, who nervously confirms his brother's mental illness 5 years prior. Hudson reviews old medical reports, revealing Lord Leo was prescribed mind-altering medication. Freddy, facing the window, considers that the drugs are highly regulated and thinks, Freddy angrily calls Lord Leo pathetic, believing the failed medication led to his alcoholism. Hudson flinches as Freddy poses another question. Freddy asks Hudson if Lord Leo's mental illness could be re-triggered if he is weakened by sobriety. Freddy suggests re-triggering the illness by administering the drugs, causing Hudson to look uneasy. Freddy firmly declares to Hudson that this action is necessary for the family's sake. An ornate chandelier hangs from the ceiling. Freddy, with a hand on Hudson's shoulder, expresses his trust in Hudson's cooperation. A hand holds a decorative object as a speech bubble lists symptoms: headache, fatigue, chills, and decreased bodily functions. Lord Leo, appearing unwell, exposes his chest as a speech bubble identifies his classic withdrawal symptoms. Hudson advises Lord Leo on withdrawal management, telling him to avoid strenuous activity and drink water, to which Lord Leo responds, "I see." Hudson offers Lord Leo painkillers or headache medicine. Lord Leo declines medicine, believing it won't be effective, with a sighing "who" sound. Lord Leo tells Hudson he will visit for his next examination and to not come to his residence, to which Hudson agrees. Hudson and the maid announce their departure with a seek sound. A door closes with a tail peok sound as a departing voice says, "See you at the next appointment." Hudson and the maid walk, and Hudson asks the maid about the progress. The maid reports that she successfully swapped a water bottle with a drug-laced one as planned. The maid is seen discreetly swapping bottles in the background as Hudson examines Lord Leo. Hudson expresses satisfaction, feeling ready to face young Master Liam. The maid is instructed to immediately contact Liam if Lord Leo creates any trouble. The Grand Savlon mansion stands tall under a clear blue sky. Hudson bursts into a room, urgently calling out, "Young Master Liam." Liam sits at a dining table, looking annoyed, while another man stands nearby. Liam looks at Hudson, who nervously responds, "Ah, yes." Liam smiles cunningly, noting the quick reaction to his scheme. Liam orders to be taken to Lord Leo immediately, as a door opens. Liam declares his intention to expose Lord Leo with a subtle meowmchit sound. Marquis Leonardo calmly sits as a servant reports bringing him, while 2 other servants kneel in terror. Lord Leo sips from his cup, looking calm, but then exclaims, "What is this?" Liam is shocked to recognize the 2 trembling servants as his bribed accomplices. Liam looks dismayed as Lord Leo addresses him by name. Lord Leo, resting his hand on a teacup, reveals he saw through Liam's scheme despite his past conduct. Lord Leo calmly asserts that caution about what one ingests is paramount, with Hudson nearby. Lord Leo, with a sense of refined expectation, states that any desired dish must be booked 3 months in advance, expressing mild surprise with a soft jujum sound. Lord Leo reflects with rhythmic Jeobak footsteps that someone discovered his entire plan and skillfully turned it against him. Lord Leo turns his back to Liam with a decisive HWIK sound, advising him to put more effort into his plotting next time. Lord Leo looks back at Liam with an intense gaze and an EDUKE sound, firmly addressing him as Liam Savlon. Marquise Leonardo sits composedly, his expression calm but observant of the ongoing situation. Liam looks down silently as Marquise Leonardo, facing him, pointedly asks if he has anything to say. "No, father." Liam stands before Marquise Leonardo, who sits at a grand table with a teapot, a distinct Kyoryak sound indicating the scene's gravitas. Marquise Leonardo observes Liam with a thoughtful, silent gaze, reflecting on the situation. Marquise Leonardo removes his glasses with a crisp suik sound, instructing Liam to refrain from attending the regular breakfast meetings for a month. Liam agrees with a quiet yes, standing respectfully while awaiting further instructions, marked by a kakbak sound. Liam is sternly told to demonstrate his capabilities through genuine results, rather than relying on ridiculous tricks. Marquise Leonardo adjusts his glasses with a who sound, reiterating his demand for tangible results, while Liam remains silent. Marquise Leonardo dismisses Liam and a butler, ordering them to leave, and a Daokak sound marks their exit through the door. The butler remarks that Liam handled the difficult situation well, observing him with a slight suik sound. Liam dismisses the butler's comment, admitting he underestimated the situation, and walks away with heavy TTUK, BAK, TTUK, BAK footsteps. Liam, with a determined expression, instructs Hudson to continue investigating the incident involving his brother 5 years prior, to which Hudson agrees. Liam walks purposefully alongside Hudson, their rhythmic TTUK, BAK footsteps resonating with determination. The majestic Savlon mansion is showcased in a grand exterior shot, surrounded by meticulously maintained gardens under a bright sky. Lord Leo walks leisurely through the garden, holding a pipe, with steady Jeobak footsteps. Lord Leo pauses his walk with a soft cheek sound, turning his head as if sensing an approaching presence. Lord Leo looks out over the vibrant garden, his long white hair flowing gently, a serene expression on his face. Liam asks Juliet if the rumors of her accepting the heir position are true, as she looks startled by the jabak sound. Lord Leo addresses Juliet by name, a soft suuk sound accompanying his focused gaze upon her. Juliet pauses with a slight miomchit, revealing that her father has placed high hopes in her. Liam stands among falling leaves, thinking he must accept his duties and responsibilities, as leaves rustle with a saw sound. Liam looks intently at Lord Leo, urging him to meet his gaze, with a subtle suik sound. Lord Leo, with closed eyes, asks Liam how he managed to find this secluded location. Lord Leo calls out Arusha, surprising a young girl with purple pigtails, who is holding an elephant plushie, in a bright EOJJEOK moment. Lord Leo smiles gently, reassuring the girl that it is all right and inviting her to come closer. The young girl, holding her elephant plushie, looks on with a slightly hesitant but adorable expression, a soft pyapiak sound accompanying her. Lord Leo stands in the sunlit garden, calling out, "My daughter," to the young girl to come forward. Lord Leo watches the young girl with a questioning expression, a small mark indicating his slight confusion. Lord Leo observes the young girl happily bouncing with her plushie across the green lawn, accompanied by light TTO, 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 TTO sounds. Lord Leo leans down to greet the young girl as she presents her elephant plushie to him. With a cheerful bolsuk sound, the young girl happily lifts her elephant plushie above her head, its head tilting with a katak katak sound, surrounded by sparkling light. Lord Leo looks thoughtfully as a thought bubble reveals the young girl's internal musing about being similar but not Arusha. Lord Leo stands in puzzlement, a got sound emphasizing his confusion, as the young girl animatedly insists she is Shasha, not Arusha. Lord Leo's thought bubble acknowledges that she indeed doesn't seem like Arusha, while Shasha, in a small panel, excitedly seeks confirmation. Lord Leo maintains a focused expression, anticipating Shasha's impending question. Shasha holds her plushie up, looking intently at Lord Leo with bright katak eyes. Shasha looks down, clutching her elephant plushie tightly, a soft Jaruk sound suggesting a hint of sadness. Shasha ponders about the recent doctor's visit to the mansion that she missed, and the doctor's meeting with her grandfather and Uncle Liam today, as leaves fall around her with a saw sound. Lord Leo looks at Sasha, gently asking if she has any worries she wishes to share with Shushu, as Sasha looks up at him. Lord Leo turns and walks away with rhythmic Jeobak footsteps, quietly acknowledging Sasha's words with, I see. Lord Leo gently pats Sasha's head, telling her he had instructed Kroby to be discreet, and Sasha reacts with a surprised "ah" as leaves softly fall with a tuk-tuk sound. Lord Leo, bathed in warm sunlight, extends his hand and invites Sasha to follow him. A pile of colorful autumn leaves lies on the grass, serving as a tranquil setting for their conversation as Lord Leo suggests they talk while walking. Lord Leo and Sasha walk together through the expansive garden, with the grand mansion visible in the distance and rhythmic jobak footsteps. Lord Leo looks down at Sasha, stating that she endures her current sickness for Arusha's sake, so they can spend a long life together, as Sasha looks up at him with tiny Toto steps. Lord Leo reflects on how he got involved in various unexpected things because of his daughter. Sasha, looking puzzled, thinks that the brothers come to mind and wonders if she is imagining things, with Lord Leo walking away in the background. Lord Leo, walking through the garden, muses that these involvements make him ponder a problem he believed was already solved. Lord Leo closes his eyes in a moment of tranquil contemplation. Under the bright sun, Juliet's thoughts reveal that everyone expects her to act as the heir, a role she once accepted herself. Sasha, looking adorably confused, holds her elephant plushie with a tiny sound of bewilderment. Juliet, with a worried expression, clasps her hands together, her purple hair flowing around her. Lord Leo, in a regal robe, looks down and reflects that because she was by his side, he was able to bear the weight of the next family head position. Lord Leo's gaze lowers as he recalls that after she disappeared, he abandoned that significant position. Lord Leo reflects, gesturing with his hand, that he always found the petty power struggle tiresome and thought those who wanted it should sort it out themselves. Lord Leo thinks that he now feels he shouldn't continue to avoid these responsibilities, while Sasha silently watches him, hugging her plushie. Lord Leo walks purposefully through the garden, with Sasha following closely behind him. Sasha sits on a wooden bench, looking small and thoughtful with her plushie, as Lord Leo stands nearby. Sasha, clutching her plushie, gently reassures her father that everything is all right. Sasha, smiling brightly amidst flowers, tells her father she will always be with him and that it is okay to discuss difficult matters together. Lord Leo looks pensive as a thought bubble, seemingly from Sasha, suggests that Arusha would probably say the same thing. Lord Leo looks down at Sasha, who, holding her plushie, thanks her shoo-shoo with a soft, quiet sound. Lord Leo sits next to Sasha on a step, telling her that Arusha would also be with them. Sasha smiles widely, proclaiming a joyful "yeah" in agreement. Sasha, sitting on the bench, looks up at Lord Leo and asks if he wants to see something funny, to which he questions, something funny. Sasha, with animated thought bubbles showing her head tilting, explains that her head is so heavy it tilts if she stays still, while Lord Leo observes silently. Lord Leo reaches out to gently pat Sasha's head, saying, "You're cute." Lord Leo gently pats Sasha's head as she smiles happily, telling him she is glad to see he is feeling better. Lord Leo and Sasha sit together on a bench in the meticulously kept garden, overlooking a grand fountain. 3 men in white robe-like garments stand on a grand plaza in front of an ornate building. A man in white robes walks with steady footsteps, followed by a close-up of Liam Savlon in similar attire, looking serious and thoughtful with rhythmic footsteps. Liam Savlon, seated at a desk, looks distressed as he considers the fate of Lord Leonardo, who participated in the Nicholas family incident, expressing frustration with a curse. Liam Savlon, looking determined, states that they shouldn't just wait until his brother makes a mistake. Liam Savlon resolves that he needs to create time to build his own merits and must make a move somehow. Liam Savlon, in white robes, walks past a person in a hooded cloak who is sitting on a bench. Liam Savlon looks back at the person in the hooded cloak, who then asks if he is investigating Lord Leonardo's past actions. Liam Savlon, with a cunning smile, denies knowing what the hooded figure is talking about. Liam Savlon asks if the hooded figure would believe him if he said there was an incident involving the Chartier family 5 years ago, causing the hooded figure to react with surprise. The red-haired hooded figure reveals themselves to Liam Savlon with a shh gesture, causing him to react with surprise and question their identity. The red-haired woman, now fully revealed with a sly smile and glowing eyes, suggests they go somewhere quieter to speak. The red-haired woman's intense, glowing eye is shown in a close-up as she states she will not only share the truth she knows. The red-haired woman continues, promising to tell Liam Savlon how to remove Lord Leonardo from the family, leaving Liam Savlon surprised. A door creaks open, revealing a man's gloved arm extending into a dimly lit room. Liam Savlon, seated in a grand chair, holding a drink, asks if he was called. Liam Savlon asks Nocturne if he left the item in his brother's room, and Nocturne, holding a drink, confirms it was done untraceably. Nocturne addresses Liam Savlon, who then questions where Nocturne acquired such an item. Liam Savlon, with a determined expression, instructs Nocturne to keep a close watch on his brother Lord Leo tonight. Liam Savlon's eye is shown in a close-up, glowing with focused determination. Lord Leo walks with steady footsteps, wearing a light-colored robe. Lord Leo walks with a serious and determined expression, pulling at his robe, his eyes glowing intensely. Liam Savlon, seen through a window with Nocturne standing nearby, speculates that Lord Leo might do something significant tonight. A serene night sky with a crescent moon hangs over a lush, dark forest. Lord Leo walks through the moonlit forest, his footsteps light and cautious. Lord Leo, standing in the forest and holding a sword, expresses surprise that someone arrived so quickly. Lord Leo confronts the hooded, red-haired woman in the moonlit forest, who stands with her back to him. The red-haired woman, unhooded with glowing eyes, expresses surprise that Lord Leo came to the forest outside the Chartier estate, as she wrote in her letter. Beneath the crescent moon, the red-haired woman remarks that Lord Leo must have been very intrigued by the letter's contents. Lord Leo draws his sword and confronts the red-haired woman in the forest, demanding an answer. Lord Leo questions how the red-haired woman knows about the Chartier estate incident from 5 years ago, then awaits her second point. Lord Leo, eyes narrowed in anger, holds up a strand of purple hair and demands to know where the red-haired woman acquired it. The red-haired woman smiles slyly, noting that Lord Leo instantly recognized the hair, before turning away. Lord Leo looks on with a pained expression as the red-haired woman claims the hair belongs to his wife, whom he constantly longs for. Lord Leo confronts the red-haired woman, who dismisses her identity as unimportant. The red-haired woman, with a cunning smile and glowing eyes, asserts that she can help Lord Leo reunite with Lady Juliet, as she promised in her letter. Lord Leo clenches his sword, looking pained as the red-haired woman offers to reunite him with Lady Juliet. Lord Leo refutes the red-haired woman, stating his wife passed away 5 years ago, but the woman questions if he is truly sure. The red-haired woman presses Lord Leo, asking if he was present at his wife's death or saw her in her coffin, leaving him speechless. The red-haired woman stands in the moonlit forest, smiling broadly with open arms. The red-haired woman, gazing at the distant mansion, concludes that there's only one way to discover the truth. The red-haired woman extends her hand, urging Lord Leo to make his decision. Lord Leo reaches out his hand, asking if he will take one more leap of courage after bravely coming to this place. The red-haired woman with glowing eyes challenges Lord Leo not to repeat his mistake of giving up on his wife 5 years ago. As he looks back at her, Lord Leo draws his sword from its scabbard with a suuk sound, taking a decisive step. Lord Leo's determined footsteps took firmly on the ground. The red-haired woman, observing Lord Leo's resolution with a soft jijibak sound, praises his wisdom and invites him to follow her. Lord Leo firmly grasps his sword with a pp ulsuk sound, declaring he has made a vow to his daughter not to repeat past mistakes. Lord Leo, recalling holding Sasha, resolutely vows he will never repeat the same mistake again. Lord Leo raises his sword high with a resolute HWIK sound. Nocturne stands beneath the dark night sky, glancing around carefully with a dudubon sound indicating his vigilance. Nocturne acknowledges Liam Savlon's prediction, expressing surprise that Lord Leo managed to escape the mansion in his weakened condition. Nocturne observes the scene with intense focus, a miamchit sound emphasizing his concentration. Nocturne calls out to Lord Leo, seeing him bleeding from a self-inflicted wound and collapsing in the forest. Nocturne watches Lord Leo on the ground as dark, raven-like shadows swirl, telling him to struggle all he wants. Jigak sounds accompany the shadows. The dark, gritty background emphasizes the thought that fate cannot be defied. 2 glowing swords, engulfed in red flame, rest on the forest floor with a huaruk sound. Lord Leo, looking defeated but resigned, stands as Nocturne observes him, acknowledging his dire situation. Lord Leo smiles faintly, realizing this ordeal was not an illusion, as Nocturne urgently calls his name and insists they must leave the forest quickly. The Grand Mansion stands against a twilight sky, marking the setting of the ongoing events. Liam Savlon stands before Duke Shermang, concluding his report to the seated Duke. Liam Savlon questions Leonardo's condition, and Duke Shermang, with a thoughtful cockbox sound, reveals Leonardo has not yet regained consciousness. Duke Shermang explains that Leonardo will need a while to recover after galloping through the night and losing blood in such a weakened state. Duke Shermang covers his face with a gloved hand, simply acknowledging the difficult news. The report details how Lord Leo secretly went to the forest at night, then stabbed his own leg while muttering to himself. Liam Savlon, looking serious, questions if that account of events is truly what happened. Duke Shermang, with his eyes closed, confirms that is indeed what transpired. Duke Shermang confirms the events to Liam Savlon, who stands before him in the grand room. Duke Shermang, looking pensive, decides to call a family meeting at dawn to decide Leonardo's fate. A maid, Croby, is startled as Duke Shermang's declaration includes the matter of succession also being decided. Shasha sits in bed, looking distressed with a soft kyung sound. A gloved hand offers Shasha a sealed letter, asking if she is truly okay attending alone, with a basarak sound accompanying the paper. Shasha stands in a grand room with Krobi and Abbott. Krobi, looking concerned, offers to accompany Shasha due to the unusual circumstances, but Shasha declines. Shasha stands, sparkling in an elegant dress, ready for the upcoming meeting. Krobi looks thoughtful as Abbott adjusts his glasses with a suic sound, both appearing concerned. Shasha tugs on Krobi's dress, asking Abbott how she looks. Irusha, looking shy in her elegant dress, acknowledges the effort the attendants put into dressing her. Krobi, looking concerned, addresses Arusha with gentle words. Krobi comforts Arusha by taking her hand, assuring her that the attendants would not mind her being dressed up. Krobi reassures Arusha, smiling, stating that no one would believe she spent 5 years in isolation given her poised appearance. Abbott, in a thought bubble, affirms that Arusha is clearly a noble lady, raised with the best education and love. Nocturne, in a thought bubble, heartily agrees, declaring Arusha is undoubtedly the daughter of a perfect elite man. Arusha looks overwhelmed and teary-eyed by their kind words and support. Arusha softly expresses her gratitude to everyone present. Krobi, Abbott, and Nocturne gather around Arusha, offering comfort and support, as Nocturne gently pats her head. Arusha, with a determined expression, declares that she will return. The grand mansion stands majestically under a bright sky, preparing for the upcoming family meeting. Liam Savlon walks through the ornate halls of the mansion, his footsteps sounding tuk-tuk. Liam Savlon, with a subtle smirk, questions how his brother Lord Leo was managed to be dragged outside. Louis Savlon, the fourth son of House Savlon, is introduced, standing confidently in his rich attire. Liam Savlon denies knowing what Louis Savlon is talking about, while Louis Savlon eyes him shrewdly. Liam Savlon walks, speculating that Lord Leo was always a scoundrel, and it was inevitable he would cause trouble, losing his mind with a tuk-tuk of footsteps. Liam Savlon looks at Louis Savlon, implying he must have already heard Nocturne's report about Lord Leo. Louis Savlon dismissively agrees with Liam Savlon, and they continue walking together. Louis Savlon internally remarks that calling a family meeting before Lord Leo regained consciousness indicates their father's serious intent, with a soft saruk sound. Louis Savlon smiles slyly, observing the situation, confirming in his thoughts that his father is serious this time. Louis Savlon looks on intently, his expression unreadable. Arusha is seen sitting alone at a large table. Louis Savlon then appears, greeting her. Louis Savlon, accompanied by Liam Savlon, reacts with surprise, questioning if the girl is indeed Arusha Savlon, while Liam Savlon confirms with a quiet uke sound. Liam Savlon, with a stern expression, approaches Arusha and tells her to stand up immediately, as that seat is not meant for her, his footsteps sounding tuk-tuk. Louis Savlon tells Arusha the seat is for adults, assuming she wouldn't know as it's her first time. Louis Savlon gestures towards the children's seats, instructing Arusha to move there. Arusha stands firmly by the seat, stating she will remain as the decision directly affects her as a descendant, with a firm Heolsuk sound. Liam Savlon and Louis Savlon look surprised by Arusha's defiance. Liam Savlon, visibly irritated, questions if Arusha intends to give her opinion. Liam Savlon dismisses Arusha's capability to participate, citing her age, and demands they stop joking, while Arusha remains steadfast. Duke Shermang, entering with a Dealkyong sound and tuk-tuk footsteps, states that Arusha's request doesn't sound unreasonable to him. Duke Shermang smiles kindly at the assembly. Louis Savlon acknowledges Duke Shermang as Brother Freddy, with footsteps sounding tuk-tuk nearby. Duke Shermang instructs Brother Freddy to show him something, with a brisk jiok sound. Arusha, looking shy, confirms to her grandfather that she will, accompanied by a soft busurak sound. Duke Shermang, holding a document with a busurak sound, announces that Arusha Savlon passed the Arte Castle entrance exam, proving herself a prodigy beyond her age group. Duke Shermang acknowledges that Secretary Krobi's report regarding Arusha's abilities was indeed true, his footsteps sounding tuk-tuk. Brother Freddy smiles warmly and invites Arusha to sit in her place at the table. Arusha looks delighted as Brother Freddy confirms her right to participate in the family decision, despite her young age. The family meeting commences with Duke Shermang presiding over a long table, surrounded by Arusha and other family members. Liam Savlon and Louis Savlon appear surprised by their father's decision regarding Arusha. Liam Savlon, in thought, acknowledges Arusha's unusual nature but remains confident that the situation's outcome will not change. Liam Savlon internally muses that, without an official admission letter from Kugenius, overturning the current situation would be impossible. Duke Shermang addresses the family, assuming they have all been briefed on yesterday's incident. Brother Freddie explains that Lord Leonardo was not expelled despite past incidents because the successor's seat could not be left empty, as Arusha listens. Liam Savlon and Louis Savlon listen as Brother Freddie reiterates that an empty successor's seat would invite chaos and threats to House Savlon. Duke Shermang, with a pensive expression, acknowledges that the scales have now tipped. Arusha looks on with concern as the family deliberates. Duke Shermang, with clasped hands and closed eyes, declares a command as the current head of House Savlon. Duke Shermang formally strips Leonardo Savlon of his heir status and declares the successor's seat vacant, effective today. Liam Savlon and Louis Savlon watch the family meeting, both appearing surprised by the proceedings. Duke Shermang, with clasped hands, declares a further measure to minimize future unrest. Arusha's eyes widen in shock upon hearing that Leonardo and his household will be sent to an estate outside the capital. Arusha attempts to speak to her grandfather, but Brother Freddie swiftly interrupts, agreeing with the father's decision. Brother Freddie smiles slyly, his yellow eyes gleaming, confident in his support of the decision. Brother Freddie then suggests a good monastery in the south for recovery, as Arusha looks down, distressed by his words. Arusha clutches her hands, deeply distressed as she hears the immediate arrangements for a carriage to be made. The scene transitions with a promotional text for a new chapter on luacomic.net. Liam Savlon looks on with a stern expression, while Arusha appears visibly upset, remaining silent. Duke Shermang watches the exchange, his expression unreadable and pensive. Liam Savlon leans forward, speaking to Brother Freddie while Louis Savlon listens intently. Arusha recalls the original novel, understanding the potential consequences of such a swift and firm decision. Duke Shermang reflects on the original novel's tragic outcome, where Leonardo dies in a carriage accident, leading to his own regret. Liam Savlon continues, revealing that the heir's seat fight intensified beyond imagination, culminating in Freddie's death by Liam's hand in the original story. Duke Shermang then internally reflects on how he was forced to execute Liam himself to preserve the family's honor and order. Brother Freddie smiles, raising a finger as if making a point, seemingly amused by the current unfolding events. Arusha thinks to herself that expelling her father now would undoubtedly mark the beginning of the Savlon family's downfall. Arusha sits at the table, a bright, glowing figure amidst the older men of the family, as the meeting continues. Arusha covers her mouth, distressed and tearful, silently blaming herself for the situation. Duke Shermang turns, raising a hand and asking Arusha what she just said. Arusha explains that her father risked his health and stopped drinking because she expressed her desire to live with him for a long time. Louis Savlon scoffs, questioning if Lord Leo truly quit drinking just for Arusha, while Liam Savlon comments on her father's past neglect. Brother Freddie smiles subtly, acknowledging Louis Savlon's comment. Arusha, with clasped hands, tearfully insists that the father she knows now promised he would change for her. Arusha looks up, pleading with her grandfather to give her father just a bit more time to try. Duke Shermang remains silent, his expression thoughtful as he considers Arusha's heartfelt plea. Duke Shermang finally speaks, regretfully stating that it is already too late. Duke Shermang firmly states that he cannot overturn a family decision, made for the family's sake, based solely on hope, leaving Arusha stunned. Brother Freddie watches Arusha's reaction with a calm, discerning gaze. Liam Savlon and Arusha listen to Duke Sherman's words, both processing the finality of his statement. Duke Shermang offers Arusha a choice, telling her she can stay in the Savlon family if she wishes. Arusha, with a soft charang sound, fiddles with her necklace, contemplating her difficult decision. Arusha looks up with determination, declaring that she won't leave her father all alone. Duke Shermang pauses, his face unreadable as he absorbs Arusha's unwavering loyalty. Duke Shermang sighs heavily, then, with a resolute Jilpoon sound, agrees to Arusha's decision. Duke Shermang instructs Liam Savlon to prepare the carriage for Lord Leo, ensuring no inconvenience, and Liam Savlon confirms. Liam Savlon promises to personally oversee the arrangements, while Duke Shermang internally apologizes to Arusha, feeling regret for the decision. The family meeting continues with Arusha still the focal point at the large table. Arusha sobs, lamenting that this situation unfolded even before they received Elliot's letter, as someone urgently calls her name. A frantic kudang sound announces a dramatic entrance in a letter. Kroby, Liminick, and Abbott burst into the room, holding a sealed letter looking urgent. Liam Savlon is shocked, questioning the unexpected appearance of Kroby, Liminick, and Abbott during the meeting. A gloved hand dramatically presents a letter, shouting that it's directly from Sogenius Academy, and the family meeting isn't over yet. Kroby joyfully announces that Lady Arusha has been accepted into Sogenius Academy through a special admission program, stunning the family. Liam Savlon looks bewildered, asking what Kroby is saying, as Kroby excuses himself to Duke Shermang, holding the letter with a busurok sound. Abbott, Crosby, and Liminick stand together, resolute in their actions. Krobi stands proudly, presenting the letter with a sparkling aura, confident in Arusha's acceptance. Arusha is shown in a flashback, standing before a sturdy wooden door, surrounded by sparkling, decorative light. It is revealed through testimony from the orphans that Arusha's direct action was crucial. The narrative continues, stating that if Arusha hadn't directly knocked on the door and called out, the orphans would not have been discovered. Arusha reacts with wide-eyed surprise to an unexpected development. A brown-haired maid stands shocked, clutching a document against a sparkling pink background. The maid speaks, crediting Lady Arusha with saving her from gambling and guiding her to good deeds. Arusha looks doubtful, wondering if the maid is referring to that Joseph Coulson, while a man gives a thumbs up. Duke Shermong asks Arusha if the maid's surprising testimony is true, and Arusha smiles shyly. Arusha, as a small child, confirms the story, recalling how she innocently helped her father clean up his mess without fully understanding the impact of her actions. Arusha thinks about how those small actions led her to initiate gambling reform, as the maid and Joseph Coulson chat in the background. Another testimony bubble explains that Arusha's magical dress revolutionized children's clothing, earning immense gratitude from countless parents and children. Krobi stands proudly, holding a document, appearing pleased by the unfolding narrative. Arusha beams with delight, imagining her father, Leonardo, surrounded by flowers and money, signifying his potential success. The narration asserts that Arusha's unique talent and kind heart prove her more than worthy of admission to Sugenius Academy. Arusha looks overwhelmed by the praise, her hands clasped nervously. Krobi, Limnick, and Abbott stand together, proudly presenting Arusha's official acceptance letter. Arusha reflects that even if she couldn't change everything immediately, her small efforts made a difference. Krobi, Limnick, and Abbott lovingly embrace Arusha, offering comfort and support. Duke Shermang, with Liam Savlon present, sighs deeply, conceding to the new information. Duke Shermang solemnly announces to the family that a child from their house has been admitted to Sugenius. Duke Shermang muses on the profound joy of witnessing the Savlon ancestor's dearest hope come true during his lifetime. Arusha addresses her grandfather, Duke Shermang, from the family meeting table. Arusha stands beside Duke Shermang's large chair, making a request. Duke Shermang listens intently as Arusha asks him to grant her one more wish this time. Arusha asserts her right to make a request as a promising talent representing the Empire and a family member who has brought honor to their name, while Brother Freddy looks annoyed. Arusha stands with determination, preparing to voice her wish. Arusha, clutching the Sugenius letter amidst a field of flowers, tearfully pleads for her and her father to be allowed to stay in the family house. The Grand Savlon family mansion is shown from an exterior view. Duke Shermang, standing by a window, confirms that Sugenius Academy has verified the authenticity of the letter. Duke Shermang informs Nocturne that Arusha's entrance ceremony will be in 2 weeks with 3 other students, and Nocturne acknowledges the information. Duke Shermang asks Nocturne for his opinion of Arusha. Nocturne looks down, stating he has no opinion regarding Arusha. Nocturne thinks to himself that he initially had no expectations for Arusha, as his hand rests on the Sugenius letter. Duke Shermang stands contemplatively at his desk, considering the situation. A close-up shows a character's intense eyes, reflecting on how Arusha now confidently stands at the heart of change. Arusha holds her letter, reflecting that her wish was not for herself, but for her father. Arusha passionately reiterates her plea to Duke Shermang and the family to let her and her father stay in the house. Duke Shermang looks at Arusha, his expression unreadable as he processes her request. Duke Shermang sits, deep in thought, as someone likely Liam or Louis remarks that Arusha's name will soon be known throughout the country. A family member, likely Liam or Louis, protests, reminding Duke Shermang that the Empire wouldn't want rumors that the Savlon family drove out the father of a genius they personally selected, while Brother Freddy looks surprised. Duke Shermang, smiling, declares that as the family head, he will grant Arusha Savlon's wish. Duke Shermang states that Leonardo must receive proper treatment for his mental illness, and the heir issue will be revisited at a future meeting with his attendants, while Arusha listens. Arusha looks downcast as Duke Shermang asks if his decision is acceptable to her. Arusha looks up at her grandfather and accepts his terms. Duke Shermang looks at Arusha, affirming that the outcome is more than enough. Duke Shermang closes his eyes, exhaling a quiet sigh. Duke Shermang instructs Nocturne to tell Arusha to come to his study this evening. Duke Shermang thinks that Arusha is worthy of hearing the story of their family heirloom. Arusha, still in her nightclothes, is abruptly awoken by someone calling her name. Arusha is startled awake by the brown-haired maid, who calls her name from the doorway. The maid informs a surprised Arusha that Brother Freddy is waiting in the parlor. Arusha sits, rubbing her eyes, remembering that Brother Freddy mentioned he would visit the heir's residence after yesterday's family meeting. Brother Freddy smiles, looking toward a shy Arusha peeking from behind a doorway. Brother Freddy promises to watch over the marquee in the meantime, as Arusha tearfully asks him to take care of her father, who has been writing a letter of reflection all night. Arusha sits alone, on a long, ornate bench, looking thoughtful and somewhat sad. Arusha's hand gently touches another hand, a soft, comforting gesture. Arusha bids farewell to her father, Leonardo, who lies sleeping, promising to be back. Arusha hurries out of a room, accompanied by a tall, dark-suited man. Arusha apologizes to Brother Freddy, who sits patiently in the parlor, for keeping him waiting. Arusha, looking distressed, tries to discuss the family meeting with Brother Freddy. A young boy with blue hair, Oscar, smiles brightly and greets Arusha. A close-up shows Oscar's small feet, standing as he talks. Oscar, with a warm smile, tells Arusha this is their first meeting, despite having heard much about her. Oscar introduces himself as Arusha's cousin, and Arusha's inner thoughts realize he is the original novel's main character. Arusha's thoughts reveal Oscar as the true genius destined to prevent the Savlon family's eventual downfall. Oscar extends his hand towards Arusha in a friendly gesture. Arusha and Oscar shake hands, both looking a bit shy, as Arusha internally laments their awkward first meeting. Arusha greets Brother Freddy, asking if he waited long, to which he chuckles and assures her it was no trouble. Arusha observes Brother Freddy and Oscar understanding their significant roles from the original novel. Arusha's thoughts describe Brother Freddy as the one who willingly gave up his heir position and devoted himself to his son. Arusha continues her internal monologue, identifying Oscar as the protagonist, who bravely struggled to maintain the Savlon family's dignity after his father's death. Arusha hopes that not only she, but also Brother Freddy and Oscar can achieve a happier ending than in the original story. Brother Freddy says their visit today is not just to congratulate Arusha on her early academy admission, as a soft clink sounds. Brother Freddy, sitting solemnly, adds that they also came to apologize for having turned their backs on her. Arusha looks surprised, and Oscar offers to explain to Brother Freddy. Arusha looks on with wide-eyed surprise, absorbing their words. Oscar explains that Duke Shermang strictly ordered them never to interfere in each other's family matters. Oscar emphasizes that this rule applied even to well-intentioned actions, not just malicious ones, and Arusha acknowledges understanding. Brother Freddy explains that his mere presence would have caused rumors and misunderstandings. Brother Freddy reflects that after yesterday's family meeting and Brother Leo's collapse, he can't stop thinking about the situation. Brother Freddy tells Arusha he fully understands if she cannot trust or even resents them. Brother Freddy and Oscar reach out their hands to Arusha in a gesture of sincere apology and comfort. Arusha responds softly, telling her uncle that it's okay. Arusha offers a gentle smile, accepting their apology and showing understanding. Brother Freddy addresses Arusha, indicating he has something more to tell her. Arusha watches intently as Brother Freddy tells her there's something important she needs to know right away. Brother Freddy reveals the urgent information is about Liam Savlon, his expression serious. Liam Savlon stands contemplatively by a grand door, two small coughs sounding. Liam Savlon thinks about the rule that brothers should never deeply involve themselves in each other's families, even when competing. Rose and Phoebe, the wife of Louis Savlon, is introduced, elegantly walking with a click-clack sound. Liam Savlon observes that Brother Freddy is the only one who strictly follows such rules. Louis Savlon tells Rose and Phoebe that he knows she wouldn't miss a chance to make him owe her, then urgently asks what happened to his wife. Louis Savlon demands to know what happened to his wife, who lies ill in bed attended by maids. Liam Savlon declares that calling him after the doctor was the right choice, as his footsteps sound. Liam Savlon explains that while the Phoebe family isn't medically skilled, they excel at sensing and interpreting magic, as he and Rose and Phoebe walk. Liam Savlon asks Louis if he has heard of an illness called nepia, prompting a surprised reaction from Louis. Louis reacts with shock, realizing the implications of the disease nepia, which Rose and Phoebe confirms is correct. A thought bubble explains that nepia was a 300-year-old epidemic that gradually drained magical power from those infected. Rose and Phoebe stands with hands clasped, surrounded by red, star-like magical effects, suggesting she is afflicted. The narrative explains nepia was believed extinct since sorcerers lost their magic, as two figures look up at a girl. A ghostly image of an afflicted woman is shown amidst thorny roses, with text explaining that nepia's symptoms now match records, but it drains life force instead of magic. An abstract, vibrant composition of purple, blue, and pink hues suggests intense magical energy or a disease's effect. Rose and Phoebe looks back at Liam Savlon, asking if he has any idea where she might have contracted the illness. Liam Savlon looks out a window, pondering if Rose and Phoebe touched a magical artifact or visited a strange place to contract nepia. Liam Savlon and Rose and Phoebe walk side by side, Rosen appearing contemplative. Rosen Phoebe closes her eyes, softly acknowledging the information she just received. Rosen Phoebe looks at Liam Savlon, who states he has already done everything he can for now. Liam Savlon reflects that Rosen Phoebe survived the initial seizure, suggesting she might only be bedridden for a few years. Liam Savlon looks down gravely, considering the dire implications if another seizure of Nepia occurs. Liam Savlon, standing in a library, asks about Sabian, and a man replies she fell asleep a little while ago. Liam Savlon nods, acknowledging the news as the man adjusts his coat. Liam Savlon, putting on his coat, instructs the man to inform Achi and Dylan as well. Liam Savlon walks away, announcing that he will be heading to the chapel. The grand building stands silhouetted against a sparkling golden sky, marking a scene transition. Kobe, a cheerful man, excitedly exclaims about a past event. A long-haired man from behind tells Kobe to stop rambling about, storming into the conference room and handing over the letter. The long-haired man sits, adjusting his robe with a soft clack sound, looking somewhat weary. Kobe claps his hands, thinking hopefully about receiving a raise or bonus, while the long-haired man sits in the background. Kroby suggests they show off a bit, but the long-haired man sharply orders him to shut up and bring a water bottle, to which Kroby replies, Yes, sir." A close-up shows a delicate teapot resting on an ornate bedside table, indicating a shift in setting. The long-haired man takes a sip from his goblet, pondering how surprising it is that Arusha got into so genius. Kroby, smiling, marvels at Arusha's early academy admission, especially since the requirements were kept secret. Kroby expresses his initial disbelief, but the long-haired man taps his goblet, revealing he actually knew Arusha would get in. The long-haired man confidently runs his hand through his hair, asserting that Arusha would, of course, be accepted. The long-haired man explains that Arusha's talent is unmatched in the Empire, so Genius would naturally accept her, prompting Kroby to agree. The long-haired man smiles, proudly declaring that Arusha is his daughter. The long-haired man wonders about Arusha's whereabouts, expecting her back from dinner, and Kroby, startled, remembers he forgot to tell him something important. Duke Shermang stands holding a glass of red wine, looking composed. Arusha, as a young girl, looks surprised while delicately eating a muffin from a plate. Duke Shermang comments that the food matched her taste, and Arusha enthusiastically confirms it was good and delicious. Arusha looks wide-eyed and puzzled, wondering what is happening. Arusha thinks about how, right after talking to Brother Freddy, her grandfather invited her to dinner. Arusha wonders nervously if Duke Shermang is going to revoke his decision from yesterday as he carefully opens a decorated box. Arusha inquires about the item in the box, and Duke Shermang explains it is something she left behind yesterday. Duke Shermang opens the box, revealing a sparkling bracelet, and informs Arusha that she will attend many official events, starting with the entrance ceremony. Duke Shermang offers to let Arusha borrow the bracelet a bit longer in case something happens, causing her to look up in surprise. Arusha looks at her grandfather and thanks him, promising to study super hard at Genius, as Duke Shermang lets out a thoughtful hum. Arusha, wearing the bracelet, looks at it intently, recalling her desire to hear more about it. Duke Shermang pours himself more wine and asks Arusha why she is curious about the bracelet, causing her to hesitate. Arusha thinks to herself that even for a temporary loan, she should understand what the bracelet is to properly treasure it. Arusha earnestly explains that she figured she should understand what the bracelet is, so she won't lose it and can treasure it properly. Arusha adds with a smile that she would take good care of the bracelet, even if he didn't tell her its story. Duke Shermang hums thoughtfully, while Arusha secretly plots to restore the bracelet's power to rewrite her death ending. Duke Shermang agrees, and Arusha excitedly raises her arms in triumph. Duke Shermang closes his eyes, thinking that it is a story Arusha would have to hear someday anyway. Duke Shermang, seated across from Arusha, begins to tell her the story of the first Archmage Stante and the Chartier and Phoebe families, who inherited his knowledge.